I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel a snake bite any time of the years. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. Raise my desire, why I'm so far away. No more meaning to my life, no more reason to stay. Freezing, feeling, breathing. I'm coming back again. Clouds rain on my head, empty thoughts fill my ears. Find my shade by the moonlight, why my thoughts aren't so clear. Demons dreaming, breathing. I'm coming back again. So far away when I feel the snake bite. Anytime I lay eggs, never did I wanna far away. Raise the volume. Raise the temperature. Raise the volume. Raise the temperature. Inhale. Exhale. Exhale. Keep it up! Everybody get loose! It's your turn! The living cycle, with a microphone, I rock the show. Coming in high, we're coming in low. Come rock, come move. Bring the pressure, come play my dialogue texture. Bring the pressure, come play my dialogue texture.
Where do you stand? Are you going to stand against Team Evil? Are you going to be a demon slayer? Or are you going to be hiding behind the demons like little fearful sheep? Where do you stand? Have you thought about evil? Have you thought about this hell realm? Have you thought about ending the matrix? Have you thought about what side you're going to be?
Burn the cockroaches. Burn the cockroaches. Seal in the demons. Seal in the demons.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello, hello. I love it. I love my cult. I love my people. Hello, hello. We love you long time. We love you long time. Where's my super fan? Here he is. Oh yeah. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. Hello, hello, my niggas. Smile, laugh, dance, sing. That's what good niggas do. That's what niggas are good at. Laugh, dance, smile, sing. Dance and sing, my niggas. Have a good time, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Get your fried chicken, hot sauce, your hot sauce, Kool-Aid. It's showtime. It's showtime. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Hello, my niggas. We are winning. We ain't losing. We ain't no losing. We's winning. We's winning, my niggas. My niggas, we's winning. My niggas. I love my niggas. I love my people. Does anybody have some hot sauce? Some watermelons and some fried chicken? Kool-Aid, some grape drink. They love that purple stuff. If I knew anything from the old commercials, the TV commercials, they love that purple stuff. The black kid's not going for the Sunny D. He's going for that purple drink in the fridge. The old Sunny D commercial. He doesn't want the Sunny D. Out of the group, the black kid wants the purple stuff. They are drawn to purple like you wouldn't believe. Purple clothing. There's something about blacks. They love that purple. They love the color purple. They love it. Just like that stupid movie that Oprah was in called The Color Purple. They love that purple stuff. They love it. Purple drink, purple soda, grape soda, purple drink, purple Kool-Aid. They'll just call it the purple stuff. Whatever's purple, they'll drink it. They don't give a shit. Whatever's purple, they will drink it. The little black kid in the Sunny D commercials going right for that purple stuff. He's going right for that purple stuff. Screw the Sunny D. That's orange colored. He doesn't want that. He wants that purple stuff. And Dave Chappelle made a joke about that. They love the purple stuff. They really do. It's true. It's true. I had no contact with black people growing up. None. Like absolutely none. And I saw that. Yeah, Dave Chappelle did a skit about that, actually. I just found it. He wants that purple stuff. You can't keep these kids away from the purple stuff. Black kids, the little nigglets, they want the purple drink. Prince with Purple Rain, yes, absolutely. They'll dress in purple. They want that. Watch this. This is Dave Chappelle, Sunny D.
Remember that commercial for Sunny Delight when all the kids run in from outside playing and they all run to the fridge? All right, I got some purple stuff, some Sunny D. As soon as you say Sunny D, all the kids go, yeah! Watch the black kid in the back. If you ever see that commercial again, look at that black kid. He'd be like, I want that purple stuff.
That's what they want. They want the purple stuff. They want grape drink. They don't care how fake it is. The whole thing could just be chemicals from hell, and they'll just say, give me that purple stuff. They don't want orange juice, anything. They don't want Sunny D. They want that goddamn purple stuff.
Back. If you ever see that commercial again, look at that black kid. Watch the black kid in the back. If you ever see that, watch the black kid in the back. If you ever see that commercial again, look at that black kid. He'd be like, I want that purple stuff. That's drink, nigga. That is drink.
Well, that's what it is. They can't resist. That it's biological. They can't resist. I'm telling you, they can't resist. They want that purple stuff. They want that purple stuff. It's biological. They can't resist. I'm telling you, they can't resist. They can't fucking resist. I remember that. I remember when that commercial was on TV, and I remember noticing that the black kid wanted the purple stuff. Just give them the purple stuff. They don't want orange juice. They don't want Sunny D or any other brand. They don't want cola, soda. They don't want water. They don't want milk. They don't want chocolate milk. They want that purple stuff. If I was going to invite Negroes over for dinner, even as an adult, I would make sure the fridge was full of grape drink, grape Kool-Aid, grape soda, all the purple stuff I could get. Everything purple. I would accommodate these niggas and feed the Negroes the drink they want. I would be generous as a host. I'd have a whole fucking shelf in the fridge loaded with purple stuff. Even purple cabbage. I'd say, you want a snack on? I'd have purple cabbage in there. You'd have more purple. There'd be a whole fucking, maybe one side of the fridge, a double door fridge, and have one side all purple. It'd be all purple. You'd look in there and say, I've never seen so much purple in someone's fridge. I'd say, well, the niggas are coming over. I'm having the Negroes over. They got to have that purple stuff. I got to give my niggas what they love. They love that purple stuff. They love that purple stuff. It's biological. They can't help it. I'm not faulting them. I'm not hating them for it. I'm not blaming them. They love that purple stuff. All right? They can't help it. They can't help themselves. I'm not trying to be mean here. They can't fucking help themselves. They want that purple stuff. This is Dave Chappelle saying, I want that purple stuff. The black kids, they want the purple stuff. They don't care if it's a bunch of fucking chemicals mixed up in the ashes of Chernobyl. They just want that goddamn purple stuff. Just put some food coloring, purple food coloring in it, and that's all they care about. Blacks are drawn to purple. And some of them are so black, they so black, they turn purple. They turn purple. They're so black. Oh, there's the black maid there, the black mammy. The black mammy says, oh, Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. He's saying, Lord, have mercy. Lord, have mercy. Because she knows it's true. They love that purple stuff. And some blacks I've seen that have come over here, those people that have come over here, you know how they like to be called, those people that have come over here from Africa straight off the boat or however they got here. I don't think they took a boat or a raft all the way to Canada or this side over on the American side here, Detroit. I don't think that they took a boat to Motown, but I think that maybe they flew over here. They gave them a free ride on a plane. First airplane they were ever on. But some of these Africans, I'm not kidding about this. They come over here and they're so black, they're purple. They're purple. They're so black, these Negroes from Africa. So these black Americans and black Canadians, you ain't black. You ain't black. Yous ain't black. Yous mixed. You ain't black. You mixed with all kinds of people. You look so light compared to these black Africans from the Sudan and the Congo in Nigeria and Zimbabwe. They're black as shit. Shit, my niggas, you ain't black. You ain't black. You people. You people. You people ain't black. You're just look how light skinned this woman is here. And there's lighter ones. There's lighter blacks in her. At least she's got more natural hair. And the kids, her kids got some natural hair, but they ain't black. You ever seen some of these niggas come off the plane from Africa that are just black as shit? They're so black, they're purple. It's true. It's true. They so black, they purple. You ain't never seen a nigger so black as some of these niggas that come over here from Africa. They're black as shit. They's black as shit. I'm gonna put a darkie on the screen. Hold on, my niggas. Hold on, my niggas. I'm not trying to offend anybody tonight. I'm trying to be gentle and inoffensive. I won't say politically correct. I won't go that far. But I ain't trying to offend you niggas. My niggas. This one's black as shit. And he ain't even the blackest. He's got the nose. He's got the nostrils for it. My goodness. They're zooming in on the nostrils and lips. So look at this. My goodness. My niggas. Smile, my niggas. Smile. She said, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Mammy's getting a bit scared there, the black maid. She's getting a little bit frightened by this. But have you ever seen, I'm not kidding, have you ever seen these niggas that are just black as shit? They're so black, they're purple. Nobody's commenting on that in the chat room. Have you ever seen them? They're so black that they're purple. I'm not kidding about this. They're so black, they're purple. They want that purple stuff. They can't help themselves. They can't help it. They can't help it. They can't help it. Hold on, my niggas. Hold on, my niggas. In the nigga shack, it looks like a lot of demons dropped out. They can't handle real talk. They can't handle facts. They can't handle real talk. Now, here's some niggas. Here be some niggas from Nigeria. Here we go, my niggas. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She black as night. She black as night. She black. They so happy singing and dancing. These niggas so happy singing and dancing. Bless my niggas. Let's clap along with them. Let's clap along with these niggas. You go, niggas. Go, niggas. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Wearing the snowflakes on her dress. Where her kids be at? Where her kids? They love dancing. They love celebrating. The dancing in the streets. Looks like there's a white woman back there. What is going on there? Where were they celebrating? There's a Lacoste store. Is that in Paris? Nigerians celebrating maybe in Paris? Taken to the streets with their kids? Here's one of their kids. Little Niglet. Nigeria is a beautiful place with even more beautiful people. It's got the little braids in her hair. Look at these cute little kids, these little cute little Niglets here. My goodness. Beautiful people. They should have their culture. I think they should stay in their countries and develop that. Benedictus, the liar, said they're developing people. All of Africa, every country, somehow, the whole continent is just developing countries. Well, I thought they was the original countries, my brothers. Ain't they the original countries? Shouldn't they's be far ahead of us? If they's the original, if we all came out of Africa, they should be thousands of years ahead of us, my niggas. They had the head start. In Africa, why is they's developing countries? All those countries in Africa, the whole goddamn continent is behind thousands of years. They love their grape drink. I think we should let them stay there and develop. Let's let them stay there and develop. They love that purple stuff, Rose. Dave Chappelle said it. They want that purple stuff. These niggas want their purple stuff and their little niglets. These kids love that purple drink. They want that purple stuff. They want that purple stuff. I like orange. Orange, lemony. Yeah, I prefer that. I don't like that purple stuff. To be fair, though, one time, this is a true story. One time I went to a corner store and I was buying a drink and I got a couple drinks, but I noticed there was only one can of Crush grape soda left. You know that's their favorite. That's their favorite in the whole store. There was one, and I was in the hood. I was in the hood. I stopped at this corner store and I thought, yeah, I'm going to buy that. I don't even want it. I don't even want that grape drink. I don't even want that stupid grape soda, but I'm going to buy it and cause a riot because I'm going to buy the last grape drink. The last, yeah, grape drink. Yeah, that's where you got it from, but I'm going to get the last one. I'm going to take the last one out of the cooler. I took it. I bought it. I bought up the last one out of the hood. The last grape soda that they that they had during 2020, and they were desperate for it. I'm surprised it didn't start a riot. They'll chase you down the street, these niggas, for that grape drink. You buy their last grape soda, and they can't handle it. They'll hate you. They'll hate you. I did it on purpose. And I was like, look what I got. I got the last grape drink. I got the last grape soda. Look what I got. I taunted the niggas. I taunted them. I taunted them. I said, I got the last grape soda. I got the last one, fuckers. I got the last one in here. I got the last one. I got the last grape drink. I was trying to cause a riot in the hood with the grape drink. Anyone want to hop up on here? I'm going to drop the link in the chat room to join. I got the last grape soda, fuckers. I got it right here. Look what I got. Look what I got. Can't find your grape drink. I drank it. Yeah. With maybe an empty KFC bucket as well. I ate all your KFC. I ate your Popeyes, and I bought it all up. There's no more. Cause a riot. They're so addicted to that. They're just so addicted. You know what? It's fun to tease them. It's fun to tease them and taunt them. It just is. Look at these niggas here. My goodness, look at these. Look at these niggas here. Yeah. Oh, is that really Rose backstage? Let's see here. I wonder if it is.
To the other raw shop if you want.
I
Hello.
didn't realize you're coming. Hello?
Hello.
I didn't realize that Jason and Jack were going to get back so fast. They just left, but they're back. So it's actually me, Jason, and Jack in the car.
Oh, wow. Hello to Rose, Jason, and to Jack Talcott.
Yeah, interesting bunch, right? But yeah, I've been enjoying listening. You're hysterical. I love your sense of humor.
Does Jack like grape drink? I've always wondered if he likes the grape soda.
Oh, they're jumping out to walk to the other place that they were going to go instead of us driving so that I could have more time with you. Because it's not that they wanted to avoid the conversation. It's just that I'm holding my phone right up to my mouth and you wouldn't be able to hear them very well. And it wouldn't have been good content for your amazing audience. But anyway, that they interrupted me and I was all ready to come up and discuss the topic that you're covering. But the grape drink is a huge topic for me because I've heard it so many times over the years. It's a confirmed stereotype. It's not a lie. It's true that they do love the grape drink.
Absolutely. And I think I noticed when I was younger, I was like, why do blacks love purple so much, like purple clothing, especially black women, but Hank also wears purple hats, shirts. I don't see most other men wearing a lot of purple, and blacks really love purple.
It looks nice against their skin. It's a good contrast.
You think the black and purple goes well together? The dark skin with the purple?
Yeah, but so does white and purple too. So maybe they're just taking advantage of. Maybe it's just learned the same reason Jewish people like lox and bagel. There's a place here, like one place that has lox and bagel, and they charge $17 for the lox and bagel, and that's really expensive compared to other things on the menu. And I thought to myself, they know that Jewish people are really, if they're really in the mood for it, they're gonna overpay for it just to get it, and they usually give you a lot anyway. So they're profiting off of the fact that they know, just like the grape drink and black people, that the Jews love the lox and bagel. And especially when on vacation where it's like gumbo and a bunch of food that looks like poop, they're going to pay the $17 for the lox and bagel when you can make it at home for like $2 if you have it in your refrigerator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Jews from New York will buy that in a heartbeat if they're there or somewhere like that.
Yeah, you
that
get
is
it.
true. But if they did that with blacks in the hood, if they charged more for the grape drink, let's say the regular soda was like $1 and then the grape flavor was like $1.50, they wouldn't pay more. They love it, but they just steal it. They
But
wouldn't
guess
pay the
what?
extra.
You just reminded me of something. Okay. All right. Listen to this. So there was an old blacksmith place in the 1700s, the oldest building in the French Quarter that survived all the fires that have occurred. And it's become a bar called Lafitte's Bar. And the famous drink there is a purple drink that they serve in a purple cup. But it's so expensive, all you see are drunk white tourists going to Lafitte's Bar because it's a tourist trap. So it's so unfortunate because the famous purple drink is no longer accessible to the blacks of New Orleans if they want to avoid all of these annoying non-locals. How's that for irony?
Well, they would buy it if they won the lottery. The blacks would treat their whole family to that special purple cup, purple drink, whatever the price, because
No, let's
they
debate
wouldn't.
about this because I think that there's like, screw the expensive grape drink at Lafitte's and the tourists. They're fine with their own grape drink that their mamas made them when they were kids at home. They'd rather just have the grape Kool-Aid, I think, because that's how I am about nostalgia.
Yeah, they do. They do love the grape drink, the grape Kool-Aid. They love nostalgia. They love For them, it's all about hood and family. It's about what they grew up on. That is true, but maybe there might be some Negroes that are just putting their face up to the glass, and maybe it's humid and they're pushing away the condensation and staring in from the outside at that place, going, "I want that grape drink. I want that purple cup. I can't afford it, but I want it."
I think what you're saying is so funny, but why don't you look it up and put it on your screen? Like, look up Lafitte's purple drink, and then tell me if you still think that they're going to put their faces up against the glass for it. Because you deserve all of the information as an independent researcher.
Okay.
Also, look at the bar so you have the full picture of the building, and then maybe you can get all of the gay tourists that infest it and decide the pros and cons of who might go there or not.
I got the purple drank voodoo on the screen. Lafitte's Blacksmith
That's it.
Shop Bar. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually purple though, and I don't know if it tastes like grape though. They could be tricking people too. You never know. They could just be using the word purple as brainwashing for this region. This is deep.
Yeah.
You could do a whole video on this.
Well, that's a good advertising technique, because purple does tie in with voodoo as well, and with New Orleans and that region. It looks like they have some purple lights, and wow.
Click on the
What was I?
bar, like the building, and see if you could see inside, because I think there's a piano bar inside, but it's not accessible, so I haven't been inside before.
Okay, I'm looking at the bar now. I can see the outside in one picture here.
Yeah.
Looks to be the outside. The purple drink. Somebody did a review, or people review it on TripAdvisor, and then inside it looks pretty cool. I would actually go in there,
Well,
even if it's a tourist trap. I would go in there.
maybe there's a YouTube video that you could check out later, and I'm not trying to make it all about this one bar, but it is nice to see that they preserve that one building. I do love history and just thinking about people and what they were like 300 years ago in the same, like how many people have been sitting in the exact spot that I am right now is a trip to me. Have you ever think about that? Like, even when you're hiking in the forest, have you thought over the millennia, how many feet have been right where my feet are on this hiking trail? Have you ever thought of that?
I've thought of that before. I've even thought that there might have been some barefoot, what they would call Indians of a feather, not the Indians of the red dot. That's how we differentiate in Canada. We call them either Indians of a feather, or the red dot ones would be Indians from India.
Yeah.
But the barefoot, they'd be running barefoot. They wouldn't have shoes, so they'd just be running around through the woods barefoot. There's a lot of prickly stuff and a lot of poison ivy and a lot of different things here. There's even plants that are poisonous to touch, that will sting you and kind of burn your skin, give you like kind of chemical burn. They must have gone through all kinds of horrors. There's thorns, there's all kinds of wild stuff just outside the city, or even in the center of the city here in some of these trails. It can be pretty nasty. So the ones that didn't have shoes and full pants and proper clothing, it must have been horrific 300-400 years ago to hike through there.
Yeah.
Where there weren't even cleared trails with machetes and cleared properly. And it would have been bad. They would have been walking the same spot, but their feet would have been hurting massively. You know what I mean? Like, think of it that way. Can you imagine walking around, like how wild it was without shoes?
I mean,
Just barefoot?
I actually don't want to assume that they didn't.
Well, some of them had moccasins, some of the richer ones, but they hadn't even discovered the wheel yet by the time that us settlers came over, our ancestors.
But
They had nothing. They didn't have horses. They didn't have the wheel. We gave them everything.
What if you were walking barefoot for the entirety of your life in your region, and you just callous up, and they had hardened? Because like I had a tradition in my family that after dinner we always went for a walk around the block barefoot, which sounds horrifying today because you'd think like today, how do you know there's not like some like needle from a bum? But like it was a nice
Oh yeah.
neighborhood. So I mean, I just remember that when we'd be walking around, every now and then something like prickly might get on my foot, like from a tree, and like the idea was it makes your feet stronger. So I don't know.
Well, as a kid, I remember I was I grew up at a summertime. My mom was a teacher, so she had 3 months off for summer, essentially, just the same as we did as kids.
That's
And we had a
awesome. You're
cottage.
so lucky.
We'd be
You're
at a
so lucky
beach
you
and
got to
stuff.
have that.
Yeah, so I grew up that way, and we had a cottage on the water, but went right to
Aw.
one of the Great Lakes, and we had boats and beaches and all that sort of stuff. But if you ever step on glass or something sharp at the beach, I mean, one time it would take a lot to build calluses up. But then if you did have calloused feet, it just would never be comfortable walking on those calluses. Because like if you've ever had a callus on your fingertip, it's similar on the bottom of your feet. It's just not
Good
comfortable.
point.
Like
Good
yeah.
point. Because when I used to box, you'd wrap your hands and then put your hands in the glove, and if you do it wrong, even just for a couple hours, punch.
Oh, your sound cut out. Are you still there? Oh, it looks like you dropped off. She's gonna have to reconnect. Damn it. I'll post the link again. Oh, she's back. Okay, good.
What
Hey,
happened?
you just got disconnected,
How
I
long was
guess.
I gone for? How long was
I
Lesson
would say
Week?
about 30 seconds or more.
Crap. So I missed 30 seconds of whatever you were saying.
Yeah, you were saying something about calluses and boxing, wrapping your
Oh,
hand, and then it
just that
cut out.
you're totally right. I was saying you're totally right. Calluses are not comfortable, even though it seems like it's creating like a buffer. But yeah, I guess I just forgot what it was like to have a callus in general. And
I just had one actually, and I got rid of it. I kind of, in a sense, picked away at it until I picked it off of
mhm.
my fingertip, my thumb. I had a callus on the very tip of my thumb, right almost under the nail, and then the most sensitive part, because I kept pressing on something. I was trying to work with something with
Yeah.
knives, and I built up a callus after a few weeks of doing that. And I didn't like the feeling of it. I was like, I hope I can get rid of this because it's going to interfere with my drawing, the way I hold pens and stuff. It just was uncomfortable and awkward. It's like I was always noticing it was there. Whereas your other hand, you don't think about it. My left hand, I had no calluses on it. So it feels normal. But I just kept noticing the feel of that callus and I hated it. And I
I'm glad
started
you ripped it
picking
off.
away at it. Yeah. And I
Yeah,
took it
rip it
off.
off. It's
Yeah.
the
I ripped it off. So
dermatologists are such idiots. They always want to put these creams on everything, and it's such a scam because it's just like clogging the pore. And I remember that people are always talking about, oh, you got to get your skin checked in case it's cancer, and like if you need a special like doctor to do an extraction, when all you can do is just like look at your body and use your intuition, and if your body is telling you like dig into the remove the thing, like it's not rocket science. People have been brainwashed to think that these white coats are always going to know how to help you, and usually they're just fucking you up more and saying that things need to be biopsied and tested just to make money. Sorry for the rant. I'm preaching to the choir. I'm so sorry. You have the smartest
yeah.
head.
Oh, it's okay. I'm an intuitive being, so I just thought I don't like this, and I ripped it off. And I know most people
Yeah,
would say, "Well, I don't like this. I'm going to look and do this, or do that, or buy this, or go here." I just got rid of it, and it's basically 99% back to the way it was.
exactly, common sense. That's why I call you King Stephen. When other people are like, why do you acknowledge the King Stephen, why don't you just call him Stephen? It's like, because I get him. because he is the master of his universe and he creates his reality. And just like me, I don't accept all of these rules and these social norms where like you're supposed to trust people and get things, checked out by another human that doesn't know your body better than you. No, King Stephen knows his own domain.
Yes, exactly. You know, it's funny in the panel verse with Paul and some of these other ones, they won't call themselves sovereign citizens, but they are part of that whole movement to remove their plates, drive without plates. And I know it goes beyond that, but they don't even do that for the most part. They have people driving them around. O'Shea uses his car as storage. He said they don't actually drive all around every day without plates. They're kind of LARPing as, hey, we're rebels and radicals. But the funny thing is, they come out of a sovereign citizen movement, or what's known as a movement, and they'll look at me going, "Oh, he calls himself a king. He calls himself King Stephen." Well, king is a sovereign, dummies. I'm a sovereign being. I'm leading the way with the way that I actually live my life, rather than these creatures that LARP as sovereign citizens, sits. It's hilarious. They don't even know what the king even embodies spiritually and what it means, like the symbolism of what I'm doing. They're just clueless. And that's why I call them low IQers and pissants and peasants and dumbasses and everything else. Because they are. I mean, they claim they're part of a sovereign citizen movement, and then they'll be like, why does he call himself a king? They don't even know what a king means. They're just
Exactly.
clueless.
That's why it's so funny to me. And I think it's ridiculous. It's ironic because a lot of these people who got into the sovereign citizen so-called freedom movement that you see in the panel verse is because they're following people who listen to Mark Passio. And Mark Passio gave the definition of things like anarchy, which means without rulers, and then sovereign, which means self-autonomy, being the king of yourself. So they're promoting this guy. All of their worldview is based on those foundational ideas. And you're just using the English version instead of the Latin version. And they think that you're anything different than the people that they worship, who aren't even perfect themselves. I'm sure you've recognized the pros and cons of the way that Mark Passio does his teachings and limitations based on ego. And so, I mean, they get tribal about these people and then they parrot their words instead of actually thinking for themselves and having such a holistic comprehension that they can have just an easygoing conversation like you and I are having. It's bizarre to me, but we have to remember that unfortunately, people who are critical thinkers, who are intelligent, it's just few and far between, which is why it's so important that people like us find each other so that we can stay sane and laugh together.
It's extremely rare. I agree. I looked into Passio years ago, and I watched like many years ago, I watched all of his stuff at the time. I don't watch his channel anymore. It's been probably 5, 6+ years, maybe longer than that. But he's been around forever. He has had his "What in the World is Happening." He's done videos on natural law, feminism. I watched all of his old stuff many years ago, but I realized this guy's satanic. He didn't just belong to the Church of Satan with LaVey. I don't think he ever truly left. And that's what a lot of his fans would never consider, that, oh, well, Mark says he quit. Well, you're trusting a Satanist to his word. How much does his word mean when the guy still behaves like he's satanic? He's still full of rage every day. Is his rage ever going to go away?
Right.
He's satanic in the way he views the world. He has natural law. He's an angry little vegan. He looks like a skeleton these days. Like I'd love to arm wrestle the guy. If he wants to put down $1,000, I'll put down 1,000 and say, Mark, use both arms against me. I don't think you could move my arm. The guy's a weakling. He acts like he's tough. He does Freemasonic handshakes. He's had a compass and square. I pointed out in one of his videos that he removed years ago, when I pointed out saying, Mark, are you a Freemason? Like, what's going on here? There's a lot of signs that you're a Freemason.
He talks about the symbolism that Freemason uses, and then I was influenced by his promotion of the idea of light Freemasonry, in a sense that you're looking at the allegorical story of Hiram Abiff and his transformation in the same way there's Odin and Jesus. And so I was looking at that as an astrotheological comparative world religion idea. But you're absolutely right. I couldn't agree with you more. before, that what his hubris, his downfall, when he was starting to build momentum all those years ago, when he did the 2013 natural law seminar. It's like a 9-hour video. So the people who were meant to see it at the time sat through 9 hours. Not everyone's going to do that. And it changed a lot of people's lives. But then his ego, and he wanted to be in charge and the leader of this movement. And so then he's like trying to build carbon copies of himself. And at one point, I took what he said to heart, and he's like, everyone needs to be teaching this knowledge using their own aesthetic. And I feel like that's what I've done, and I feel like that's what you've done. But then he's got this cult following and his own platform, and if people aren't supporting him and donating to him, then it's almost like he's going to put them down, like they're not on the right team, when really there's room for everyone to be successful content creators, and you should be more open to networking with like-minded individuals. Instead, it's more like he wants to be in a club that he's in charge of, and he's not doing a good job of vetting out the content creators. I'm sorry to keep rambling, but this is the last thing I'm going to say. There are people on his One Great Work Network platform that are obviously evil demons. I would love to make fun of them with you. And satanic, and like I said, the self-preservation, the ego, these are all tenets of Satanism that he taught. So I don't know how people can't see that, just like what we're talking about with all these other characters. How can people not see what a joke it is?
Yeah, with Passio, I'll just tell people he put out some good work many years ago, whether it was 8, 10, whatever it was years ago. And I would agree with that. He has done some good work. But then people will make him into a god, saying, well, you can't be critical of him because didn't he do some good work? It's like, yeah, he did. But what about the rest? What about his attitude? What about the fact that he says light and dark Freemasonry? I think he's a literal Freemason. I don't think it's just him trying to use it as an allegory or as a teaching mechanism. Here's the light Freemasonry. Here's the dark occultist stuff. I think he is a Freemason. I think he's a lodge attending Freemason. I've seen him use the handshakes on video, including videos that I mentioned it, and he took it down years ago. And I was just like, well, the guy's afraid to just come out and admit that he's a practicing Freemason. He is an occultist. He is in the occult. He talks about the occult. He talks about secret societies. He talks about being a quote unquote former satanic priest with LaVey's Church of Satan. But I think he's currently still involved in all of that stuff. And anyway, I just think that there's a lot wrong with Passio. He's got a lot of vegan anger, a lot of vegan rage. I think it would do well for him to eat some animal products, some eggs, or some something with B12. He might even be headed towards B12 deficiency psychosis. I can't diagnose him, but there's long-term with a lot of people effects of veganism. And the guy looks like a skeleton. He just doesn't look healthy. He looks not only scrawny, he looks like he's being affected with a vitamin deficiency. But anyway, I don't trust Mark Passio. He's full of rage after all this time. He's very bitter. And I have a lot of major disagreements, even just philosophically, excuse me, and spiritually with him, where he says he will reincarnate back here to Earth forever until slavery on Earth ends.
Well, that's like a bodhisattva, which you'll be here forever. He just cursed himself forever.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dumbest thing ever. I mean, it's just ridiculous when people do that type of stuff. It's so ridiculous. It's like, I don't understand that mindset. Can they not see how this place operates? No one that has come here, and this includes Christians, they could be believers in Jesus Christ. They could be believers in oh, did you get disconnected?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I was saying that he cursed himself forever and then got disconnected. He cursed himself forever was my response to what you said, but then I got cut off, and I don't want to cut off whatever you said when I disappeared.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, he did, and it's completely unwise to follow Mark Passio and do what he did, because he doesn't look at the realm. He doesn't actually look at this place. There's so many examples. You can look at Christianity and say, well, did Jesus Christ come here, fix and change this world? No. It's still just as evil, if not, I would argue, more evil than if Jesus was a real man, real Messiah, real. Even if you believe, I don't believe this, but if people want to believe that he was a real son of God, whatever, he didn't change this or eliminate or stop evil. It's just as evil today, 2025 years later, if not, I would argue, more so than in his times. So if Jesus Christ coming here couldn't fix this realm, Mark Passio believes that he can. Buddha didn't fix this realm or change things. None of them did. You could say Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus, whatever you want to, prophet you want to put in there, whatever man, whatever genius, you can't fix it because it's not broken. It's designed to be this way, just like no one can fix nature. Now, is nature pretty? A lot of places? Yes. I've been to, Southern California, San Diego, various places in the States, mountain regions, Washington State, Vancouver, BC. There's, the oceans, the mountains. You have all variety. There's lots of beautiful places. Mexico, Cancun, from beaches to mountains to oceans to whatever, forests. There are pretty spots, Great Lake region. There's lots of pretty places, but is nature brutal? Yes. Has anyone been able to really, quote unquote, fix nature or tame it so that it isn't brutal? No, no one has yet. If I went out in the woods and I scratched myself by accident hiking against some tree bark and it bled enough and I stopped the bleeding but didn't have anything to put on it, no peroxide, no antibiotics, no little whatever cream, nothing, and just tried to treat it with whatever I had. And if I was going to be out in the woods for months, somewhere isolated, you can die from that. Doesn't mean you will, but you can. That's the thing. Bacteria, infection, you can get gangrene. You could end up losing your hand or your arm or wherever you got scratched. That's reality. That's how brutal nature can be. You can get parasites. You can die just from drinking water if you don't boil it long enough or treat it. You have to be careful in nature because we're not exactly bulletproof. And we're designed in these bodies to be that way. It's just about being honest and realistic. Does that mean I don't like hiking? No, I love hiking. But is it dangerous? Yes. Nature is by the you want to you'd say the nature of its design is brutal and dangerous. Earthquakes, tornadoes, thunderstorms, lightning, tree gets struck or wind comes down and a widowmaker tree falls on your tent and you're crushed, or it falls across your legs and your legs are broken or your back's broken. I mean, this happens all the time to people. There's animal attacks. There's all sorts of things. We don't just experience it day to day when we were living in a city somewhere. We're not seeing it. But if you could zoom out to 1,000,000 miles away from Earth and have this view of everything happening, you'd be like, fuck, it's brutal. Life's eating life. Everything's eating each other there to survive. You'd get a different perspective of what nature actually is. Again, can it be beautiful and pretty and lovely in the sunshine? And I love all of that. I grew up at the beach. I grew up sun tanning and boating and water skiing and kneeboarding and I did all that stuff, swimming out on the Great Lakes, miles from shore, going out boating. I love doing all that stuff. So the people that say, well, you don't know nature. Oh, I do. I've been to mountains, Great Lakes, the oceans, across Canada, across America, north to south, east to west. I've seen lots.
And you've studied alchemy. And you understand a lot more about nature than most people even comprehend nature represents.
Yes, but most people in the panelverse just want to yap about each other. Like Landry was saying the other night, and that's what they do,
I'd like to respond to what you said about Mark Passio. I couldn't agree more. And the way I want to respond is from a perspective of a real student of his from back in the day when he was putting out good content. Since you consumed the same content that I did, I'm going to respond to what you said as if Mark Passio was sitting right here and listening to me. And then I want you to tell me if I'm doing a better job of talking like Mark Passio than Mark Passio acts today. So Mark would say that no one should be overly skeptical or overly naive and not let emotion go into it and be able to hold an idea in their mind without it triggering them so that they can have proper discernment. So when we talk about Mark Passio and what he taught versus Mark Passio and how he behaves, then using one's discernment without having cognitive dissonance or appreciating him for the way that he helped us in the past to learn like the 101 stuff, you still have to be able to accept the behaviors. So in response to the allegations that you made, while I don't have personal firsthand observation or proof, there is proof in the pudding on how people behave. And like I said before, if you tap into your intuition, you can get a feeling for people and how if they're damaged, they're more likely to be falling to the temptation of being influenced by dark forces. I don't know how how would you would grade me on that response to what you said.
Uh, I think you did fairly well. I would say Mark Passio does come across as damaged, angry. He's holding on to emotional baggage for years and years and years. And that said, I would love to have him on here. He's welcome, and he's been invited, by the way, for people that haven't heard this before. As have others been invited here. Mark Devlin has been invited, Mark Passio, Eric Dubay, Tony Sayers, Howdy McCoskey. There's lots of people with YouTube channels that have been directly invited here by email or tagged on my community posts with invitations saying, hey, I'd like to have a conversation with you. If you're interested in coming on my show live as a guest, we'd love to have you. And my invitations are always cordial. And I noticed that on YouTube, it's a bunch of, I would call the ones that call themselves truthers or truth speakers, part of the truth movement, are some of the biggest cowards that I've ever seen, because it usually takes coaxing and coaxing and coaxing, and they're afraid to come on my channel, but they'll go elsewhere for softball questions or different places that seem to be very controlled in the way that they're not going to ask them any tough questions. And yeah, Mark Passio could come on here. I wouldn't talk about his whatever clothing he's wearing. He doesn't have to go on camera. He was famous for saying, it doesn't matter what my shirt is, my hat, how I look, how long my hair is. I don't care about any of that, to be honest. I don't care how he looks. He can be vegan. He can be skinny. He could be on here and be emotional and raging if he wants to. I'd just love to have a conversation and see if he has the guts to come on. And most of them do not, if they're invited for years, multiple times over the years. And again, this is a huge pattern where I've invited these a whole bunch of people here, and a lot of people on my channel will say, well, I thought they were interested in truth. Shouldn't they love to have a conversation about all these topics with you? They're afraid to come on here because I'm different from the club that they're in. They're kind of stick to the YouTube talk show circuit where it's safe, where they can go to certain channels and realize he's one of us. They talk in private. They might discuss the questions ahead of time. I don't do any of that. With me, it's all organic, spontaneous conversation. I'm not owned. I'm not controlled. I'm not scripted. I'm not a Freemason. I'm not in any of their groups. I'm not in any of their Discord groups, channels. I'm not friends with them. I'm a total outsider, and I do think that they're afraid to come on here. That Benedict guy came on the other night. Sorry for ranting so much, but he was on here a few nights ago, and it took almost a full year of basically coaxing and pressuring him. And he felt like he had been bashed so many times. He finally showed up here, and all he did was expose himself to be a liar and a dodger of questions, even simple questions like, do you live in South Africa? How old are you? Like, I didn't even need to know his exact age, but it's like pulling teeth to get him to say 32. So yes, I live in South Africa. It took so long to get anything out of him. Basic, simple answers. And if you're a real truth speaker, it shouldn't be difficult unless you say, hey, that's private information. I just don't release that, or answer something. But he would just change the topic. And he's just so dodgy and deflecting. They show what they are, is what I'm getting at. And just one more thing I want to say about Passio is with the natural law stuff and the non-aggression principle and anarchy, it doesn't work in a world of demons that don't respect that. It's like me saying, I'm a non-violent man. I just want to live on my own. And then I got these hood rat niggas living all around me that want to do me harm. Well, they are violent, even if I'm for a non-aggression principle. They will be violent. And then I'm outnumbered. So then what do? That's why anarchism never truly works, because we are vastly outnumbered by violent demonic creatures that don't care about principles like a non-aggression principle or principles at all. Moral compass, morals, ethics, principles, they don't care. They will just harm you and gang up on you. And that's what would happen to it. Let's say there was a small country the size of maybe Jamaica or an island or something that was totally anarchist, non-aggression principle, living together, communally working with each other. They'd just be, somebody would come along, some evil group would say, we're taking this island, fuck them. And they'll just go there and take it with arms and outnumber them and swarm them and just seize it. That's the way this realm actually works. So I think anarchy is just kind of idealism, unfortunately. And I was someone that many, many, many years ago did tend to agree with the principles of it in principle. But I saw how it doesn't work in this realm because of the nature of the realm that we're in and the beings that vastly outnumber us. Millions to one is what I'm talking about. It's not just, 10 people can come along. It could be 1 million that could come along and say, we want your shit. This is our land. And they'll just kill you for it. That's the reality of this realm that people don't want to face, that are anarchists with non-aggression principle. If you see what I'm saying. Oh, Rose, it looks like got disconnected. Shit. What do you think in the chat? Hopefully Rose comes back. What do you all think in the chat room? Do you think that the non-aggression principle and anarchy can work? No rulers, no masters. Be independent with your own land. Self-sustaining as possible. How can that work, though, when they'll just take what you have? If you develop, some land and you're growing food and cattle and shit hits the fan and you don't have enough weapons or whatever people to defend yourself, they'll take your land, they'll take the buildings. You might have built a castle or a tower or beautiful places. You could fabulous architecture. You could have had a dream home, and they'll just fucking take it, kill you. And even if they kill you in your own house, they'll just live there with the blood still on the floor. That's how brutal this realm is. It's unfortunate, but it's true. So you have to be, it's almost like living in South Africa. You could be living in South Africa as a wealthy farmer where you worked and worked and worked. And it was generations. Your grandfather and grandmother worked a farm and you built a homestead and you have multiple houses, let's say, and you worked and you have these nice places that you built a very nice property and a nice farm, and you have buildings and some vehicles. You have stuff that's quality. And from the outside, it looks like you're wealthy, but 3 generations of you, Boers, as they call them, the Dutch farmers, worked, and they're blonde-haired, and they have, let's say, blonde-haired women and sons, and they worked and worked and worked and toiled, and they built walls and fences, and they have security, and the niggas get through the security, and they just kill you in your chair. This is what's happened if you look into what's happened in South Africa to the farmers, the white farmers. They're being murdered and murdered and murdered just for being white and for being hard workers and successful. And they're armed and they have security, and a lot of them have dogs and they have walls and barbed wire and they have fences and they have this and they have that. And the niggas will still try to get in just to kill you, even if they can't take your stuff and own it. They just, out of envy and jealousy, will break in and do anything to torture you and murder you. Okay? So it can't work here. Yes, Ren, you really nailed it. Thank you. Passio's extremely dysregulated, always after money. Shadow Satanist, I agree. That's what I was talking about earlier. He doesn't acknowledge the bigger picture. He misleads, and anarchy cannot work here. 100%. Now, do I wish it could? Part of me does, because I've always felt that way. I've always felt like an outsider. I'm against government. I'm kind of a dissident. I'm a rebel. But it doesn't work. He doesn't mention. He'll call natural law and let on it's all balanced. It isn't, though. It isn't. He won't recognize racial differences. He won't speak about the way nature's designed to be brutal, not just beautiful. He doesn't acknowledge a lot. He leaves out, Passio leaves out 80% of the truth. If not more. He doesn't say the whole picture. He doesn't give the whole picture. And I agree with RI as well. Passio never addresses the design of the realm in his work, so natural law is not a viable solution. I agree. And if he came on here, I wouldn't focus on Freemasonry, but I would ask him some questions about Freemasonry. I would say, hey, Mark, are you a Freemason? Are you a light side Freemason? Maybe I'd phrase it that way. Yeah, he stopped short. They almost always do. But how's he going to go all the way and make a living? Like, he's, again, tied to money. So money dictates what Mark will say or won't say on YouTube and in his meetings, conferences. Money's a huge factor. Because he would be, even if he's aware, I don't know if he is or not, but if he was, he'd say, oh, I can't talk about that because if there's no fixing it, what am I going to talk about day after day, week after week, year after year? That would limit him. He'd be like, well, what am I going to do? I don't have solutions. And I keep telling people, I've told people for years and years, we can fix this. They just need to get up off their asses and do this and do that. So how's he going to say that he's made a living for all these years telling people you can fix it and then come clean and say you can't fix this realm? It's designed this way. So he's not going to do it. It's not going to cut off his gravy train. He won't do it. Looks like we have Mark P, a fake Mark Passio, in the backstage. It's probably a little obsessed little troll coming on. Hello. Is it one of the little obsessed trolls? Yeah, it's the same guy that's obsessed that's going to be sealed in this realm. I figured it was him. As soon as I'm live, he's always watching. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here. You're just obsessively looking to come on here. You're not welcome here. You're garbage.
Steve, you're wrong about...
I'm not wrong about anything. You're garbage, aren't you? He's a fan of London McDouchebag. He claims that this is a crater Earth. What a loser. What a loser. Goodbye, shithead. Hello, Ren. Good to see you. And thanks for your comment earlier. Yes, I did see some of it, not the whole thing, but they're perfect together. Passio and the Grapist, Jason Braziers from Archaics, they're both cowards. Mark is a coward. Mark won't come here and do an interview or a conversation. Neither would Jason. Jason from Archaics was invited here. Both Mark and Jason from Archaics were invited. Both cowards. You have to wonder why, or you should wonder, why so many that call themselves truthers are cowards. Cowards, just cowards, just cowards. Cowardly little fools. That's what they are. Also, they don't present something that works in reality. Mark Passio, let's hypothetically say, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Just, I'm not saying you actually have to believe this, but hypothetically, let's say that he really did leave Satanism, that he's no longer satanic whatsoever, not just with the church, but in his views, the way he views people. He tends to view people as absolute shit. He seems to hate humanity. I don't think Mark Passio has love in his heart. I think he hates humanity. I think he is satanic. But let's say he wasn't. His model doesn't work for reality. You can't put it to practice and say, we're going to buy some land here and do this, and it will work, and it will long term, it will work. We'll build a society that will be there 200, 300, 400, 500 years from now, where it won't be overtaken in the next 50 years or less. It doesn't work because you can't guard it and protect it. You're in an evil place. So it's utopian, wishful thinking at best. It isn't realistic. It doesn't work. The little demon just loves to harass. Why don't you go away? Go somewhere else. You're not welcome here. But you're going to be sealed in this realm. That's where you belong. Imagine being that pathetic and just waiting for somebody to go live and post a link to try to harass them. What a loser. He's obsessed with me. Totally obsessed. Go over to London's. Watch your Crater Earth shit. That's where you should go. You're not welcome here. I don't want you. I don't want you around. You're just a harassing little fucking troll. That's all you are. Well, it's not just building something that will last. You're still kind of missing the point, unfortunately. Building an anarchist society, city, island, whatever, it will just be overtaken. That's what I'm talking about. It's not just about nothing lasting. Evil will just overtake you. The New World Order is not going to sit there that runs the whole world going, okay, Mark, you can have that island to run your anarchy island that's in direct opposition of what we want. That's what I'm speaking about. It's bigger than just nothing lasts in this realm. They'll just take you out. They don't even need to come there and storm the beaches with guns. Just spray you from above. That's all they have to do. It's not hard. You're in an evil fucking realm. This is something that I still have to keep mentioning because people just don't want to face it. You think they're just going to let you build a little paradise somewhere in hell realm and go, okay, we got to leave them alone. They found a little area to live. They're just like, it's idealistic utopian thinking that people are stuck in. And that's why I know people are still not ready to leave here. They're not on the level of realizing where they are, including people on my channel. They're still not totally realizing that they won't just leave you alone. I encourage you, go build land, go become a prepper. But if shit hits the fan and the ones that have money go into bunkers, they'll just spray the shit out of you. You'll be saying, I can grow my own food. Yeah, so they can spray the sky with drones. I've gone over this before multiple times. and it makes sense. I don't just expect you to hear it and believe it. Just think about it. That's what I want you to do. Think about it and say, does what Stephen's saying make sense? The largest militaries in the world, they control all of the world's resources and military. Jets, bombs, sprays. And they're just going to leave you alone because you want to start an anarchist country of your own? Are you delusional? Does anyone want to believe? Does anyone want to follow Mark Passio, by the way? If you're in the wrong place, I'll help you out. I'm not kidding about this. There are people that somehow believe that I'm kidding when I talk this way, but I'm not kidding. I will help you find Mark Passio because I think some people might belong there. You might have to spend a long time wading through the sewers on YouTube before you realize, oh, I was deluding myself with shit. My channel isn't for everyone. My channel's for ones that can think and want to look at reality and say what will work and what doesn't work. There's a link to Mark Passio's channel. Do I think he'll lead you to freedom? No. I think he'll lead you to more slavery and more delusion. That's what I think. And I've made long videos exposing Mark Passio. Of course, his fanboys don't like those videos, but they exist. So Mark Passio has said he vows to reincarnate, to return here as many times as needed until there's no longer slavery, any type, not just physical, but any slavery happening here. Well, then you'll be here forever. Good job. It's exactly what this demonic hell realm wants for all of you. So Mark Passio has hundreds of thousands of people following him, and he's leading you to be recycled and degraded here spiritually forever. Good job. And what his fanboys do is go, Mark's smart, Mark's passionate, Mark's this, Mark's that. Mark is a fucking pussy. He's a coward. He wouldn't do shit face to face against me in person. He's a little wimp, and he won't even come here to face me and have a conversation. He's too scared. That's reality. He's a pussy in person, and he is on here as well. That's reality. He's a scrawny, weak little vegan that looks like a corpse. And his fanboys somehow have the idea that he's tough. He must have little incels for fanboys. And that's what I deal with on YouTube, is people that are fucking delusional. Delusional. So you want to follow him, and I'll show you again the destination. Here's where he's leading you. Take a good fucking look at the screen. Just take another spin in the bin and see what you get. Reincarnation. Round and round you go with the arrows, recycled over and over and over and over again, and degraded each lifetime until there's nothing left of you, until you're eaten by the system. And somehow you think that's smart? There's people that are probably tuned in right now, maybe at 2, 3 people that think, well, Mark's smart. Mark Passio's smart. Go get fucking recycled then. Hop in the bin. It's your choice. You don't have to listen to what I'm saying. Go follow his link. I posted it for you in the chat room. I don't want you here. To that little obsessed troll, go to Passio's channel. Go get recycled. I don't want you. I don't care if you get recycled. You're someone that's told you're not welcome here. Go away. Go get recycled. Go get what you deserve. So earlier I did a little search on YouTube for El Diablo Radio, and this came up one day ago, the critique. Another anonymous person using AI. It seems very lazy. I'm going to play this Ian short first because I like this one. Play this.
You are that. You know?
you know.
Whether you're against this so-called evil character and you're aware of it in the story and you subscribe to it, you're in that same character. You are Yalda Boath. You know, you are the creator of the material realm. You are the devil.
He just said you are the devil. He's blaming you. And what do most on YouTube do? Whether it's Ian, Mark Passio, Eric Dubé, whoever, they thank you for the brainwashing. Should I pay you more, sir? Should I give you more tips? More money? More shekels? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm dealing with. Mindless zombies that follow evil liars that blame you. And I try to get you out of that mindset, but most people love to stay in that mindset.
You know? So when you're not in the character, you're not playing the game. You're not concerned about characters. Only the characters are concerned about characters and this whole game going on. This is the deep truth, people. People aren't going to get it, and I get it. I understand, and I know it, you know, and I'm not concerned. It doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't.
They always blame you. Why has he been living in his car for months? He says he doesn't matter to him. Then why even make the video and say it if it doesn't matter to you? Why even make the video? You. And yes, they always blame you. And most people can't even see that pattern, or they didn't until I pointed it out hundreds of times for years. They always blame you. And a lot of YouTubers hate me because I don't blame you. You're in an inverted realm.
The core message. Welcome to the critique.
Hello.
Today we looked at a really sprawling transcript from El Diablo Radio International. It weaves together some intense stuff, socio-political commentary, very graphic true crime, conspiracy theories.
And it's all kind of held together by this idea that we're living in a demonic realm.
Exactly. So our goal here is quick, high-level, actionable feedback to boost the impact of this, well, unique work.
Right, and to do that, we need to look at the big picture first, the structure. That seems like the place to start. It's holding it back right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The core message, this idea of a demonic realm, it's really getting lost because there's just a critical lack of structural cohesion.
Mm-hmm.
It leads to these really jarring transitions, and that fractures the audience's focus. You can't stay emotionally invested.
The material tries to do way too much. It jumps abruptly between things that just don't sit well together emotionally.
Right.
So any single theme, no matter how strong, it just doesn't get a chance to sink in.
The weakness is this kind of emotional whiplash. It just destroys your focus as a listener.
Yeah. You go from this incredibly graphic, detailed account of the Christian Nome murders. I mean, torture, horrific details.
Stuff meant to provoke real moral horror.
Exactly. And then, boom, suddenly you're hearing critiques about, like, social media figures putting lard in their hair or posting about flatulence.
It's such a mismatch. That dissonance is, pretty overwhelming.
It is.
Because you switch instantly from analyzing, like, profound evil to something that feels, well, petty, like an online spat.
And it risks making the serious stuff feel sensationalized, while the feuds just seem trivial. Doesn't feel worth the listener's time after hearing about something so heavy.
Totally dilutes the authority you need to bridge topics like that.
So building on that, the suggestion is pretty clear. Commit to that primary high-level message, the demonic realm, and then segment the content. Really segment it. Use deliberate narrative transition markers.
Okay.
So if that's the argument, that the realm is demonic, then every bit of evidence, whether it's politics, true crime, conspiracy, it needs to be carefully introduced.
And framed.
Yes, explicitly framed to support that specific conclusion, not just dropped in.
I get that the author might intend the chaos itself to reflect the demonic nature. Maybe. But if the audience can't see the thread, can't follow the connection...
Right. Concrete examples. Let's say you're bringing up some niche theory from an opponent, like the rising Earth theory you mentioned.
Yeah, from a shill tuber.
Right. Don't just jump straight to insulting them or getting lost in the geometry. First, explain why this matters to the hell realm idea.
So frame it first.
Frame it first, then attack. Something like, this garbage idea is just another way the demonic realm obscures basic reality, funding idiots to push nonsense. See?
Okay, yeah, that lands differently. It positions the host as more of a curator of dark evidence, not just ranting.
Exactly. And you can apply this to the other sections too. The socio-political stuff.
Right. The demographic discussions, the Gen Z polls, the paternity fraud stats.
Absolutely. If the goal is showing societal collapse, dedicate a block to that. A cohesive section. Don't interrupt the emotional weight of the Knoxville murders with a random attack on someone's hair products.
Group the social critiques. Let the audience process the data, like that 3.7% median paternity fraud rate you mentioned. Let that sink in before you pivot to the next heavy topic.
That kind of clarity, that structure, it instantly boosts the intellectual authority.
Which actually leads us perfectly into the next big area for improvement. That's the inconsistency in the host's established persona.
Yeah, that definitely stood out. For someone positioning themselves as this moral authority, exposing greedy cockroach scams, the way the host presents themselves creates this deep internal contradiction. It's hard for an audience to square that circle.
So to really maximize that powerful message about anti-greed and genuine charity, the host's projected persona needs to be stabilized. Got to eliminate those distracting financial contradictions.
It's about aligning the King Stephen status, as it were, with the strong moral stance against begging and corruption that's also present in the material.
The weakness right now is this really jarring attempt to project simultaneously immense personal status and profound selflessness.
Yeah, the host boasts about owning, American money and Canadian money and other currencies, gold and silver and riches and artwork collections, things beyond your dreams. It's quite a list.
An incredible list. But then, immediately after that boast, there's this definitive, almost aggressive demand. No donations required or accepted here, none. Help the truly needy, not the greedy.
Right. It sends two totally competing messages at once. One is, I'm incredibly, untouchably wealthy.
And the other is, I am morally superior to anyone taking money.
And that contradiction, it risks making the host seem, untrustworthy maybe, or just boastful, or maybe confused about their own message.
Yeah, it undermines the very authority, intellectual and moral, that you need to critique others so harshly.
So the suggestion here is to stabilize that source of authority. If the goal is to be this moral voice exposing scams and championing real charity, food banks, kids, animals, then the extravagant boasting listing all the assets, it either needs to go or it needs to be tightly contextualized.
I wonder, though, if you remove the boast completely, do you lose some of that King Stephen identity? That hyperbole seems like part of the brand his audience connects with.
That's a fair point. It's a valid concern. So maybe we don't have to kill the idea of wealth, just the gratuitousness of the list.
Okay.
The host could explain the reason for having wealth without itemizing it. Let's try a concrete fix. Maybe frame the independence as proof of, intellectual insulation.
So instead of listing gold and art, say something like, I have the resources I need to speak the raw truth because I'm not beholden to shills or advertisers, or frankly, the losers begging online. Something like that?
Exactly. That shifts the focus. It's not, look how rich I am. It's look what my independence allows me to do for you, the listener.
Ah, I see. It turns the boast into an asset for the audience? Okay.
Precisely. Or, alternatively, if the host really wants to lean into that King Stephen royalty thing,
Right.
then the audience expectation shifts. A king is expected to provide for the community, right? Not just tell others where to send their money.
Interesting. So reconcile the king status with the anti-begging message. Maybe the king protects his realm from grifters?
Could be. It creates a more cohesive persona, one that champions both independence and maybe some form of community responsibility or protection. Makes the anti-begging message feel purposeful, not just self-aggrandizing.
That cohesion definitely makes the message stronger. Okay, let's move on. This might be the trickiest part, to refine the language. It's relentless, intense, extremely aggressive.
The tone is certainly, let's say, maximalist. It seems engineered for, enjoyment within a specific group, but its ability to persuade anyone outside that group is, well, it's crippled by its own volatility.
Yeah, the material really needs to calibrate its level of vitriol. Otherwise, these powerful, sometimes data-driven critiques of society get completely smothered by just generalized, ego-triggering insults.
Exactly.
There are serious, factual points in here about real societal problems. Those arguments deserve a better vehicle than just constant, generalized hatred.
I agree. The weakness is that the constant barrage of labels, demons, losers, cockroaches, piss ants, you name it, plus the extreme vulgarity, it really just functions as entertainment. The weakness is that the constant barrage of labels, demons, losers, cockroaches, piss ants, you name it, plus the extreme vulgarity, it really just functions as entertainment for the already converted.
Right.
But it fundamentally cripples any chance of persuading anyone on the fence or outside that base.
And when the language is always turned up to 11, the audience just gets numb, desensitized. You lose all sense of scale.
Mm-hmm.
Like when the host presents that detailed analysis of mandatory paternity testing, mentioning the, 6.6 million victims of fraud in the US?
Yeah, a shocking statistic.
It is, but the impact, the emotional weight of that number, it gets totally lost. It's drowned out by the noise of just generalized hate speech before and after it, especially when mixed with, racial slurs or really personal vile attacks on opponents.
So the suggestion, and this is crucial, I think, focus the attacks rigorously on ideas and actions, not just on persons.
Specificity.
Specificity is key for any kind of constructive critique, even an aggressive one. When you're throwing around things like defenses of white privilege or mocking entire groups of people, you just guarantee the material sounds volatile, not credible.
You have to protect the valuable critiques from that linguistic overload.
Yes.
But this takes discipline. How do you lower the emotional temperature without losing that critical edge? The edge the El Diablo radio audience clearly expects.
You keep the edge by being sharper, not just louder or more offensive.
Okay.
So instead of instantly calling a college student debating fatherlessness a demonic entity, or attacking how they look, the Gen Z stare, or mocking their voice,
Right.
critique their argument. Focus on the counterpoints that are actually in the source material, the existence of welfare, the stats on single-mother households before incarceration rates climbed. Attack the logic, not the person's appearance or perceived intellect.
Use the data points, like that Gen Z survey showing women prioritizing careers over marriage. Use that to drive the critique of modern feminism rather than just endless generic name-calling and personal feuds.
Exactly right. When detailing the feuds, talk about the specific points of disagreement.
Like Jaron shifting from flat earth to mainstream views?
Precisely. Cite that as the point of failure or hypocrisy. That's an intellectual critique. It's much stronger, much more persuasive than just resorting to, generic, often vile insults about their character.
The host has the data, has the argument sometimes, needs to wield them like a scalpel, maybe, not just a sledgehammer.
That's a good way to put it. A scalpel, not a sledgehammer.
Okay. Well, this has certainly been a necessary look at some extremely volatile material. Material that does contain a really fascinating, if chaotic, core idea.
It does.
So we've hit 3 critical areas for maximizing impact here. First, boosting the structural integrity using framing devices to consciously link all the evidence back to that central demonic realm thesis.
Second, harmonizing that contradictory persona, making the financial status proof of independence, maybe not just a boast that distracts.
And third, refining the tone, calibrating the vitriol to focus the critique on ideas and actions, not just getting lost in endless personal insults.
Yeah, and by segmenting the analysis better and dialing back the sheer frequency of the personal vitriol, those strong core themes, like the critique of modern relationship dynamics or the shocking scale of paternity fraud, they'll resonate much more effectively, more persuasively.
With a serious audience, yeah.
The intellectual firepower is definitely there. It just needs a more coherent vehicle to deliver it.
We strongly encourage the author to consider these actionable suggestions, perhaps refine the work, and feel free to submit it again for another critique.
Absolutely.
Until next time.
All right. So I don't know if AI lost part of the audience, but AI does not understand my sense of humor. AI is just algorithms. And it understands my humor as much as OTW or Landry or Jack Talcott or Paul the Slave or Flo Gay or Nacha. They don't understand my sense of humor, and I'm okay with that. I will do my shows, my live streams the way I want. It analyzed my live streams. My live streams are more entertainment, not 100% entertainment. But it didn't analyze my Esoterica series videos, of course. It looked at, I think, one live stream, it seems to be. It analyzed one of my live streams. That's what I think they set it up to do. I didn't set that up. Somebody else did anonymously, like usual, because they're cowards, and that's what this realm is. It's full of cowards. You're in a cowardly realm. I don't know if it's Landry's or if it's OTW's. I heard OTW has been doing this, but they love AI. OTW loves it. Landry loves it. Most of them do these days. Christopher Sedaris loves it and uses it. Most of these channels use AI for most of their content, for their live streams, for their intros, for their music, videos. Most of them are just, it's AI. There's whole channels that are just AI, and that one's AI, and there's lots of other channels with an AI voice, and the internet is turning into, in a sense, fake shit, just AI shit. So, and then AI is going to be critical. It's funny to me of authentic beings like me. And hey, if people want AI shit, it's easy to do. It doesn't take much work. Just put in a few prompts and people will be following shit. I'm going to share this channel though for you, for the people that want to go there, and go ahead, have at it. But that's what we're dealing with. People now using this because it's not much work for them to plug a few prompts in. It could be Cage. He uses AI. Most of them do. Cage, OTW, Landry, Christopher Sedaris. There's a bunch of them that use it. So it could be any of them. I have heard that it's OTW, but do I know if it's him? I don't know. But he started this channel September 19th. Obviously someone from the Panelverse, because their critiques are all on people in the Panelverse. Illumitami, Jack Talcott. Oh, Modern Men Lost Again here. Probably is OTW then. He's got a beef with Talcott and Modern Men Lost Again.
Welcome back to The Critique. We're diving into Chats with Cupcakes, episode 5. This one's a raw live stream transcripts.
Yeah.
Super high energy. Bouncing really fast between, internal community drama, then AI video workshopping, deep theories. It's got loads of interesting stuff, but structurally, it's like a marathon with no mile markers.
Right.
Let's jump right into the feedback. How can we make this chaotic energy actually actionable?
Okay, so a key challenge here, I think, is just the sheer range of content all crammed together.
Yeah.
You move, like, almost without warning from very specific personal stuff, like the issues with Tommy and BX, straight into technical production talk, maximizing viewer numbers, that kind of thing.
And then right into, analyzing the Charlie Kirk incident. Big jumps.
Exactly. And that rapid, free-flowing shift, that's really the core structural problem for the audience. The current rapid, free-flowing shifts between highly specific personal feuds, abstract philosophical debate, and technical content workshopping create a chaotic structure that prevents the audience from settling into any single topic.
It just wears people out.
That's the weakness, yeah. The viewer's focus gets exhausted when you leap so abruptly. From community figures, then suddenly you're deep into Filmora or the V3 model, and then bam, another hard turn into socio-political theory. No clear dividers. It really drains concentration.
Okay, I get the need for structure, but, doesn't this show kind of thrive on that raw, chaotic energy? If you formalize it too much, like a community check-in with a timer, won't you lose that spontaneity? That feeling that the drama with Talcott and BX is happening now?
That's a really fair point. You definitely don't want to sterilize it. But it's more about managing expectations, right? The suggestion here is to bring in some clearly defined segments, maybe timed, maybe just anchored.
Anchors, okay.
Yeah, anchors that sort of compartmentalize these different types of content. It manages what the audience expects and lets them dive deep into one thing without it just bleeding straight into the next. That's where the exhaustion really kicks in. You keep the spontaneity, but like within a container.
Ah, I see. So you give it a label, maybe a loose time boundary.
Exactly that. For instance, you could have a formal community check-in bit. Keep it tight 5-10 minutes maybe, just for the drama around those specific people.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could create a totally separate AI lab segment. That's where you do the technical workshopping. Patrick's editing ideas, which are great by the way, like the camera angles you can take when you're...
Yeah, this is OTW. OTW's name is Patrick. He's patting himself on the back. Patrick's editing ideas. This must be Patrick's fucking channel. What a loser. What a loser. Patrick's editing ideas. He praises, he plugs it in to get AI to praise himself. What an insecure loser.
Totally separate AI lab segment. That's where you do the technical workshopping. Patrick's editing ideas, which are great by the way, like the camera angles you can take when you're editing from the same scene.
Right, and the color coding stuff, yellow for OTW, red for Landry.
Exactly. Put all that in the AI lab slot. People who want the tech stuff know when to tune in for that.
And then maybe a separate abstract analysis segment, just for the bigger picture stuff, like surveillance capitalism or the Charlie Kirk discussion. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You create clear containers, and that tells the audience, hey, each of these topics is important.
Absolutely. It's about respecting the viewer's time, their attention span.
Okay, good. Let's shift gears then from structure to tone. Let's look closely at the overall vibe of the show, especially how you guys talk about yourselves and like your metrics.
Yeah, I picked up on a real pattern of defensiveness there. The material spends too much energy defending the show's existence and production style against perceived external judgment, which alienates listeners not already steeped in the community drama.
How does that actually show up?
Well, the weakness is pretty clear when the hosts keep pivoting to defend the random scheduling, saying things like, we obviously aren't very schedule-oriented people.
Right.
Or downplaying audience numbers. Focus on it right now like who cares? Or pushing back against pocket watching.
Yeah, that defensiveness, that inward focus. Often it's one person saying it, the other challenging it. It just eats up time, doesn't it? Time that could be spent on the actual content.
Exactly.
It feels like throwing a great dinner party, but spending the whole night apologizing for, I don't know, the napkins not matching, instead of letting people enjoy the food.
Perfect analogy.
So what's the fix? How do they get past that insecurity and just own it?
The suggestion is pretty fundamental, really. It's a shift in tone. You need to move from that defensive stance, that need to justify, towards just inherent confidence.
Okay.
Assume people are tuning in because the discussion itself is valuable. Your focus has got to be completely on translating those internal community things into themes anyone can relate to. The weakness is thinking you need to justify the chaos. The strength is using the chaos as, like, raw material.
Okay, so give us some concrete ways to do that, especially when they hit those points of conflict or talk about numbers.
Right. First off, just cut all the chat that minimizes viewer numbers or defends the schedule. Stop doing it.
Just stop.
Yeah. And when you do talk about community conflict, frame it differently. Think of it like a mini psychological study. Interpersonal dynamics. So instead of just reacting to hostility or whatever's in the chat, try to elevate it. Like when one host says, I just really have to get this in my head that's so important to other people because for me, I just don't.
Yeah, about the stats.
Right. Use that feeling as a launch pad. Have a deeper philosophical chat right there about, say, external metrics versus intrinsic creative drive. Don't just dismiss the metrics. Explore the tension.
Okay, so adopt that confidence about the approach, the schedule. Then they need that same kind of seriousness for their actual output, yeah? Because right now the AI content creation seems, well, it mirrors the chaotic schedule.
Precisely. There's fantastic creative energy here, loads of drive, but the material itself calls the output things like random shit and loosely made bullshit.
Referring to that Godfather clip, yeah.
Exactly. To move past generating random shit and loosely made bullshit, the creative process must reverse, prioritizing narrative scripting before visual generation.
This is kind of boring. This is a shitty critique. What else do they have here? I'm gonna move along if this one isn't any good. I don't know if I'll go for the Lumatomi one. Maybe I'll play a bit of this. Oh, it starts off with the OTW logo. Right there is the OTW logo flashed up at the beginning. So yeah, this is Patrick's for sure. 100%. It's his anonymous critique channel. Look at this. He can only get 22 subscribers. Bextra Lard can do better than that. God damn.
Okay, so the source material we looked at today is this transcript from, well, a pretty chaotic live stream. It's billed as an open presentation panel, but it spirals fast into feuds, conspiracies, and some really wild personal confessions.
Yeah, spirals is the word. And what's striking is how the most engaging bits, the things that really pop, seem almost accidental. So I think our main goal here should be figuring out how to harness that raw energy, give it some shape so it's sustainable, not just, viral noise.
Exactly. Let's dive right in then. Our first point is about rebranding and structuring the content to match audience expectations. Because right now, there's this huge gap, isn't there, between the formal name Open Presentation Panel and what it actually delivers, which is like pure, raw digital drama, personal vlogging almost.
Oh, absolutely. That disconnect is obvious from the get-go. The title suggests one thing, but where's all the heat? It's in the hosts complaining about being excommunicated. It's the random life updates like the Goodwill haul, the Puma shoe story.
The bike repair, finding a vape. Yeah.
Right. And the nonstop personal fights. That's where the audience is hooked, it seems.
And this lack of clear branding, it kind of hides what makes it compelling. They're advertising this like formal seminar, but they're actually serving up this addictive, messy reality show, which is what people are clearly tuning in for. They need to embrace the chaos.
Yeah, embrace it. So the suggestion here is pretty fundamental. A major rebranding and a structural overhaul. It's about professionalizing that chaos, Make the presentation part an actual defined segment, not this unreliable thing that just gets constantly sideswiped by drama.
Okay, I definitely see the need for the overhaul. But, here's a thought. If we professionalize it too much, do we risk smoothing out that raw edge, that high engagement they get from it being so unedited? There's a balance, right?
Absolutely, that's the key. It's not about making it sterile. It's about making it reliable. So first step, rebrand the channel. Make the title actually reflect the drama, the host's personality. Maybe use that in exile idea they talk about. That tells people up front. Conflict and personal stuff is the main course here. Presentations are maybe the side dish. Okay, so what we're looking at today is it's basically a transcript of a pretty intense online clash.
Yeah, definitely intense. It's all about exposing, well, what the speaker sees as hypocrisy and dangerous alliances, right? Focusing on things like doxing and online harassment.
Exactly. Maximalist conflict is a good way to put it. High stakes, claims about police involvement, family threats. It's heavy stuff.
It really is. And that energy, you feel it right away. But, the question is, does that sheer force actually help the argument land, or does it maybe get in the way?
That's, I think, the perfect place to start our first critique. The relentless use of really emotional, highly personalized attacks. It kind of dilutes the power of the actual accusations being made.
Right. you see it constantly in the text. Loads of generalized insults, fucking faggots, fat boy, coward, these sweeping things.
Yeah, and the threats too, like I will expose you all. It's just the volume knob is cranked to 11 the whole time.
It is. It's like the whole thing is just shouting.
So what's the effect of that? Keeping it at that peak emotional level, nonstop.
Well, the main weakness, I think, is just listener fatigue, honestly. When everything is dialed up that high, emotionally speaking, your audience just kind of stops processing the details.
They tune out?
Yeah, they tune out the really serious stuff, the alleged threats to kids, working with the police, the doxing bits, because what they hear is the speaker's rage. It becomes more about watching someone be angry than about, understanding the facts.
So it ends up hurting the credibility.
It can, yeah. Especially for anyone not already on side. It feels less like an expose and more like a performance of anger.
Okay, so if the real goal is exposure, accountability, the approach needs a major shift. It can't just be yelling. It needs to be more precise.
Surgical, exactly. So the suggestion here is really to pivot the focus. Concentrate rigorously on the actions, the documented stuff the opponents allegedly did.
And dial back the personal attacks?
Minimize them, yeah. Let the facts themselves, which are frankly pretty damning if true, carry the moral weight. The facts are the weapon here. They don't really need all that extra vitriol clouding things.
But how do you do that in the heat of the moment, when it's so emotional, so charged? Doesn't it feel like you're, letting them off easy if you're not calling them out harshly?
You anchor everything back to specifics, verifiable things.
Mm-hmm. Like what, for instance?
Well, you could try something like, Paul, okay, where's the integrity when we have records showing Snafu admitting to working with Gilbert police using that info? See?
All right, that's kind of stupid. I've had enough of that. That's all I want to see of that shit. It's just kind of dumb. Just kind of dumb. Dumb. So this video here, this short video got about 40 views in 10 or 20 minutes, and then YouTube just hit the stop button on it. Turned it off in a sense. From being viewed, it was off to a good start with views. And then they just shut it off. That's what they do.
It's disgusting and it's demonic. I'm telling you, I think these people have demons in them. And I am truly praying for them that they will see the light, but I'm not so sure it's going to happen.
I agree. They do have demons. They have diamonds. It's a demonic realm.
It's disgusting and it's demonic. I'm telling you, I think these people have demons in them. And I am truly praying for them that they will see the light, but I'm not so sure it's going to happen.
I agree. They do have demons. They have diamonds. It's a demonic realm.
It's disgusting and it's demonic. I'm telling you, I think these people have demons in them. And I am truly praying for them that they will see the light, but I'm not so sure it's going to happen.
It already is happening for the people that can't see it. It's happening now. It's happening now. And they'll take away all emotion, all passion, all excitement. People will just be gobbling up garbage. And they supported it. They're already supporting it. They're already funding it. They're funding shit channels that just use AI. People are funding the shit that some of you claim you don't want to see is being supported by the majority already, by most people everywhere. They're supporting it in movies, Netflix, AI garbage. Everywhere you look, they're supporting that shit on YouTube. So be it. You're going to be reading books that were created by algorithms and movies and whole YouTube channels. Eventually, all of YouTube, it won't even involve humans typing in prompts. That's what it will be. You'll be watching fake shit. The whole internet will be completely fake. Mission accomplished, okay? For evil. Mission accomplished when everything you watch, hear, read, etc. is fake. And that's the direction it's going. Congratulations for the people that just keep funding it and supporting it. And then you expect mercy from me? Really? I've been doing this for free for years, and I get criticized even for that. It's great. You're not going to have an internet. And then people say, well, how am I going to, if I get recycled, Stephen, how am I going to figure things out in my next lifetime after I don't remember any of this? Good luck. Good luck. You don't want to learn now. So good luck. Laugh it off. Mock it. Mock what I'm doing here. That's all you have to do. It's easy. It's a lot easier to mock than it is to look, learn, listen, investigate, do research, ponder things. Just mock what I'm doing. That's all to do. It's easy. Do what's easy. You know you want. You know most people want to. They want to do what's easy. They don't actually want out of this place. Most people want to do what's easy. And they show it all the time. The viewers drop down to 13 now. Around 10 or more people left. As soon as they're called out as demons, they flee. They don't like that. My new poll drove away a whole bunch. Goodbye to the lurking demons. They didn't like that. They didn't have an option that they wanted in the poll. They got driven away. They got driven away again. I love it. I'm going to have fun doing my show. I don't care who shows up. If you don't want to show up, or if you want to use AI to criticize me or whatever, but I'm an authentic being. If you want to follow garbage content, there's plenty of it on YouTube for people to follow. We dropped down even more. Now it's 10 viewers. And that's the way it is. It's fantastic. I'll filter out everyone till all the cockroaches and piss ants are gone. Bad if it makes you think, wow, I can't. Only 235 views in 2 days. It should have many more than that. It should have many more than that. I am a mad Viking. I make no apologies for that. I am who I am. I am what I am. This video is about war. War. You like the sounds of that? Battle. War. Divisions. Loyalty and betrayal. That's what this is about. It isn't just this video. It's what this whole thing is about. What do I mean? What do I mean by this whole thing? I mean where you are. A lot in this realm have no idea how important loyalty is, how rare it is. There will be divisions. People say they fear divisions, or don't let this divide us or this divide us. Swords do divide. You take a sword, you can cut right through an arm or a leg or a side of beef. The sharp sword. They divide. A sword divides. I came to bring a sword, and I carry a sword. And I do have swords. I do. You should see them. They're gorgeous. They're beautiful. They're remarkable. I do have swords. Gonna jump in here. Current subscribers on El Diablo Radio International channel, 494. We're getting closer to 500. And it's a fairly new channel. It's a fairly new channel, started months ago. Almost at 500 subs. 63 new subscribers in the last 28 days. Does Jack Talcott's channel get 60 plus new subs a month? Does Modern Men? Does OTW? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And the numbers do, in a sense, matter. Some people say the numbers don't matter, Stephen, if you're reaching one person. Well, then again, you're not working day and night to reach one new person. I do need results because I don't do things for no results. I'm not like that. So the people that are that way, wired that way, you should zip the lips and say, I'm not going to say that. That sounds insulting and stupid. I'm not going to tell Stephen if you reach one person and spew an empty cliche that's mindless, that's programmed into me. I'm not going to do that to him. I'm going to think before I speak. I'm not going to spew nonsense because some of you are still like robots. You spew out programming, and that's what it is. It's programming. You might as well be a beauty contestant saying, if I reach one person in the world, it matters. Spare me. Spare me that stupid shit. World peace. It's just empty. You should think before you speak. That's what I want. So this is a good sign. 63 new subscribers. See that plus 63? It's up 63 subs in the last 28 days. I'm going up, 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 up. I don't do things to fail, fail, fail like this realm. Okay, I'm trying to show you something here. But you got to pay attention. I'm here to make a difference. I'm not speaking day and night to reach no one. Okay? I'm not like that. That's what losers do in this realm. They do shit that makes no impact. They do shit that is never going to work. They pour their energy into things that will never make a difference. I don't do that. I don't waste my time, my mind, my energy, and my spirit. Like many do in this hell realm. They'll pour all of their energy into shit that will never work. Okay? And I don't do that. And I'm trying to show you something. But I don't know if you'll get what I mean. I don't know if you will. You got to pay attention, though, to be able to do it. Now, why do I keep saying pay attention in recent months? Because I know after doing this for years, most on YouTube don't pay attention. There's no sign that they are paying attention and able to have a conversation, an intelligent conversation live with me about the things that I share here, things I show, the things I speak about. If you were paying attention and retaining some of it, you'd be able to converse about it intelligently. Now, there aren't too many. There's maybe a couple dozen, might be 25, 30, maybe 40, maybe out of the entire internet that pay attention enough to be able to have a conversation potentially with me about these topics. So that means the majority of people aren't paying enough attention. That's how I know. I observe what's going on. And a lot of people will say, his channel just bashes people. It just name calls. And they misrepresent me that way. So they're not honest. They're not genuine. And they're disingenuous. They're misrepresenting me. And they're not paying attention. They're not here watching and going, oh, he actually does share things that are spiritual and esoterica. They don't do it. So anyway, if you want to watch the rest of that video, you're going to have to go on the Sanity Machine channel and watch that video, my newest in my Esoterica series, And I recommend, I know this will sound weird to some of you tuned in, but I recommend watching the whole series. Can you imagine that? Watching the whole series. Spending your time and energy watching something that will help you instead of filling your head up with garbage and shit and programming. Can you imagine doing that? Doing something that radical? Imagine doing that. Watching my esoteric series, the whole playlist. There's 113 videos now in that series on the Sanity Machine, and there's more videos on El Diablo, and I believe there's also some more on my Odyssey channels, the Sanity Machine. So all in all, it's probably closer to 150. It's probably somewhere over 125, maybe between 125 and 150. But just in that one playlist, there's 113 videos in one spot, Esoterica series. In other words, I've made well over 100 videos trying to help you spiritually. It's not name calling people. It's not all the stuff that these lying asshole demons try to paint me as. I'm trying to help you, but you got to watch those videos. And I don't think many of you have. My core audience has, my mods and regulars, but the thousands that come to my channel day after day, day by day, I get thousands of views. Do I think thousands and thousands of people are watching those videos? No, they're not. They're interested in drama and entertainment. That's what they're interested in. Okay? That's reality. And all of the evidence points to that happening. So there you go. What is the Esoterica series about? It's spiritual wisdom trying to help you. I think you're foolish not to watch it. I highly recommend watching every video in that series. I can't make you do that, but you only hurt yourself by not doing that. And no, I'm not going to just keep playing them here because a lot of my core audience has already seen them on their own. You're going to have to go on your own and watch them, not during my live streams. You're going to have to make a conscious choice on your own to watch them. Look at this Mark Passio channel. He has only 204 videos and 183,000 subs. He's promoted by YouTube. I have thousands of videos and I don't have nearly that many subs. He has almost 180,000 more subs than I do. Does it open your eyes and say, red alert? He's got a big channel. Must be part of the system. For most people, no, it doesn't. He could have millions of subs, and most truthers would say, he's real. Mark's legit. He's showing the globe earth. What on earth is happening? He's been using this globe earth symbol forever. He's legit. Most truthers are fucking retards. And I know you don't like to hear it. It's okay. I don't care. He'll vilify the ends. He'll vilify the Germans and call them ends right here. He doesn't study true history. Mark Passio is one of the biggest fucking agents around. He's misleading people. I'm not saying he's the number one biggest, but he's one of them. He's one of them for sure. And he shows it every chance he gets. Do people call him out all over YouTube and expose him and do any pushback against him? Nope. Have I in long videos and live streams, hour-long videos over the years exposing Mark? Yeah, I have. I have. Do most people? No, they just look at this is perfectly fine. Right from the first beginning is intro. Here you go. The spinning globe, the spinning ball, the fake ball, spinning around to program you. And he even talks about programming. It's programming. He's doing a magic spell on you. He's a dark occultist. He's a Satanist. That's his roots in Satanism, and he's mind fucking you. And what do most people do? They clap like seals. Woo, ooh, Mark, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, Mark Passio, very famous. Go follow the famous agents and shills, you fucking idiots.
Freedom, man. That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom like the good book.
17 years and I feel...
Orange shirt. Orange equals 33. The word orange equals 33 in numerology. Okay? 33. Get a numerology calculator. You'll see. Type in the word orange, it equals 33, the number 33. He's got the orange shirt. He's wearing, in a literal way, 33. I know most of you won't get it. You're just too dumb and you don't look at things in layers. And you'll say, Stephen, your videos end in 33. Yeah, there's a reason for that. And I've explained it for years if you pay attention. I just think most people are too dumb to understand what I'm doing. If that sounds arrogant, if it sounds whatever, so be it. Shove it up your ass. I've tried to teach you things for years for free, and people are too fucking dumb. Just too dumb. Does this guy come out and say I'm wearing an orange shirt because it's 33 and I'm trying to filter? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He calls it the great work, which is right. The great work right there. One great work right out of Freemasonry, right out of the Illuminati, right off the dollar bill, the all-seeing eye, pyramid, the capstone. It's all there. It's all right there. It's all right there. So to his fans, congratulations. You're mind-fucked slaves that you believe yourselves to be free. And he shows you in the first few seconds of every one of his shit shows. He also shows you that he's a little skinny, scrawny, vegan soy boy drinking his soy skeleton, wasting away. He's a weakling. I know you might not want to hear it. Great. Get upset. Get triggered. He's a weakling.
Because they have believed.
His ex, I think her name was Barb, was a drug addict. Congratulations if you followed him. Congratulations. He was a priest in the Church of Satan, LaVey's little shitty cult filtration system. Did he ever formally quit? Is he still part of Satanism? Does he still behave as a Satanist? I think he does. I think he's as satanic as anybody who's practicing in that church. He's an angry little man. He's an angry little vegan soy boy. Congratulations once again if you're a fan of this guy, Mark Passio. Congratulations to you weaklings that might be tuned in right now crying and throwing little tantrums. Mark Passio, the little chill boy, vegan, angry, pissant channel. I'll drop a link for you. If his channel's at your level, go for it. Gobble it up. Gobble it up. Swallow it all. Suck them off and swallow it.
It's an ad hominem that's false. There are ad hominems against people that the truth is...
There's his stupid hat. Join or die, it says. He thinks he's a tough guy. Does he have dead eyes? Yes. Does he have anger? Yes. Does he have love? When has he shown love and care and concern? Oh, that's a good question.
Absolutely being said in the vitriolic attack that is launched against them, and you still don't understand that. You don't understand that it doesn't matter the vibratory energy of words coming out of someone's mouth. That's meaningless. All that matters is whether they are true or false. And you're at such a low level of consciousness that you believe the way something is said trumps what is being said and the truthfulness of it. And that's why you're losers. That's one of the biggest reasons that you're losers. And you're losing your freedom. You're going to continue to lose the war for freedom. The war for freedom will be lost, because people won't listen to wise people. They listen to garbage like this I don't even care what his fucking name is. He's so unimpressive, and it's such garbage that his name isn't worth remembering. This guy that Joe Rogan had on that got like 7 million views in a couple of days, and who just talked nonsense, psychobabble, spiritual psychobabble, pretending that he's some kind of a wise individual. And he said zero. He said nothing. He didn't even say an idea. And other people are like bowing down to this person like he's said something special because he made you think that he knows a lot more than you do. When you won't listen to what I'm telling you about the lack of development upon your own soul. I don't care about his name. It doesn't matter one shit. My producer's trying to tell me who he is. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're saying that we don't even know if the whispering came through because... Okay, all right.
The noise gate popped in.
Okay, no problem. I thought you were trying to tell me a guy's name who I can't remember because it isn't worth remembering. So, this is who big social influencers... And again, I don't really such masters at your craft. I don't harbor ill will or resentment against you. I harbor ill will and resentment at all the people
13 years ago, what did Mark look like before veganism 13 years ago?
It's unwaverable, it's unalterable, it's simply the pure... They think that that is the entire brain, the gray matter of the brain. And it is simply one of the complexes of the brain, but it is by far the most complex and by far the part of the brain that gives us our human qualities, and that is the neocortex. It's called the human brain. This is the part of the brain that is responsible for higher order thinking within a human being. It makes higher order thinking possible. All of the things that distinguish us from the animal kingdom, it takes place within the neocortex. Art, science, music, speech, verbal and written communication, all neocortical functions. So these three parts of the brain can also be seen to be symbolic analogs of consciousness, of the trinity of consciousness, as we have already talked about. See, the reptile complex of the brain is based upon control. It's the part of the brain that makes us want to control our environment so that we survive. And this could be seen as the Old Testament God, obsessed with law, obsessed with regimen, with control. So it's the dominator aspect of the brain. A reptile is a creature of instinct, without emotion, cold-blooded, just focused on survival. The sacred feminine part of the brain, what I correlate to the Holy Spirit, is the midbrain, the limbic system, the limbic brain, the mammal brain. So it is what generates our emotions, the spirit in which we do things. So that's the feminine aspect of the brain complex. And then the most important part of the brain, by far, is the neocortex, because that's where all of our human qualities are really derived out of the activity that takes place within this part of the brain. Without the neocortex, we wouldn't be able to do any of the things that make us human. So this could be seen as the light, the thing that truly separates us from the animal kingdom. And it is the son, the divine child. It's the product of these other two brains, with the reptile complex being the father, the limbic system being the mother, and then they bear the divine child, the neocortex, the light of the world, so to speak, because the prefrontal neocortex was known as the third eye, and by the ancients, and this is the part of the brain that is responsible for our highest order thinking, and it's the seat of higher consciousness in the physiology. So these three parts of the brain, the triune brain, as it's called in the scientific world, is a symbolic analog to the aspects of consciousness and the types of energy that we talked about when we talked about the Tao. So absolutely important to understand how these components function and what happens if they become imbalanced, which we'll talk about later in the presentation. Now, to understand that, we have to understand the neocortex itself is bilaterally symmetrical. It's divided down the middle. It's in two distinct parts, two distinct halves, and they're called brain hemispheres. So there's a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere, and they govern different functions of an individual. So the left brain of an individual governs things like logic, analytical thought processes, verbal communication, our language, mathematics and science. Okay, anything that requires analysis and logic. Okay, so it's the masculine side of the brain. Hard facts, hard figures, physical worldliness, reason. Okay, the right brain functions entirely differently. It's more holistic. It governs holistic thoughts, spiritual thought. It is intuitive. It's where our intuition is derived from. It's the creative center of the individual. So artistic capability is derived from this part of the brain. All kinds of creativity, music, etc., art comes from this part of the brain. So it's the feminine aspect of the brain. So you have a male side of the brain and you have a female side of the brain. And it isn't that one is better than the other. It's that they need to be balanced, just like the yin and yang energies. They need to be balanced to come to a state of wholeness, of working in unison with each other, and equilibrium. And that's a truly ordered individual, a person who really is truly awake in consciousness, has a balanced brain. They're using both brain hemispheres in conjunction with each other. When that is done, the prefrontal neocortex that governs the highest order thinking within the individual really comes online. And that's kind of the opening of the third eye, so to speak. And that only happens when these two brain hemispheres come into coherence with each other. And a little bit later, I'm going to talk about what happens if these brain hemispheres are radically out of balance with each other. What happens if one side really is dominating the other, and there's very little activity taking place in one hemisphere of the brain, but a whole lot on the other. And not too unpleasant things begin to occur. Things that aren't too good in our experience begin to happen when the brain is in significant states of imbalance. So I'll be talking about that later. Again, the left brain is the yang energy, the right brain is the yin energy in correlation to Taoism. So the symbols for these, which will become important as we go forward and talk about symbology, are the upward pointing triangle. In the ancient world, the upward pointing triangle seen here was known as the blade. This is a symbol representing male energy, or yang energy. It's a rudimentary phallic symbol. It's an upward pointing triangle. It's like the tip of a spear, okay? Or it's, like I said, a rudimentary phallic symbol. These are thrusting elements, a spear, a penis, male active thrust, okay? The opposite of that, yin energy, is the inverted triangle. Okay, so you just are taking it and you're using its opposite, an inverted triangle. This is like the shape of a womb, the shape of the lower portion of the female anatomy that bears children. You know, it's like a chalice that holds wine or blood. You know, the Holy Grail is a concept of this inverted triangle. It was known as the chalice in the ancient world. So you have the blade And that represents the yang energy, the left brain, and then the chalice, the inverted triangle, that represents the yin energy, or the right brain. So keep those symbols in mind, and how they correlate to consciousness and how they correlate to the brain as we go forward, because we will be seeing them again. The next concept I'll talk about is polarity. So polarity is how seemingly opposite forces work in the world, and I'm going to talk about how they're really, the differences between them are really illusion. That there really is only one ultimate force that's at work in the world, but it kind of has split itself in two, and it works in different ways to really help us to have an experience in the physical world. So polar forces could be looked at as hot and cold, good and evil, young and old, hot and cold. Let's take light and dark as an example. It's only one thing, light and dark. They're not really opposites. There is only light energy. See, it's either present or it's not present, in which case you have darkness. You can't go into a completely lit room and shine darkness into a room. There's no such thing as a darkness flashlight, right? Because darkness is simply the absence of light energy. So there's only light energy. We look at light and dark as two polar opposites, but they're really not. There's really only one thing there. There's only light or its absence. So that's going forward with this section, that's what I want you to keep in mind. That things that we really see as opposites, as really warring against each other, energies that are warring against each other, are really only one thing, or its absence. Scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto, I believe is his name, does experimentations with water crystals, where he exposes simple water to energies, to vibratory energies, to emotions, and he then takes the water molecules and he photographs them under high magnification to see if their structure changes depending on proximity to certain forms of consciousness, like high level of joy or high level of fear or anger, things like that. And this beautifully organized water molecule crystal that you see here formed when the scientists placed water in the presence of high joy and love within certain individuals. So it became ordered. And this brings us to the first polarity. Okay, the first polarity is that which brings order and is the good emotion. We only basically have two emotional polarities. Every other feeling that you could possibly feel is an extension of one of these two basic polar emotional forces at work in the world. So the first one is that which makes us feel good, and it's that which brings order. And it is the energy of love, the polarity of love. And giving an idea of what I mean by the love polarity, the love energy, going forward throughout this presentation, is it is not this Hollywood or romance novel idea of love. It is the expansive force of consciousness. If you look at the images here, it's individuals that have opened themselves up to what is and are in harmony with that which is, with truth, and with understanding and knowledge and light. And consciousness and love is that aspect of consciousness, the expansive aspect of consciousness, that which flowers and does this and opens us up to that which is. That's what love really is. Okay? Its polar opposite is the opposite of the energy that makes us feel good and which brings order. This is the energy that makes us feel bad when we experience it, and which brings to our experience chaos and disorder and disarray and pain and suffering. And it's interesting that this scientist, Emoto, took water, the same water that he had just previously exposed to a high vibratory energy of consciousness and love and joy, and he then exposed it to people totally in shut down consciousness, fighting amongst themselves, in fear and anger, and just being generally nasty to each other. And this is what the same water ended up looking like. The crystalline structure completely broke down, and there was just chaos in the structure of the water. And it shows you that our emotions and what we think and what we do have an effect on the physical world. The external reality is a reflection of what's really going on inside of us. So this is water that's been exposed to the negative emotional polarity. And that emotional polarity is fear. Fear is the opposite polarity of love. It is the absence of love to varying degrees. And this is the force, this is the polarity that brings disorder into our experience. It brings chaos when it arrives within us. It can never create order. Love is the polarity that brings order. Fear is the polarity that brings chaos. This is the energy that shuts consciousness down. Like love does this and it opens it up, fear does this and it closes it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Jeff, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I want to thank everybody on the production team for this great event. All the volunteers, couldn't have done it without you guys. Made it go so smooth this morning with setup. And I want to thank everyone for coming out. It's great to see you all. So thank you for being here. And as Jeff said, this one has been in the making for many years. I've been talking about and planning this presentation to try to expose the origins of these very twisted religious cults. And that's really what they are. And I'm going to finally, once and for all, expose them as being masks on the same face of dark occultism and Satanism here today. And I think that you'll come away with a very profound understanding of that by the end of the day today. So let's jump in. My presentation, of course, is entitled Two Masks, Same Face, The Dark Occult Origins of Nazism and Communism. Before we begin, I always have some caveats and warnings to just go over. That's probably not really necessary for the live audience, but for people that are going to watch this later on the internet, I always like to do this. There is nothing new that is really going to be presented here. This information is already with us. It is just not widely recognized. So a lot of people will complain and say, well, he's not talking about anything brand new here today, and I fully admit that. You're not really going to be seeing or hearing anything new here today. As the old saying, that ancient saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. And that means that the truth is objective and eternal. It has always been with us, it has always been here, it always will be. All I can do is present my findings in a personalized framework with my own style and my own aesthetics applied to the presentation. This presentation is not a political presentation. It is apolitical. I am not a member of the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, the Libertarian Party, or any other political party. I do not ideologically align with any political party. I don't ideologically align with politics, period. I'm not an advocate of left-wing or right-wing politics. I am an advocate of moral spirituality. I completely and totally reject the belief in the idea of human authority, period, and all forms of government, because such ideologies are based entirely in coercion and violence. I advocate for the abolition of these forms of human slavery. They are covert forms of human slavery, but rapidly moving to overt forms of slavery. I embrace and teach the principles of objective morality and natural law, which is the moral laws of the universe. The problem of our world, the problems of our world are not a matter of left versus right. They are a matter of right versus wrong. And that's what I have been trying to expose for many, many years. This presentation is not geared for what I would just simply refer to as psychological children. This is for psychologically mature adults who are ready and able to hear factual information and truth. It is not for those who appear to be adults bodily but still have the psychological mentation of a child, those who attempt to, quote, think and, quote, reason with their emotions. The emotions have to be left out of this as much as is humanly possible for us to do so. We have to try to judge the veracity of the information, not how it makes us feel. Because quite frankly today, a lot of this information is not going to make you feel good, okay? So we have to try to leave our emotions aside and look at the truth of the information being presented. If you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. But if you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. That should be a life motto of people. That should be a guiding principle of most people. My presentation style is often extremely intense, at times even combative. I don't sugarcoat my words or my delivery. Some people who watch this presentation may very likely become upset or angered by what I have to say during it. So be it. Feel those emotions, go through them, and that's fine. That will never make what I'm about to say here today untrue. Truth, by its very nature, is belligerent because it wages war against all forms of deception and mind control. Telling the truth and making someone cry is better than telling a lie and making someone smile. Why do I do this type of work? Why do I do this public speaking? Well, I don't present this information to be liked because, quite frankly, it's not going to get you a lot of popularity. To be popular, to make money, or to make friends. Those are not the reasons I do this. I speak publicly because I recognize that in the crisis of overwhelming ignorance and deception in which we currently live, I have a moral obligation to communicate what I know to be taking place in our world in order to help others to understand it so they can then take action and do something about it. We have to strive to do the right thing simply because it is the right thing to do and for no other ulterior motives. What is right stays that which is right, even if everyone is against it. And what is wrong remains wrong, even if everyone is for it. You know, as happened in these totalitarian regimes of the past and the present. This presentation is a tapestry of information, and it's informationally dense. So be prepared for that and just put yourself in a receptive mind state because it's a lot to take in. And it's a tapestry. It is meant to be taken in as a whole in its entirety. So I highly recommend you stay and watch the entire presentation in all of its 3 parts that I'm going to deliver here today. If you don't do that, you're most likely not going to recognize system of control. And again, nothing could be further from the truth, because still entrenched even behind financial power is religion. And I'm talking about not the covert religions, not the dark occult yet, right? But even above that level of control are religious institutions. I believe in all kinds of nonsense. Call it a religion if you want, right? As long as it's not hurting anybody else, you can believe that pink elephants are floating all throughout this room right now and call that your religion. As long as it's not hurting other people, you can knock yourself out. Be as stupid as you want, believe whatever nonsense you want to believe in, right? Once a religion crosses the line of just saying, we think this, and it says either you must think this way or we're going to kill you, or we're just going to take over society and do what we want. If you stand in our way, we're going to kill you because we have these beliefs and we're going to act on them. That's a cult. It's no longer just a religion. Religion stands in the way of your understanding of truth, but a cult actually violates your rights when you stand in its way in any perceivable way to them. Okay? So cults throughout human history have traditionally used the same basic techniques. I laugh hilariously when people say, I'm trying to form a cult with what on earth is happening. Oh yeah, I'm teaching everybody all the damn techniques that cults have used throughout time. I have a whole section in my podcast where all I do is teach cult techniques that cults have used against people to say, hey, you got to be aware of how this works so you don't fall into a cult like I did when I was young, right? I'm teaching the techniques that cults use to get their membership, to make people do crazy stuff, right? But yeah, I'm trying to start a cult. You know, it's the cult, it's the anti-cult cult, I guess, you know. They've traditionally used the same exact techniques to establish and maintain the loyalty of their fanatic followers. These include, but are not limited to, social isolation, conformity of thought and appearance, censorship of conflicting information, indoctrination via repetition of ideological dogma, and mental and physical trauma against their very adherents. Think about these in relation to Nazism and communism. They're everywhere in their methodologies. The techniques of cults are the exact methodologies that those political regimes, those totalitarian regimes have used. The ideology that, oh, theosophy paved the way for Nazism. It was twisted and distorted by dark occultists. That's all they ever do. They just take the pure form, they twist and pervert it, they give it to people, and then it's off to the race. Again, you just have to read Steiner to understand his thinking. Through anthroposophy, an individually grows, I read that line, here we go. It is seen by its adherents, anthroposophy, as a path to higher moral conduct. Again, the goal of it is to understand natural law and object in a state of degradation, and they wanted to see it rise and come up and have a national rebirth as a culture. So the Volkish movement had been reconstructed on a romantic basis by the guiding occultists of this movement. The adjective Volkish is derived from the German word Volk, meaning nation, race, produced through mass murder, with a majority of them expelled to Asia and used as slave labor for the Third Reich, of which Lebensborn himself had been a former member. In the 1930 elections, the Nazis won 18% of the votes and became the second largest party in the Reichstag, or German parliament. By 1932, the Sturmabteilung had grown to 4 things that he really pushed for was the distortion of Christianity within the Third Reich. Specifically, he and other top-ranking Nazis tried to completely distort the Christmas holiday into their religious tradition, into their occult religion. So there was a Nazi version of Christmas during the Third Reich. During the Third Reich, the Nazis distorted the Christian religious holiday of Christmas into a celebration of Nazi ideology. The Jewish origins of Jesus and the commemoration of his birth as the Jewish Messiah was troubling for some members of the Nazi Party and their racist beliefs. The Nazi regime wanted to transform the consciousness of the German people into a cohesive national romanticism. The Nazis intended to destroy Christianity in Germany and insert in its place a combination of the belief in the old German pagan gods and the new, quote, gods who ruled the Nazi Party. Again, it's all about becoming God. After taking power in 1933, Nazi ideologues sought to reject Germany's long-held Christmas traditions by renaming Christmas to Yulefest, or the Yule Festival. Again, a Sabbath on the occult calendar. and also propagating its Germanic origins as the celebration of the winter solstice and turning it into a quote-unquote festival of light. As you see here, the Nazi, the lighted up Christmas tree would often be have a swastika or a sig rune on top of it. Nazi ideologists claimed that the Christian elements of the holiday had been superimposed upon ancient Germanic traditions. They argued that Christmas originally had nothing to do with the birth of Jesus, but instead celebrated the winter solstice and the, quote, rebirth of the sun. They claimed that the swastika was an ancient symbol of the Big Dipper in its 4 positions during the equinoxes and solstices, again, occult Sabbats or holidays. And that the figure of Santa Claus was a Christian reinvention of the Germanic god Wotan, the Norse god Odin. Nazi Yule festival posters were made to depict Odin as the, quote, solstice man, riding a white horse, sporting a thick gray beard, wearing a slouch hat, and carrying a sack full of gifts. Here you see some Nazi propaganda with the swastika in the middle and different animals that were celebrated as part of Yule Fest. Here you see their depiction of Santa Claus, which was Wotan or Odin. And they had more traditions that they celebrated for the Nazi Christmas. The traditional nativity scene was replaced by a garden containing wooden toy deer and rabbits, with the biblical figures of Mary and Jesus depicted as blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans. The traditional name for a Christmas tree, Christbaum, was renamed as a Yule tree or a light tree, with the traditional star on the top of the tree replaced with a swastika, a sun wheel, or a sig rune, and the tree decorated with swastika ornaments depicted there in the lower right. During the height of the Nazi regime, an attempt was actually made to remove from Christmas the association of the coming of Jesus and replace it with the coming of Hitler, who would be referred to as the Savior Führer. One of the most destructive forces within the Third Reich was, of course, Heinrich Himmler, and he was one of the leading dark occultists of the Reich. Heinrich Himmler was the Reichsführer of the Schutzstaffel. The Reichsführer means Reich leader, and he was the leader of the Schutzstaffel, or SS, Hitler's protection squadron. Himmler was one of the most powerful men in Nazi Germany and became primarily known for being one of the main architects of the Jewish Holocaust. Himmler joined the Nazi Party in 1923 and joined the SS in 1925. He was appointed Reichsführer SS by Adolf Hitler in 1929. Over the next 16 years, Himmler developed the SS from a 290-man battalion into a paramilitary group with over 1 million members. As an occultist, Himmler viewed the SS as a mystical inner order of the Nazi Party. And I want you to keep that phrase in mind, because we're going to talk about there was an actual inner order within that inner order later on. Okay, and he viewed the SS as a mystical inner order along the lines of the Teutonic Knights of ancient Germany. From 1943 onward, he oversaw all internal and external Nazi police and security forces, including the Gestapo. He also commanded the Waffen-SS, the military branch of the SS. In 1935, Himmler and leading blood and soil ideologist Richard Walter Dare founded an archaeological research and expedition society called the Ahnenerbe, which was dedicated to proving the genetic superiority and ancient origins of the Germanic race. Himmler regarded the Ahnenerbe as an elite think tank, which would sweep away previous scholarship on the development of humanity and reveal that Hitler's ideas on the subject were true. Himmler also believed that the Ahnenerbe's investigations might reveal ancient secrets about agriculture, medicine, and warfare, which would benefit Nazi Germany. It employed scholars from a wide range of academic fields, including archaeology, anthropology, ethnology, history, biology, zoology, botany, astronomy, medicine, and more. The Ahnenerbe formed the basis for the depiction in the Indiana Jones franchise of Nazis searching for religious artifacts. So that is a partly true depiction. And there is the Anna Nerba's insignia. As the Reichsfuhrer of the Schutzstaffel, Himmler would become the principal overseer of Nazi Germany's genocidal programs, forming the Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing units, and administering the extermination camps. Himmler commissioned the drafting of Generalplan Ost, the master plan for the East, which was approved by Hitler in May 1942. The total number of civilians eventually killed by the Nazi regime, largely under Himmler's orders, is estimated to be between 11 to 14 million people, most of whom were Polish and Soviet citizens. This is a depiction of the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing squads that first used mass shooting and then moved to gassing techniques. Himmler's interest in the occult heavily influenced the development of the racial policy of Nazi Germany, and he incorporated esoteric symbolism and rituals into every aspect of the SS. He was one of their main chief occultists. Chosen in 1932, the dual lightning bolt logo of the SS is a pair of Sieg runes from the Armanen runes created by Guido von List in 1906. The ancient Soilo rune originally symbolized the sun, just like the swastika did, but was renamed Sieg, or victory, in List's runes. The Totenkopf, the death's head symbol, had been chosen for the SS to mean solidarity to the cause and a commitment unto death. It was the main symbol for the SS Totenkopfverband, the SS Death's Head Units, which was the SS organization responsible for administering the Nazi concentration and extermination camps. Late in the Second World War, upon realizing that the war was lost, Himmler attempted to open peace talks with the Western Allies without Hitler's knowledge. Hearing of this, Hitler dismissed him from all of his posts in April of 1945 and ordered his arrest. Himmler attempted to go into hiding but was detained and then arrested by British forces once his identity became known. While in British custody, he died by suicide on May 23rd, 1945, by biting down on a poison pill and killing himself. Another leading occultist many people have never heard of is Karl Maria Villigut. Karl Maria Villigut was a prominent Nazi occultist from Austria and the leading figure of the religion of Ermenism, not to be confused with Armanism of Guido von List. Villigut identified Ermenism as the true Germanic ancestral religion, claiming that Guido von List's Wotanism and Armanen ruins were parts of a schismatic false religion. He claimed to worship the ancient Germanic god Christ, whom Villigut claimed Christianity later appropriated as their own savior, Christ. Villigut also claimed to be the descendant of an ancient line of god kings, the Armanenschaft, dating back to 228,000 BC, and that he was able to see into the past lives of his ancestors. Very key here to keep in mind for a little bit later, Villigut believed that a burnt-out star, or black sun, which he called Santur, was once the center of our solar system and was still visible in human antiquity. He believed that Santur was the source of power for the ancient Hyperboreans, the far north Aryans. So keep that in mind moving forward. Villigut's wife blamed his occult interests for their destitution and pushed for his committal to a mental hospital. On November 29, 1924, police arrested Villigut and took him to a local mental institution in Austria. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia and megalomania and sent to Salzburg Asylum, where he was confined until 1927. After his release from Salzburg in 1932, he abandoned his wife and family and emigrated from Austria to Germany, residing in Munich. He made a name for himself in occult circles throughout Germany and is known to have corresponded with many occultists and admirers, and disciples, including Ernest Rudiger of the Edda Society and members of Rudolf von Sabatendorf's Ordo Novi Templi Occult Society. Willigut's knowledge of occultism eventually garnered him the attention and head of the SS, Heinrich Himmler. Shortly after being introduced to Himmler in September of 1933, Willigut was inducted into the SS. In the spring of 1935, Willigut was transferred to Berlin to serve on Himmler's personal staff. In September of 1936, Willigut was promoted to the rank of SS Brigade Führer. Willigut acted as Heinrich Himmler's personal counselor on magical and religious subjects, and eventually became known as Hitler's Rasputin. So he was the mentor in the occult ideologies of Heinrich Himmler. And most people have never heard of him. In Berlin, while working in the office of Karl Wolff, the chief adjutant of the SS, Willigut developed his plans for the rebuilding of the Wewelsburg Castle in Bavaria into an allegorical center of the world. It's not in Bavaria, it's in Westphalia. Willigut contributed significantly as an allegorical center of the world. Willigut contributed significantly to the development of Wewelsburg as the, quote, order castle, a ceremonial center of SS occult practice. Willigut also designed the Totenkampf ring, the Death's Head ring, which Himmler personally awarded to prestigious SS officers. During the Third Reich, at the instigation of Willigut, the Nazi regime instituted an occult purge, a policy of persecution of other occultists, systematically closing down all esoteric organizations which were seen as a direct threat to the Nazi regime due to the knowledge that such groups possessed. So you see, it's just they have to run only their game and no other competition is allowed. So they even shut down all of the other occult and esoteric orders within Nazi Germany. In November 1938, Chief SS Adjutant Karl Wolff visited Willigut's wife and learned of Willigut's earlier involuntary commitment to a mental institution, which proved embarrassing to Heinrich Himmler. Willigut's staff was notified that his, quote, application for retirement on the grounds of age and poor health had been granted in February 1939. So they basically forced his retirement because mental feebleness was not allowed in the Nazi regime. After World War II, Willigut moved to a refugee camp in St. Johann near Velden, Austria, where he had a stroke. He died in Arlsen, Austria on January 3rd, 1946. Indoctrination of the youth was one of the chief campaigns of the Nazi regime, obviously also a very chief campaign of communist regimes everywhere. The Hitler Jugend, the Hitler Youth, or HJ, was the youth organization of the Nazi Party. From 1936 to 1945, the Hitler Youth was the sole official boys' youth organization in Nazi Germany. Its origins date back to 1922, when the Munich-based Nazi Party established its official youth organization called Jugendbund der NSDAP, the Youth League of the Nazi Party. Its inaugural meeting took place on May 13th, 1922. Another youth group, the Jungstrom Adolf Hitler, the Youth League of Adolf Hitler, was established the same year. Based in Munich, Bavaria, it served to train and recruit future members of the Sturmabteilung, the main paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party at that time. Once Hitler came onto the revolutionary scene, the transition from seemingly innocuous youth movements to political entities focused on Hitler was swift. In April 1924, the Youth League of the NSDAP was renamed the Greater German Youth Movement, which became the Nazi Party's official youth organization. In July 1926, it was renamed to the Hitler Youth and officially became an integral part of the SA. Girls from 18 girls from 10 to 18 years of age were also given their own parallel youth organization called the League of German Maidens. In December 1936, the Hitler Youth Law was passed by the Nazis, making membership in the Hitler Youth mandatory for Aryan boys. In March 1939, the Youth Service Duty Law conscripted all German youths into the Hitler Youth, even if the parents objected. Parents who refused to allow their children to join were subject to investigation by Nazi authorities. By 1940, the Hitler Youth had grown to 8 million members. Members of the Hitler Youth were viewed as ensuring the future of Nazi Germany, and they were indoctrinated into Nazi ideology, including racism. The boys were indoctrinated with the myths of Aryan racial superiority and to view Jews and Slavs as subhumans. Members were taught to associate state-identified enemies such as Jews with Germany's previous defeat in World War I and its societal decline. The Hitler Youth were used to break up church youth groups, spy on religious classes and Bible studies, and interfere with church attendance. Education and training programs for the Hitler Youth were designed to undermine the values of traditional structures of German society. Again, this is what we see happening today in modern education. Their training also aimed to remove social and intellectual distinctions between classes to be replaced and dominated by the political goals of Hitler's totalitarian dictatorship. Sacrifice for the Nazi cause was instilled into their training. The notion that, quote, Germany must live, even if members of the Hitler Youth have to die, was hammered into them from an early age. The Hitler Youth maintained training academies comparable to preparatory schools, which were designed to nurture future Nazi party leaders. So it was a grooming ground. It appropriated many of the activities of the Boy Scouts movement, including camping and hiking. Over time, it changed in content and intention, and many activities began to closely resemble military training, with weapons familiarization, assault courses, and fighting tactics becoming part of its curriculum. The aim was to turn the Hitler Youth into motivated soldiers. The ultimate goal of all the Nazi youth organizations was to instill into their youth the ideologies of blind obedience and unwavering loyalty to the Nazi cause. Hitler once remarked about his vision for the future of young Germans by saying, quote, "We seek a youth that has closed their hearts to pity." Even before membership in the Hitler Youth was made mandatory in 1939, German boys faced strong pressure to join. They were made the subject of frequent taunts from teachers and fellow students, and could even be refused their diploma, which made it impossible to be admitted to colleges and universities. Many employers also refused to offer work to anyone who was not a member of the Hitler Youth, making it difficult for non-members to find jobs. Mandatory vaccinations, anyone? In 1938, Hitler referred to the Nazi regime's ability to completely indoctrinate German youth, stating, quote, "These boys and girls enter our youth organizations at 10 years of age. After 4 years of the young folk, they go on to the Hitler Youth, where we have them for another 4 years. If they are still not complete National Socialists, they go to labor service and are smoothed out there for another 6 or 7 months. Whatever class consciousness or social status might still be left, the Wehrmacht will take care of that." One of the underlying ideologies of Nazism was eugenics, and once again, this is tenet or pillar number 4 of Satanism and the satanic ideology. At the center of Nazi ideology was their view of eugenics, which sought the biological improvement of the German people through the policy of selective breeding of Nordic or Aryan genetic traits. These policies were used to justify the involuntary sterilization and mass murder of those deemed, quote, undesirable. In Germany, the concepts of eugenics was mostly known under the term of Rassenhygiene, or race hygiene. Racial competition, a significant concept of social Darwinism, one of the tenets of Satanism, was one of the foundational ideologies that inspired the rise of Nazi eugenics. Eugenics research in Nazi Germany before and during the Nazi period was similar to that in the United States, particularly in the state of California. The eugenics movement was already well established in the United States since the early 1900s, after it was spread to Germany by California eugenicists, who began producing literature promoting eugenics and sending it overseas to German scientists and medical professionals. By 1933, California had subjected more people to involuntary sterilization than any other U.S. states combined, than all other U.S. states combined. The forced sterilization program engineered by the Nazis was heavily inspired by California's eugenics programs, and it spread to all over the United States, not just California. There were eugenics programs in just about every state. This is a depiction of an actual eugenics building advocating for eugenics in Topeka, Kansas in 1929. And closer to home, on the next slide, we'll see one that was in Philadelphia, or an exhibition that took place in Philadelphia. Upon returning from a trip to Germany in the 1930s, California eugenics leader C.M. Goethe bragged to a colleague, quote, "You will be interested to know that your work has played a powerful part in shaping the opinions of the group of intellectuals who are behind Hitler in this epoch-making program. Everywhere I sense that their opinions have been tremendously stimulated by American thought. You have really jolted into action a great government of 60 million people." That is an American eugenicist saying that about one of his colleagues, about how their eugenics program here in America influenced the Nazis. And here you see a eugenics poster saying some people are born to be a burden on the rest, from the Philadelphia sesquicentennial or 150th celebration in 1926, 150th anniversary of the creation of America. Those initially targeted for murder under the Nazi eugenics policies were largely people living in private and state-operated institutions. So they automatically went after the feeble-minded first, okay? And they identified them as what they called life unworthy of life. They included prisoners, degenerates, dissidents, and people with congenital, cognitive, and physical disabilities, people who were considered to be, quote, feeble-minded. That's where the eugenics program started in Nazi Germany before it completely snowballed into other areas and ethnic groups. By 1934, more than 5,000 people per month were being forcibly sterilized in Germany. By the end of the Nazi regime, over 200 hereditary health courts were created in Germany, and under their rulings, over 400,000 people were sterilized against their will, and over 300,000 were murdered in the Action T4 or Action T4 euthanasia program. Here you see a sign talking about Action T4, and they used stationary gas chambers where they put people in a collective shower room, and then pumped engine exhaust, sealed it off, and pumped in truck engine exhaust was the main method of murder. Moving on to eugenics under the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. Named after the last German Emperor Kaiser Wilhelm, the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Anthropology, Human Heredity, and Eugenics was founded in 1927 in Berlin. Significantly influenced by American eugenics ideology and programs for 2 decades, the founding and building of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was partially funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, right here in the United States. Throughout the Nazi era, again, we're talking about occult organizations funneling and channeling money and resources into such occult groups like the Nazis. Throughout the Nazi era, the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was strongly associated with the theories of Nazi eugenics and racial hygiene, advocated by its leading theorists, Eugen Fischer, Fritz Lenz, and Ottmar von Verschuer. Members of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, Eugen Fischer, was influential with the Nazis early in their rise to power in Germany. In 1921, he and Fritz Lenz published a 2-volume book called Principles of Human Heredity and Race Hygiene, which Adolf Hitler read while incarcerated in 1923 and used its ideas in Mein Kampf. Fischer's work heavily influenced German colonial legislation and provided quote-unquote scientific support for the Nazis' racial Nuremberg laws. In 1937 and 38, Fischer and his colleagues analyzed 600 children in Nazi Germany who were descendants of French African soldiers. These children, which the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute called the Rhineland bastards, were classified as hereditarily unfit and subsequently subjected to sterilization. During World War II, the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute regularly received human body parts from Joseph Mengele, the angel of death of the Auschwitz concentration camp, to use in studies intended to prove Nazi racial theories and justify race-related policies. After World War II, most of the thousands of files and lab materials of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute were moved to an unknown location or destroyed, and never obtained by the Allies to use as evidence in war crimes trials, and to prove that Nazi racial ideology had motivated mass genocide in Europe. Most of the staff of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute were able to escape trial, most notably Mengele, who escaped to Brazil and died there in 1979. The Lebensborn program, another example of Nazi selective breeding, was established by Heinrich Himmler on December 12, 1935. It was an SS-initiated, state-supported, registered association in Nazi Germany with the stated goal of increasing the number of children born who met the Nazi standards of, quote, racially pure Aryans, based on Nazi eugenics. The Lebensborn program provided welfare to its mostly unmarried mothers, encouraged anonymous births by unmarried women at maternity homes, and mediated adoption of children by likewise, quote, racially pure parents, particularly SS members and their families. This was a broodmare program. That is what it was. They were just trying to get as many women to have as many Aryan babies as possible. Again, that's what eugenics is. Higher procreation for people that have the genetic traits you want to see, and extermination or sterilization for undesirables. About 8,000 children were born in Lebensborn homes in Germany, between 8,000 and 12,000 children in Norway. Access to Lebensborn was restricted in accordance with the Nordicist eugenic and racial policies of Nazism, which could be referred to as supervised selective breeding. The Cross of Honor of the German Mother was given to the women who bore the most Aryan children. Abortion was legalized and endorsed by the Nazis for disabled and non-Germanic children, but strictly punished otherwise. Lebensborn expanded into several occupied European countries with Germanic populations during World War II. It included the selection of racially worthy orphans for adoption and care for children born from Aryan women who had been in relationships with SS members. During the war, many children were kidnapped from their parents and judged by Aryan criteria for their suitability to be raised in Lebensborn homes and fostered by German families. So they were kidnapping the children of people throughout Europe and putting those children into the Lebensborn program. At the Nuremberg trials, much direct evidence was found of the kidnapping of children by Nazi Germany across Ukraine and Poland during the period of 1939 to 1945. So let's hear, I hear this all the time. The Nazis are made out to be way worse than what they really were. I mean, I actually hear this from people. I hear this from morons out there, okay? Let's hear from their own words what they really wanted to do. in their own writings, this is not third hand, this is not a historical account, this is them and published letters and writings that they themselves wrote. So this is a section on the Nazis themselves talking about how they were going to become God. I call this a new order of masters and slaves, because that's what the Nazi regime was. It was their version of a new world order, okay? What they called the 1,000-year Reich. Martin Bormann, the chief of the Nazi Party Chancellery, said this: "The Poles are especially born for low labor. There can be no question of improvement for them. It is necessary to keep the standard of life low in Poland, and it must not be permitted to rise. Poland should be used by us merely as a source of unskilled labor. Every year the laborers needed by the Reich could be procured from there. As for the Polish priests, they will preach what we want them to preach. If any priest acts differently, we shall make short work of him. The task of the priest is to keep the Poles quiet, stupid, and dull-witted." And I would say that's the task of all religion, ladies and gentlemen. And the occultists use that to their tactical advantage. It is indispensable to bear in mind that the Polish gentry, the middle class, must cease to exist. And the eradication of the middle class is a very, very, very prominent goal in the modern day. However cruel this may sound, they must be exterminated wherever they are. There should be one master only for the Poles, the German. Two masters side by side cannot and must not exist. Therefore, all representatives of the Polish intelligentsia are to be exterminated. That means if you were an educated person in Poland, you had to be taken out. This sounds cruel, but such is the law of life. Martin Bormann. From his own words, his own writings. He continued saying, "The Slavs are to work for us. Insofar as we don't need them, they may die. The fertility of the Slavs is undesirable. They may use contraceptives or practice abortion, the more the better. Education is dangerous. It is enough if they can count up to 100. Every educated person is a future enemy. Religion, we leave to them as a means of diversion. As for food, they won't get any more than is absolutely necessary. We are the masters. We come first." There's the first tenet of Satanism right there. Eric Koch, the Reich Commissioner for the Ukraine, said, "We are the master race and must govern hard but just. I will draw the very last out of this country. I did not come to spread bliss. The population must work, work, and work again. We definitely did not come here to give out manna. We have come here to create the basis for victory. We are a master race, which must remember that the lowliest German worker is racially and biologically 1,000 times more valuable than the population here," meaning in the Ukraine. By the decree of Hans Frank, the Governor General of Poland during the Third Reich, all property in Poland belonging to Jews and Poles was subjected to confiscation without compensation. Hundreds of thousands of Polish-owned farms were seized and handed over to the Nazi conquerors. By June 1943, over 700,000 Polish estates comprising 21.5 million acres of land were confiscated by the Nazi regime. And here is Hans Frank's own words regarding what he called the colony of Poland. He said, "I shall endeavor to squeeze out of this province, Poland, everything that is still possible to squeeze out. If the new food scheme is carried out in 1943, 500,000 people in Warsaw and its suburbs alone will be deprived of food." He's not saying that like it's a problem. He's bragging. Poland can only be administered by utilizing the country through means of ruthless exploitation, deportation of all supplies, raw materials, machines, factory installations, etc., which are important for the German war economy. Availability of all workers for work within Germany, reduction of the entire Polish economy to absolute minimum necessary for bare existence of the population. And I would say that's the Great Reset that's happening now. And closing of all educational institutions within Poland, especially technical schools and colleges, in order to prevent the growth of the new Polish intelligentsia. Poland shall be treated as a colony. The Poles shall be the slaves of the greater German Reich. Right there out in the open, proud about it, bragging about it. So all the people out there, pardon me, to all the people out there saying the Nazis weren't really the bad guys, you clearly haven't even read their own writings. They were proud of turning people into slaves. And this, of course, led to the final solution, as the Nazis called it. What I call it is what it really was. Mass human occult ritual sacrifice, if we're being honest. Between 1941 and 1945, Nazi Germany and its collaborators systematically murdered 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population. The murders were carried out primarily through mass shootings and poison gas in extermination camps, chiefly located in Poland, at Auschwitz, Treblinka, Belchek, Sobibor, and Kelmno, and within Germany at Dachau, which was originally a detainment camp for German nationals detained for political reasons. On November 9th and 10th, 1938, the Nazi regime orchestrated a nationwide pogrom called Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, against Jews, also known as the November Pogrom, or November Pogrom. It was carried out by the Nazis' paramilitary forces, the Sturmabteilung SA and the Schutzstaffel SS. The name Kristallnacht comes from the shards of broken glass that littered the streets after the windows of Jewish-owned stores, buildings, and synagogues were smashed. Jewish homes, hospitals, and schools were ransacked as attackers demolished buildings with sledgehammers. At least 90 Jews were murdered, over 7,000 Jewish businesses were damaged or destroyed, and 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and incarcerated in concentration camps, with over 10,000 interned at Dachau. This is the imagery of the shattered glass littered throughout the streets. And this is Dachau concentration camp, where you see the phrase on the gate, Arbeit macht frei, which means work creates freedom. Or in other words, work will set you free. After Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, occupation authorities began to establish urban ghettos, like the Warsaw Ghetto, and to segregate Jews. Following the invasion of the Soviet Union by Nazi Germany via Operation Barbarossa in June 1941, the systematic murder of Jews by the Nazis began in full force, with around 1.5 million Jews shot by German forces and local collaborators. This was the very beginning of the Holocaust. These executions often took place a few kilometers from a town. Victims were rounded up, marched to the execution site, and shot, with their bodies falling into previously dug mass grave sites. Executions were public spectacles, and the victims' property was looted by both Nazi occupiers and local inhabitants. As the Nazis occupied other European nations, citizens from across Europe were sent to concentration camps, which interned prisoners from every nation occupied by the forces of the Third Reich. Some Nazis found the method of execution by shooting both psychologically distressing and logistically inconvenient, which influenced the Nazis' decision to switch to other killing methods. The Schutzstaffel's Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing units, were first deployed in 1941 and were initially organized to facilitate mass shootings. They soon employed the technique of mass murder by poisonous gas. Their victims were forced into specially designed vans or trucks and killed with the vehicle's engine exhaust before being transported and dumped into mass graves. In early 1942, the highest levels of the Nazi government decided to murder all Jews throughout Europe, what they called the final solution. Nazi extermination camps were usually located along rail lines to make it easier to transport victims to their deaths, but in places that were remote enough to avoid notice by local populations who claimed that they knew nothing of what was happening. Victims were deported by trains to extermination camps, where most were killed via poison gas. Victims were typically deported to the camps in overcrowded cattle cars, seen here on the upper right, where most were killed with poison gas. Victims were typically deported in overcrowded cattle cars with as many as 150 people forced into a single boxcar on a train. Upon arrival, the victims were stripped of their remaining possessions, forced to undress, had their hair cut off, and were forced into gas chambers, mostly gas chambers that, again, were improvised with engine exhaust. Death from the poisonous gas was agonizing and could take as long as 30 minutes. Toward the end of the Nazi regime, Zyklon B gas eventually became the preferred killing method in extermination camps. Here you see the Auschwitz camp again with the saying Arbeit macht frei, which means work creates freedom. Here a roll call of some of the concentration camp prisoners. The barracks of their sleeping quarters shown below there. And the type of stationary gas chambers that were used that were pumped full of truck engine exhaust. And toward the later part of World War II, Zyklon B gas. Then crematoria were created, and you see them up at the top there, and at the bottom this is simply a reenactment of how they would load people into the crematoria. Most of them were dumped in mass graves and not cremated. This is the total just of executions in prisoner camps. In Auschwitz, 1 million were executed via the method of Zyklon B gas. At Treblinka, almost 1 million, about 950,000 via engine exhaust in a stationary gas chamber. At Belchek, 595,000 stationary gas chamber via engine exhaust. At Sobibor, 235,000 stationary gas chamber engine exhaust. Kelmno, 150,000 via gas vans, again, the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing units. And at Dachau, 32,000 via disease, starvation, and malnutrition. That totals close to 2 million, I believe, or no, I'm sorry, 3 million, okay? Then you take the pogroms that were done throughout Europe and other methods of execution and starvation and disease, and you get multiple millions of people. And then add war, and the number goes up from there. At Auschwitz, around 25% of the camp population was separated out for forced labor for the Nazi war effort. In addition to gas chambers, extermination camp victims were also killed through starvation, mass shooting, and torture, and used as test subjects in deadly forced medical experimentation at Auschwitz, led by Edward Wirths and Joseph Mengele. Mengele, I didn't put the quote in here, but Mengele actually said to Jewish prisoners, "The more we do to you, the less you believe we are doing it." He actually said that because so many of them were so completely in shock by the horrors that they were experiencing that they could not believe it was happening psychologically. And that is what he said to them. The more we do to you, the less you believe we are doing it. The majority of Holocaust victims died in 1942, but the killing continued right up to the end of World War II in May of 1945. Not all Holocaust victims were Jews. Millions of non-Jews were also killed for their ethnic and ideological associations. The word Holocaust is etymologically derived from the Greek adjective holos, meaning whole, and the Greek adjective kaustos, meaning burned. Thus, it means literally burned entirely or immolated. And it has become the most common word, Holocaust, to describe the Nazi extermination of Jews and other undesirables such as Slavs, Poles, Romani, and others during the Third Reich. The Nazis themselves used the phrase final solution to describe their genocidal actions. An estimated 250,000 Germans, about 250,000, were directly involved in killing Jews during the Holocaust. An additional 250,000 were involved in the organization and planning of these exterminations. Genocide required the active and tacit consent of millions of Germans and non-German collaborators alike. The German SS, the German police, and the regular army units rarely had any trouble finding enough men to follow their orders to shoot Jewish civilians, even though punishment for refusal to do so was either very light or altogether absent. They were glad to do it. They considered it a badge of honor. They wanted to follow the orders. You know, you think about that level of immorality and ask yourself, is America any damn different now? And if you think it is, I have news for you. You need to do a lot more examination and investigation of the people all around us, because it's no different today. Not a bit. And this is the human future. Take a good look at it, because this is what's coming for humanity. This is what we're going to experience probably within our lifetimes if we don't shape up and really learn what's going on and really understand objective morality and natural law and start teaching it to other people. That's what's coming. Let's talk about Nazi occult technology for a moment and then talk about the inner order within the inner order that really called the shots in Nazi Germany. This is one of the most unknown Nazis and one of the highest ranking Nazis in the entire Nazi party. Okay? Hardly anybody knows about Hans Kammler, and there's a reason for that. He was their high-level technologist on the most top-secret technology projects that existed within the Third Reich. So they really wanted to keep his existence secret, and no one knows what happened to him after World War II. Hans Kammler, and his death date is not known, okay, was an SS Obergruppenführer, the highest of SS leaders. He was right there under Himmler, okay, was responsible for Nazi civil engineering projects, and he was the chief technologist for top secret Nazi weapons programs. Kammler joined the Nazi Party in 1931 and the SS on May 20th, 1933. In Kammler's ideology, modern technology and ideologies of German supremacy were tightly interwoven. He wanted to see a technocratic ruling class, and that's what he helped to try to bring about. Kammler was described as having technological competence and extreme Nazi fanaticism coexisting in the same man. Hitler's chief architect, Albert Speer, described Kammler as, quote, Himmler's most brutal and most ruthless henchman. Don't you think we would hear about someone like that historically? You would think so, right? He's being described as, this is the guy who Himmler himself views as the model Nazi, and yet his name is completely lost to history. Kammler oversaw the construction of various Nazi concentration camps, including Auschwitz. He was one of the chief architects of Auschwitz, at which he was later called back to advise on modalities for boosting the daily output of its gas chambers, because they couldn't kill people fast enough. He was also responsible for the demolition of the Warsaw Ghetto. In 1945, Kammler was appointed to the Third Reich's plenipotentiary for all top-secret weapons research, responsible directly to the Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler and to the Fuhrer Adolf Hitler himself, and only them. By the end of World War II, Hitler had concentrated more power in Hans Kammler's hands than he had ever entrusted to any single person, and yet his name is erased from history. In the final weeks of the war, Kammler's movements became sketchy and unpredictable. It is rumored that he attempted to relocate or destroy some of the most advanced weapons projects he had worked to create before they were able to be captured by the Allied powers. Kammler disappeared in May 1945 during the final days of the war and was never found. Many researchers have speculated that Nazi technologists were working on classified advanced weapons projects, including atomic weapons, missiles capable of reaching the United States, scalar weaponry, and above all, time travel and anti-gravity devices. The most famous of these speculated programs was Die Glock, the bell, which was described as a piece of glowing, rotating machinery that possibly had some kind of anti-gravitational effect. Speculation continues today that the bell may have been some sort of prototype for an anti-gravitational craft, which would act as a wonder weapon to allow Hitler and the Nazis to turn the tide late in World War II. This is a depiction of what the bell may have looked like, and it's based on some reports of what people who saw its prototype operation, how it worked. This is the henge, as it is known, where the bell allegedly either sat in the middle or perhaps was underneath of this henge. Now, notice that the henge has 12 pillars and lintels, and that's going to come in very significant in the next section, okay? It had 12 sections. That's not accidental or arbitrary. And again, this is a speculative part of the presentation, but much has been written and speculated on it by historians and scholars on this topic. And now we come to the inner order of the inner order of the Nazi regime, the Order of the Black Sun. Something that most people will never really understand or know anything about. It was so well hidden as an occult order. Inside Heinrich Himmler's Schutzstaffel, the SS, which he himself described as a mystical inner order of the Nazi Party, was embedded another occult order and secret society, Die Schwarzsonne, the Black Sun. The Black Sun was, quote, an inner order within an inner order, the occult brotherhood that truly directed the Third Reich. Himmler most likely based the Black Sun order upon the beliefs of the man known as his personal Rasputin and his private Magus, his mentor and counselor on matters of the occult, Karl Maria Willigut. Willigut believed that a burnt-out star or black sun called Santur was once the center of our solar system and was a source of mystical power to the ancient Aryan people. Now, whether that's true or not, they believed it, especially Willigut. In his occult beliefs, there was a black sun that eventually burnt out. It became maybe a brown dwarf star, what he called the black sun, and he considered that that was the main source of the power of the ancient German pagan people. Other esoteric groups within Nazi Germany referred to this ancient force as the Vril. This is the black sun symbol on the left that was used by Himmler and the SS, and other secret societies and occult organizations also believed in the black sun and had their variation of the black sun symbol. On the right, there you see with some of the Armanen ruins around it, and in the center of the black sun, the variation of the black sun used by the Thule Society. The black sun symbol was formed by 12 Armanen Sieg ruins, the same ruin that was chosen to represent the SS, arrayed in a circular pattern to represent the 12 houses of the zodiac surrounding a central disk representing the black sun at its center. Again, remember the 12 pillars and lintels of the henge of Die Glock, the bell. okay? And when you see the room that this is actually put into, you're going to realize there's more symbolism of 12 there, okay? So the black sun symbol is a stylized Sonnenrad, or sun wheel. Again, this was one of the decorations used in the Nazi Christmas tradition, the sun wheel. And the black sun was a variation of it. Again, the 12 houses of the zodiac surrounded by the central black sun. Villegut designed this variation of the black sun disk that you see here, and Himmler ordered it to be built into the marble floor of the Obergruppenführershall, the hall of the highest SS leaders of Wewelsburg Castle. The Obergruppenführershall is a circular room inside the castle's north tower with 12 columns and 12 windows. Again, the number 12 repeated. This is the Obergruppenführershall, the hall of the highest SS leaders depicted here, and there are actually 12 pillars and 12 windows in the room. In the middle of the room's light gray marble floor, there is a dark green marble inlay of the black sun symbol, with each of its 12 spokes pointing to each of the 12 columns in the hall. Originally, there was a golden disc at the center of the ornament, most likely representing the black sun's power source, the vril, that has since been removed. The number 12, in addition to representing the houses of the zodiac, may also here be a reference to the Order of Teutonic Knights, after whom the SS was patterned by Himmler, which also had a mystical inner order comprised of 12 elite knights. If you think that's all accidental, wonderful. A room called Die Gruft, the tomb or the crypt, is located directly below the Obergruppenführershall. Its shape resembles a Mycenaean dome grave. The Gruft, depicted there, it's a photo of it there on the upper right, was probably used as an SS occult ritual chamber. At its center was the incomplete construction of the housing of an eternal flame, which would have represented the Nazis' so-called thousand-year Reich. In 1935, Heinrich Himmler formed the SS Schulhaus Wewelsburg, the SS School of the House of Wewelsburg, which would offer ideological training courses for SS leaders. And this would be called the Reichsführer School for the SS. SS leaders would gather at Wewelsburg 3 to 4 times a year for planning meetings and SS initiation ceremonies arranged by Himmler. Toward the end of World War II, Himmler ordered that Wewelsburg should become the Reichshaus of the SS Gruppenführer, the Reich House of the highest SS leaders. If you don't think that's an occult secret society that he was developing there, I mean, again, I don't know what to tell you. All of that symbolism, going back to Villegut and the Black Sun, how they arrange the room, and obviously that the symbol over there is a variation on the swastika, a more elaborate version of it that was actually encrusted into the ceiling of Wewelsburg, into the domed room called Die Gruft, which sits directly below the Obergruppenführershall that is directly above it, that has the black sun on the floor. Wewelsburg was planned by Himmler and Villegut to become the future center of the world and the capital of the Nazis' new order, and to become a planning space and ritual center for the Order of the Black Sun, the occult elite within the Nazi SS. That's Wewelsburg Castle. And there's another variation of the black sun, die Schwarzsonne symbol. That concludes the section on the occult origins of Nazism. Let's move on to the dark occult origins of communism. And we're going to get really deep into this here. And again, I guarantee it will be the same thing where most people will not know any of these people or groups, save perhaps one. So let's start with Karl Marx, which is where most people think that communism starts with, and I'm going to show you it does not start with him. It goes back hundreds of years before Marx, certainly at least an entire century before his birth. Okay? Karl Marx was a German-born ideologue, political theorist, and revolutionary socialist. His best-known works are the 1848 pamphlet, The Communist Manifesto, co-authored with Friedrich Engels, and the 3-volume Das Kapital, or Capital, an analysis of capitalism which espouses Marx's theory of historical materialism. Once again, one of the underlying ideologies of the occult, one of the underlying ideologies of cults and Satanism. Marx's ideas and theories and their subsequent development, collectively known as Marxism, have exerted enormous influence on modern intellectual, economic, and political history, perhaps more than any other figure in human history. Sadly. Marx was significantly influenced by the philosophy of George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, who we've already talked about via the Hegelian dialectic, what I call polarization techniques, polarization dialectics, to steer society into a certain direction by giving them a series of false choices that all take them to the same place. And he embraced Hegelianism in his youth. While in Paris in 1844, Marx met Friedrich Engels, a lifelong friend and collaborator. After moving to Brussels in 1845, Marx and Engels were both active in the international political party known as the Communist League. A lot more on that a little bit later. In 1848, they wrote the Communist Manifesto, a political pamphlet which expressed their political and economic ideas and ended with a call for a workers' revolution. Marx's critical theories about society, economics, and politics hold that human societies develop through class conflict. In the capitalist mode of production, this manifests itself in the conflict between the ruling classes, or bourgeoisie, that control the means of production, and the working classes, called the proletariat, that enable these means by selling their labor power in return for wages. Employing a critical approach known as historical materialism, Marx predicted that the tensions produced by capitalism would lead to its self-destruction and replacement by a new system known as the socialist mode of production. And this is what people in the socialist community refer to as common or shared ownership, of which there is no such thing in nature. To own something means someone maintains the exclusive right over it. That's why people are not property, because no one can have an exclusive right over another human being. And there's no such thing as shared ownership, truly, not in nature. So he's inventing a construct that doesn't exist and try to apply it to all of humanity. This socialist mode of production would lead to a workers' conquest of political power and eventually the establishment of a classless communist society. Marx argued that the working class should carry out organized revolutionary action to topple capitalism and bring about his envisaged socio-economic emancipation. Marxism has exerted major influence on socialist thought and political movements, and during the 20th century, revolutionary governments identifying as Marxist took power in many countries and established socialist states, including the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China, more on later. A number of theoretical variants, such as Leninism, Trotskyism, and Maoism, have also been developed. Marx was expelled from Paris, Belgium, and Germany over the course of his life for his revolutionary ideas. He finally settled in London in 1849. You're going to see this historical pattern over and over, especially with communism. Moving out of other countries of Europe and into London, a power center for social engineering, and you'll see why. Marx was expelled. He was expelled and finally settled in London in 1849, where he wrote Das Kapital. In 1864, Marx helped found the International Working Men's Association, also called First International, through which he sought to spread the communist ideology and to fight the influence of so-called anarchists of his time, led by Mikhail Bakunin. Marx died in March of 1883. While not publicly known as an occultist himself, the dark side of Marx has been well documented. He was known amongst his contemporaries for his hatred of humanity as a species, and he often espoused a desire to promote human destruction. Marx expressed hatred for entire cultures and was very racist. He hated Jews, Germans, the English, and more. He was a virulent racist and frequently made hateful remarks about blacks and other minorities in his writings. While Marxists have claimed that Marx was an atheist, it is well known by those who have studied his mindset and his writings that he both acknowledged and despised the existence of God, and in his own words, expressed the desire to, quote, chase God from heaven. Marx once stated, quote, "I wish to avenge myself against the one who rules above." While he never personally described his ideology as Satanism, and no true occultist, dark occultist would, Marx's personal belief system was a perfect example of what I, in my work, refer to as de facto Satanism. A great book on the topic of Marx's ideology when it came to the hatred of human beings, the human species, and of God is the book Marx and Satan by Richard Wurmbrand. Highly recommended. Here you see Marx doing the symbol of the hidden hand, the gesture of the hidden hand as it is known. He's basically telling you the forces that I move with and that move me are hidden, are occulted. The hand that guides the chess pieces is hidden inside his coat jacket. A lot of dark occultists did this gesture. It was very popular in Freemasonry. It was very popular in, as we're going to talk about a little bit later today, the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati as well. But while Marx's ideology was what I call a de facto Satanist, I would go far beyond that term in what I would describe him as. And what I would truly describe Marx as is this. Karl Marx was an antichrist. Now, I want this fully understood connotatively in my definition of the term. This is not a religious term, okay? What Christian religionists view as the Antichrist is not what I am talking about here. So let me paint the definition of how I'm using the term, okay? My personal concept of an Antichrist is a being who is responsible for the spread of false and harmful, if acted upon, information across a significant portion of the human population, and the subsequent ubiquitous spread of that deceptive information throughout the majority of humanity. So it's spreading completely false, illusory, and completely harmful ideologies throughout the population. The resultant behavior conducted by the population upon taking in this false information leads human society into chaos and degradation and away from the collective evolution of humanity through the attainment of higher consciousness, which should be our goal. That attainment of higher consciousness is often referred to as Christ consciousness. Deceivers of this kind, what I am calling a being that represents the Antichrist ideology, do not even necessarily do this with conscious intention, though many do. Some antichrists are simply useful dupes, tasked with the charge of being the messenger or penman, as I believe Marx was, so that the true architects of evil in our world remain hidden or occulted. So hopefully you've recognized many of these what I call antichrists. And I consider Marx chief among them. Friedrich Engels was a German ideologue, political theorist, and revolutionary socialist. He was a businessman and the closest friend and collaborator of Karl Marx. Engels met Marx in 1884, and they jointly authored a number of works, including the Communist Manifesto in 1848, and worked as political organizers and activists in the Communist League and First International. Engels' writings on materialism, idealism, and dialectics, all of which we've really talked about, supplied Marxism with its ontological and metaphysical foundation. Engels also helped Marx financially, allowing him to continue his writing after moving to London in 1849. After Marx's death in 1883, Engels compiled volumes 1 and 2 of Das Kapital, helped found the socialist organization Second International, and became the leading authority on Marxist political and economic theories. Now, he was his, henchman and joint collaborator. Let's talk about the Communist Manifesto and what it really espouses and contains. The Communist Manifesto, or originally the Manifesto of the Communist Party, is a political pamphlet written by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, and I would say they were the pen men, but appointed by higher-level occultists to put this ideology out into the world and disseminate it. It was commissioned by the Communist League. So realize that this document was commissioned by an organization whose sole purpose it was to spread communism throughout all of Europe, particularly in England. Okay, that's where the Communist League was founded and operated out of London. The Communist Manifesto.
Testing. I'm going to pause this here, and I'm going to switch gears to something else. I don't know how much more I'm going to live stream tonight, but I want to cover a few different things. Mark Passio's a useful idiot, or he's evil and he's aware that he's pushing shit. He hasn't done the work. He hasn't done the research, or he's aware and he knows that he's putting out the same bullshit. Anyway, it's up to you. You won't find the truth on these topics on YouTube. Good night to RI. You won't find the truth of these topics on YouTube. You'll have to go elsewhere. They ban channels for speaking about certain things on here. Jump over here to Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry. Hey, Landry.
Welcome. How are you doing, my friend?
Absolutely wonderful. That was a great intro.
Yeah, it's they keep getting better, like you said. We need a background. There we go. Boop. I think they keep getting better. I mean, just because I've kind of finally found the genre combination that I dig, and then soon it was getting better, videos getting better. But you know what it's not doing? It's not getting cheaper.
It's not getting cheaper. No, it's getting more expensive. That is for damn sure.
So he wants you to pay for it. They want your money, of course. That is for damn sure. So look at this. Only reading super chats, y'all. So you don't get your comments in chat read unless you pay him to read it. He's only reading your super chats. These tools are not cheap. He can't afford his software. I buy all of my own software that I use for this channel. All of it. The audio editing software, the slideshow software, Restream software, all the software that I use, I pay for. I don't have my handout saying, pay me, pay me. This is what they do. And people just watch this, and it's become normalized for people on YouTube to beg you for money, and they're shameless at it. And people just give them money. They just keep doing it. Give them all your money if you want to. There's a lot of dumb people in this world.
So we're here today to do the impossible, right? We're gonna talk truth, right? We're going off the cuff. It's out of this world. We're unscripted, all that. We don't have a plan. Well, I do have kind of a plan, but I do want to start off with for you.
Just talk about other people. That's all you really do. Like, let's be honest. That's all you do. You don't talk about any issues, events, history, nothing. You just talk about other people. That's what you guys do. That's the Panelverse. You yap about each other. It's all that you do.
You, just as a man to man, what do you believe the truth is? It's a loaded word.
They laugh because they don't care what the truth is. For them, it's just beliefs. They'll change their beliefs one day to the next. They laugh. They just do this for money.
The truth. The truth. Holy fuck.
What do you believe the truth is? It's a loaded word.
The truth. The truth. Holy fuck. If only I knew what the truth was, my friend. If I knew what the truth was, I would tell it to you.
There's this thing that I stumbled across back in the day, and I forgot about it for a long time. But
real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube.
I just had a recent epiphany where I was like, oh my God, I forgot about this. And it changed my life, quote unquote, for whatever that's worth when I first stumbled across it. And I think it might be worth pulling up. But so this is your thing right here, right? So you're going to start with this and then we'll go to that?
Oh, all right. So, yeah, this is a tribute for a friend out there, just to show him that, it can be done. Might not be the greatest, but we're gonna roll with it.
Okay, can you hear it? I can hear it. It might just be me though. It seems like it's silent, right?
Nope, it's not. Let's
not
see.
silent? It seems like. So it's not silent for you.
Now, see, like I told you, it's not a Producer Moose episode without some kind of, bullshit attached to it.
All right.
There's no sound attached to it for some reason.
Did you forget to do share with audio?
Let's try it again. There's
You might have to share your full screen for that one.
I did. I shared. Oh, video file. I shared screen for that one. Here we go. It's gonna work so much better now.
Welcome to the United Corporation of America. Your compli-
So right off the bat, they show money because that's what their focus is. All of these YouTubers are just focused on money. I'm not going to play this whole thing. It might be copyright. Who knows? These creatures will report channels. I don't trust them. But listen, they're focused on money. And Landry can't put his teeth away. He's got his teeth out again. See the teeth? and they're both the same energy. They're even dressing the same way. Look at this. They look like they're wearing matching outfits. Look at these two. They're twins.
To look at the numbers. What I wanted to share with you is this little thing that I had in the. Also, I think we have a few different. Whoops, is it the right one? No, is this you or is this no? This is me. I wanted to share this. So this is something that I stumbled across right back in the day. Have you ever seen this? It's called the present. It's not like the regular present, but it's kind of similar. So I'm curious what your thoughts on this are. Essentially, the I guess you could call it the conclusion. The mission statement is that
we were all kinds of different shit before we were humans.
Yeah, that, and then also just everything is balanced. So like it's like yin and yang sort of thing, 50-50. It might not be all in the same lifetime, but you're going to be throughout your journey, throughout reincarnation, if you believe in that kind of thing. You're going to be just as much good luck as you'll have bad luck. Just as much, everything. It's just up and down, left and right, all the opposites, and it's a really good read. But I'm curious on your thoughts on this here. So everything is balanced. Everything physical goes back and forth and balanced. Circles, cycles, or the equivalent. Birth, death, old, young, big, small, strong, weak, start, stop, up, down, rich, poor. Beginning, in, fast, slow, hot, cold, pain, pleasure, win, lose, day, night, full, empty, high, low, in, out, success, failure, united, divided, give, receive, creation, destruction, on, off, positive, negative, etc. Any thoughts on this stuff?
I don't know, man. I think we're all connected. I think that, there's like an energetic force amongst all of us, like even the plants and animals and stuff. But I don't know.
He'll just spew nonsense. This is what Moose will do. He doesn't have very many thoughts. He'll say we're all connected. Where's your evidence that we're all connected? You're going to make the next leap and spew the we're all one. You don't seem to have thoughts of your own, do you, Moose? None of these people do, though, the panel verse. They just sit there hunched over. Look at this. They're mumble and they're hunched over. Beta boys. Beta boys. Where's your evidence that we're all connected?
I don't know, man. I think we're all connected. I think that, there's like an energetic force amongst all of us, like even the plants and animals and stuff. But I don't know about reincarnation. I think it's possible, but I think that like as people, we want to like define things, and we want to know, or we want others to think we know. And so like, I don't know. I don't trust these kind of things. Like, who the fuck's to tell, who the fuck is going to prove it? You know what I mean? Like, I definitely think we're all connected, and like things that we do, like karma. I do believe there's like a higher consciousness, like higher power or whatever, but I don't know. I'm not the one to tell you who that is.
Yeah. Actually, I wrote something that I'm turning into a song, and this might be cringe as fuck, but I wanted to go through this a little bit because this kind of just came out of me today like a sneeze. I just was like, oh, this is AI free. As of right now, it's not been edited or anything, but I can zoom in here. But you have the voice of an angel, so you should read it to us.
Oh, really?
Your class project.
Just to read it. Okay.
Well, we can go.
Is this like a poem?
It's gonna be a song here soon.
All right. Well, I'm not singing it. I'm just not doing it.
No,
all right.
That'd be crazy.
Truth is, we rise and fall. Truth is, there's win and loss. Truth is, it's not consistent. Truth has been resisted. It's not what it seems. Truth works through you as me. Truth is, we aren't what we see. Truth is, there always should be something to teach and some room to grow, some men to lead, and some men who know. But if you're gonna fuck me up, I'm gonna try to like figure it out. All right, where were we? Something to teach and some room to grow, some men to lead and some men who know. But if you're asking me on this machine, I know I'll be the first to say to most things, yeah, I don't. In our one universal home, some on their knees at the throne, kissing the teat off of the loud and bold, forgetting what communities can sow. It's not you, it's not me, not all mirrors can see reflections in our pleas for sins, lies, and dreams.
So this is a great experiment, right? Because what I want to show you is that this is what we are left with now as humans, right? We can't even do it's like with this machine merging that we're making, you can call it post-humanism or whatever, we have the ability to make such crazy things at such an easy click of, a few buttons and some ideas, you know what I mean? But what are your thoughts on where we're heading with this merging with, the machine? It seems inevitable, right?
Oh yeah, it definitely seems like it's happening with or without us.
No sound. That's old. Yeah, it does seem to be that way. And this is the thing about what I've noticed about people in this online and just in the internet, I guess in general. But what everybody wants is, I think, a few things, right? So what is that thing? The need for desires or the ladder of desires? What's that thing called?
Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
I think you told me that. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if it was me, but I studied a little bit of it. But yeah, I mean, people needed to. I think it was Wizard probably who told you about it. People need attention. People need to feel loved, and then they gotta be fed, and they gotta have shelter, and that when they come on here and they spend all their time on here, they expect to get paid or whatever, and then it gets people frustrated, especially when they, if you take the attention of the, I don't know if it was me, but I studied a little bit of it, but yeah, I mean, people needed to. I think it was Wizard probably who told you about it. People need attention. People need to feel loved, and then they gotta be fed, and they gotta have shelter, and that when they come on here and they spend all their time on here, they expect to get paid or whatever, and then it gets people frustrated, especially when they, if you take the attention of the audience that is normally, frequenting their show, like, they get bitter and shit, because everybody is fighting for, like, in the panelverse, it seems like everyone's fighting for like 200 people. And it's like you can only grift 200 people so hard,
So you know what the best idea I think that could ever be done here, and this is I'm not name dropping anyone, but what I will say is that there is a great opportunity to where we could just sit here, we could bring some rando on. I don't know how we find the randos. We just like drop them in. They have to sit through 15 minutes of whatever bullshit happened during that week and try to explain it without any other context.
That'd be funny.
Like just drop them right in the middle of whatever the fuck that was today at, I don't know, 5 p.m., 4 p.m., whatever time that was. That madness. But there's one, I mean, I can't, it's just such a...
So behind him on the green screen is how he wishes his house looked when he actually lives in a dump. That's why they use green screen, to make you believe that they live in somewhere that's clean, nice, and it's a dump. He lives in a dump. He doesn't live in a place like that. He lives in a dump. He lives in a dump. Pay to play. And they got that from me. I've been talking about these channels. Pay to play. You got to pay to play their membership, members only shit videos. I've been the one talking about that. Pay to play. Okay? So he stole that from me, of course. The title, Pay to Play. What else did he steal? Is that all? This is not a broadcast. Broadcast in all caps. I make fun of Pauly and others for calling their shows broadcasts. So now his title is This Is Not a Broadcast. Where do you think they get their ideas from? Where do you think they get their ideas from? Do you have that figured out yet? I talk about live streams being live streams and shows, not broadcasts. They took that from me. Pay to play. I've spoken about channels that have members only content. Pay to play. They took the title from me. They got it from me. This is what they do, man. And people say, oh, they're original. They steal, you fucking dummies. They steal. It's what they do. They copy, they steal, they mimic, they plagiarize. Here's Landry. Here's Landry. Landry the other night on Flogay's channel. There's the owl up in the top right corner that he got from Bohemian Grove. Flogay did. The owl symbol. As for Landry, he's got the MM above his eyes. His eyes look black and demonic. Take a look. Red and blue of Freemasonry on his forehead. The red and blue. Okay. The MM, Master Mason. And you just turn the M's a little bit and you have a 33 on his face. They show you what they are, but most of you don't want to see the truth in this realm. Not just the truth on YouTube, the Panelverse, with Landry, with all of the others. Most of you humans don't want the truth. And I'm going to keep saying that because that is the truth. Most of you don't want to look, you don't want to see, you don't want to think, you don't want to realize you've been duped and admit to it. You don't want to look at history. You don't want to research. You don't want to investigate. You want to follow shitheads yapping about each other for the most part on television or on YouTube. That's what most people want to do. They're lazy. They're lazy mentally. They're lazy emotionally. They're lazy spiritually. They want easy shit. They want shit served up to them. They'll pay for shit as long as they don't have to think. And they don't have to change their minds on anything. They don't have to face that they've been lied to, that they've been duped, that they're following lying losers, demons. Most of you don't want to think. By you, I mean humans. I'm not talking about the regulars that come to my channel. The core group here are exceptions. This realm is filled with human beings that don't fucking want to think at all. And they've had generations and decades, and they show it all the time. They don't want the truth. They don't want to think. They don't want to face things. They'll look at this and they'll just laugh it off. You go right ahead. They rub it right in your face and say, come on, look at it. Take a look. And most people say, I don't want to look at that. I want to listen to Blandry. I want to pay him every month. That's what you do. You pay for shit a lot of you do every month. And that's why I call you fucking dupes and idiots and lazy-minded fools, because you pay for snakes to dupe you on YouTube, and you pay for mainstream media to dupe you. You pay for cable TV. You pay for all kinds of shit in your life. You pay to be fed lies. That's how stupid you are. Most humans.
It's a sad thing, but did you catch the end of that one thing that we will not name? It starts with the O.
I didn't. That's why I wanted to go over it, but then you said no.
No, I know.
So
Well, see,
instead
we can be failures. It's okay.
Hey, Wizard.
Wizard got
Greetings.
the backdoor entry.
Brother Keith.
How you doing, guys?
How did you like that song?
It was all right.
It wasn't great, right?
Well, I appreciate it because it did take some effort. I've just put my first, we'll call it full-length video. It wasn't just 1 second, 1 7-second clip. I actually had to string a few together and do some working on it. So I appreciate the effort that has to go into this shit.
Yeah, now we're talking. See, this is what's so cool. I love, see, both of y'all are awesome for just, getting something started, It's like, it doesn't have to be great, but I just love this is what co-creating is, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and like I said, you inspired me. I've been wanting to do this for a while, and when I saw you specifically reaching out for people that are interested in doing the same thing, yeah, okay. So, like I said, I've got projects in the background that I've been working on for a while, and ideas and concepts. It's just I don't have the skills.
Why do they always look so dirty? Like their aura is just filthy, greasy, dirty, nasty, vile. It's just gross. I don't know how people could watch this and say that they seem clean as beings and as spirits. They seem dirty and vile and disgusting. They look like they stink, like demonic stench is what I'm getting from this on the screen. And they all look similar. They have a similar look to them. Maybe they are related. Spiritually, they're probably related. Family. Look at this. They're gross. They're just gross.
To do it myself. And I know that the way this is going, that's an expensive trade. People are going to charge you money for taking up the time and the effort for doing that kind of stuff and get it to your liking. So rather than spend the expense in finance, I'd rather spend the expense in time. And that's why I appreciate the effort, because I know that's where all the value comes from.
Wizard, are you
100%.
watching TV?
Yeah, it sounds like there's some TV going on in the background.
I didn't want to fucking interrupt him, but I had to just be like, dude.
Okay, is that better?
Yes. Yes.
So, go ahead.
I had the urge to kick you out just to abuse my power, but it's you, brother Keith. Like, if it was anyone else, it would have been done, but it's like I have so much respect for you, so I was like, just wait until he says something, stops, and then say something. It's been a long week.
Well, yeah, I can be just as bad as Moose, can't I? Well, I saw his no sound video.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I was thinking the no sound video could have actually kept the viewers. Once the sound started playing, it went from 16, 18, and then it started dropping, and I was like, oh man, this is shit.
Well, you know why that is though, right? People are they're just little hoppers. That's what this space is full of. That's why it's so competitive, because everyone's just hopping what's going on here? Nothing? Okay, let's go on. What's going on here? Okay, nothing? What's going on here? No, nothing.
They're like, oh, there's no drama over here. Oh, it's just a music video.
It's just 10 people who are obsessed with Paul, sitting there waiting for us to say his name, and as soon as we don't, they're like, okay, we'll step back.
That took me all day to do that. Took me all fucking day. I had to think of the whole thing, and then I had to figure out how to get the song to actually play the genre that was requested for the song. And so I finally got it to play how I wanted it to play. And then it was like, okay, now it's time for videos. And then halfway through the videos, it's like, all right, you can't have these videos because they're inappropriate content. And I'm just like, well, here we go. Another restriction here. So, I'm starting to understand how it takes Landry, time and effort and energy to do all these things. And people are like, oh, it's just a click of a button. Well, yeah, you can just type in one little phrase and you'll get some shitty AI coming back. You'll get a shitty song. You'll get a shitty fucking sound. You'll get all kinds of stuff. Maybe you get lucky and it gives you something nice, but you sure as fuck can't rely on it. You have to actually have skill.
Well, and I actually I don't have the skill for the voice stuff, to try to mimic my voice. So I just did a voiceovers with my own voice. Because the AI, you notice the first part of that video comes out. It comes out in song. I'm actually singing, and the voice is actually really good, but it's not my singing. It's actually pretty close to my voice, but it's not my singing. I don't have tone or anything.
Yeah, it's absolutely It's a lot of finessing. It's why they well, when I was younger, it was like when I was in school, I used to actually dropped out of high school. I could never figure it out. I was always, I was a troubled youth. Actually crashed, like, I used to sneak out and get in trouble when I didn't have a license. And one day I snuck out with a girl, and I totaled the truck, so I had to actually work. All the jobs I had for the first 2 years of working, I had to just I didn't get to keep any of the money. I had to pay off the truck that I totaled. But there's a reason I brought this up.
Like father, like son, you totaled the truck, and recently his daddy ran over and killed a 6-year-old little girl. And they're boasting about it. They love it. I wonder if Landry hit anyone and killed them.
That sounds like a random story. What were we talking about before this?
You had to work for it.
Well, that too, but something else before that. Oh, no. So, yeah, when I was in school, I was just really, really troubled, and I would sit there and I would be on the computer because they gave us computers in high school, and I would just be doing a bunch of random shit like this. I would edit like things for bands that I liked, and I was on Tumblr all the time. But I was being productive, but I was never doing anything, and then I kept getting held back. So then I was supposed to be 11th grade, but I was in like the younger classes, and I was just like cheating off all those younger kids. Like, yeah, let me see what you guys did for your homework. And they're like, oh, this guy's so cool. He's older than us. And I really was just a lost cause. And then, when I started editing for Jaren, this is way later, obviously, this is in my adult life, I realized how this can become such a boring task if you have no creative control over it. And that's why I engaged with, the first thing I said to Jack was, hey, I'm here for the job. I want to, because he's talking about how he needs someone's help. And I was like, hey, I can do that. I can help you. Because with Jaren, I wanted to do more for him because I felt as though it was possible to do if like both parties are involved in the creative process in some way, even if they do diverge, which they always do in some sense, more could be done. And that's why I'm just, I'm really appreciative of you guys for, kind of engaging in this in the way that you have. It's cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it came at the a coincidental time that I saw things just clicking, and I know you and I get along pretty good. I know Moose and I get along pretty good, and I think it's 2 heads are better than one, 3 heads are better than one, and like I showed you on my video, I actually have 5 different parts that I play in that video as far as director, marketer, producer, clip artist, soundstage. So that's the premise I already have set in my mind before I even got into the AI, where that's what I'm going to have to be doing everything myself, that creative part. If I don't have control over that, like I said earlier, if I hand it over to somebody else and it's my creation and they don't have control of it, it's going to be hard to get the essence out of what I want.
Exactly right. Yeah. And that's how it's like always turns into a job, It's like for when you have to do it, and like that's where with Jaren it was just cutting out the ums and the uhs and there's some fun stuff in there, and I always like to go back and I felt it was cool for me because I felt, hey, this is like my chance to because I felt like I was in the spotlight even though I wasn't, if that makes sense, just because I was like, those are my thumbnails, those are my they weren't my videos, but they were. Does that make sense? Maybe not.
It does.
Well, yeah, but like you said, it didn't allow you for creativity. It was just the cutting out of bad material.
And I would always get yelled at because I would leave something in there that made him look bad, and he'd be like, "What the fuck is that? It made me look bad." I was like, "I don't think it makes you look bad." He's like, "Well, dude, why would I was like, "Well, you said it."
Yeah, dude.
I really want to have him back on the show. I have something that he wants me to mail him, but it's gonna be expensive to mail, and he's like, "Oh, I'll send you the money for it." I was like, "No, dude, just come on. I want to do another stream with you because I do like him." But he's just. I'm not sure if y'all saw the one I did with him and Paul. Did you see it, Moose?
No, I didn't.
So that was.
I don't know. Maybe I did. Which one?
It was just it was what's his name was falling asleep basically during it. He was like so high because he.
No, I didn't.
But the reason I bring this up is because every time that this guy gets on a video. He just cannot help himself but talk about the flat Earth. I literally had to throw up like a banner somewhere.
Which guy?
Jaron. It's just he's just so used to it.
Oh wow.
Hold on, where did I throw the banner?
And now he's a glober.
Well, sorry. When I say that, I mean he just the Earth in general. Now he's a glober, but he does the same thing. He brings up the globe. He's writing a book, I guess, about it. But
cool.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, but it's also kind of the same thing over and over and over again. So
he's been doing that for a decade. That's what you guys like. You like repetition. You like fixating on one single topic. You're not big picture thinkers. You're not beings that look at this whole as a mystery and a puzzle and fit pieces together to form the big picture. Most of you just want to fixate on one thing. Modern men, your thing is drama. You want to talk about other people. That's what your whole show's been. It probably always will be. Jaron talks about flat Earth and the Earth. What other knowledge does he have? Is he able to discuss other things? If he hasn't for a decade other than crypto, then I think that's all he's really knows about. Seems to be. A lot of you are just limited. You're very limited beings. And you don't like to hear that. But you can prove otherwise anytime you want, but you can't do it. You have the opportunity. You could hop on here and do a show instead of an hour and 47 minutes talking about other people. You could do a show actually talking about things. Knowledge, but you can't do it. You can't do it.
shit, look at that. Red 40 way back then too.
Red 40?
That's what happened to Jesus, and you didn't do anything. So the whole entire Bible is this idea of how to control people. And I even think that the Old Testament versus the New Testament is the difference.
I was sure what he was talking about before, during, or after.
I was reporting Red 40. That's so funny.
I tend to think, or at least maybe I hope or something.
But there's somewhere
I
in
can
here that
imagine
he
Jesus
just goes
coming
to the
here
flat
and
Earth,
being
but-
against the old.
Freed and Roy.
Oh,
Magic Weaver. I don't know. No, I'm just being random and jumping around.
So these creatures always report each other, don't they? And they just laugh about it. That's what they do. They report each other.
Did you see that they what's his name? Someone did a clip on us, an AI video of why our show sucks.
Oh, look at Bextra Large. Trexty likes Bextra Large. What a surprise. No wonder she hates me. She's part of the Bex Big Ugly anti-male crew.
Our show?
No, me and Moose. Sorry. This is our show.
Wait, what's up with...
What was that? An old little boomer laugh? What was so funny about that?
the nacho queefer in the background?
Do you know what that means?
No.
I didn't either.
Good.
I wasn't talking much, so I was just putting random things on the screen.
That's Nachiketa. Remember Nachiketa?
Yeah.
yeah.
So Jaron said it, and I was just.
I was held accountable the next day for what Paul said on my panel, and I argued to everybody, I can't control what another man says. I can't control what anyone says.
Though.
And I argued for free speech out here regardless.
So she didn't say another person. She said she can't control what another man said. That means she's a man. She's speaking about another man. Really? So you're a man, Bex? Is that what you're saying? Are you calling yourself a man because you said you can't control what another man says?
Fuck, Bex is like listening to fucking nails on a chalkboard.
Time talking to the sanity machine, and the main reason I was talking to him is
I don't like her voice at all.
By all these channels.
But here's the thing: she seems like she really likes her voice, and that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, she likes to fucking talk.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Are we just missing out on the golden opportunity here by not mentioning the things that happened earlier? You know, or we get because what do we win here if we don't do it? We just win our own self-respect.
I guess. I mean, I talk like what else is there to talk about except what's going on? What's going on in everybody's life?
But why is it so horrible though that there's like, I guess that's where I don't understand, because we can be co-creative in many ways, but I'm more inspired by these people than I've been inspired by many things in my life. Does that make sense? About the
Oh,
good,
it's
the bad, and the ugly.
fascinating, man. This is like the Jerry Springer on fucking steroids. You know, like watching Brian O'Shea go out there and get arrested.
Okay, I have to get into it then. I'm
bro.
sorry. I'm gonna cave. I'm gonna already be a man of my failing word here. Because, dude, I didn't catch the ending up arrow until you told me about it. But I think that's hilarious how it it just crumbled out beneath itself, and then me as you know, whatever I've said about Paul has never been the way that Imperius does. But then he just lets Imperius come up there like it's no problem. I was mind blown. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. So you didn't catch it, Moose?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not part of that crowd. I'm not part of a group. I'm not part of anything.
That's good. Groups are not good.
No.
It's just crazy how me and Talcott have been like pretty beefing all week. And then somehow we just ended up on each other's corner. Just because I don't know how it really happened, but so the main point is obviously, so we had I already went over this earlier, but we had the moment where we both got kicked off. They talked about us for a while.
Resentment subconsciously is a power play for clout, and you just want to get paid, and you recognize that your buddy over there can only do it by hating drama and gossiping. So you've taken a page out of his book. It's all this is, man. There's nothing more complicated than this. It's just the basics of power and value dynamics.
I can't listen to Paul go that hard, so I got to skip to the end. I'm sorry. I've heard too much of Paul. But essentially, whenever they leave, right here.
We didn't come here for Paul's narcissism. We came to talk about Paul. We didn't come here to hear from him and his loud mouth, right? I got that.
Have you met Imperius?
It's not going to happen.
Rant?
Hold on a second. I have to step away for a minute.
This was
right when Imperius goes
on
out.
that moment, and then you got on top of it and make it.
Hey, have you met Imperius, Rant? You're muted if you're talking.
I'm not so sure Imperius has met Imperius, if you get where I'm going with this.
That's going to be interesting to see those two.
Da, na, 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 na. Da, na, na, na.
All right, I guess
They're so boring, man. They're so boring.
Unmanaged expectations and
I'm gonna skip ahead. Look at this Cynthia with tacos and
I see a lot of that.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I missed the whole whatever Paul said.
My circumstance.
Okay, we're doing the wizard. I only see 1% of 1%.
We're doing the wizard.
You can't really talk about all the problems about OTW without mentioning Paul, right? It's just you only point in one direction.
all they do is yap about each other day after day after day. And they're so unaware they can't even realize, hey, we don't even talk about any topics. We just talk about each other when they're together, and when they're not on the same panel, they're talking about each other. This is all they do. Day after day, this is their whole life.
Is the antithesis of Paul. Don't you understand? You have dark and light.
I don't.
And you have the darkness masquerading as the light, you have the light masquerading as the darkness.
Well,
so now you got to figure out what is Jack Talcott doing here? Because Jack Talcott's definitely trying to portray the light. But what's inside of him?
There's dark and light in both of it. Like there's dark and light in all of us.
Right, exactly.
You see that smile Jack Talcott gets? It's because he's deceiving all of you.
That's what people say about me, and it's not true. Like half the time, I mean, I'm only deceiving.
I don't even think you have the capability to deceive somebody. To be honest,
that's a good thing.
You know what I mean?
It is a good thing. It is a good thing.
I'm proud of that. I don't think you do either.
Landry, rant is an example of the religious that have convinced.
King of the betas, Landry calls himself. Why can't he put his teeth away? He's always got his teeth out.
Themselves they're different.
Put those chompers away, Beaver boy. Put those chompers away.
Than others. They don't see. You're just like
Jack
us.
is an example of a man who lives in his own head.
We all live in our own heads.
Yeah, we all do.
That's where consciousness is.
That's exactly
No,
right.
he lives there though.
They'll always try that. We all do. We all do. This is what demons do. They just can't. You can't even have a conversation with them because they'll either say we all do or they'll say that's you. If you point out anything about them, they deflect. They can never just say, yeah, that's true. They can never agree. They can never self-reflect. This is what they do. If you call one of them narcissist, they'll say we're all narcissists. If you say one of them did evil, they'll say, we all do evil. This is what demons do. They play these demon games. Look at them. They just love it. They love to play these games, these demon games. I call it demon games.
Where do you live?
In the world.
You think you live in the minds of others. Holy shit. That's
have the capability to deceive somebody, to be honest.
That's a good thing.
You know what I mean?
It is a good thing. It is a good
I'm
thing.
proud of that. I don't think you do either.
Landry, rant is an example of the religious that have convinced themselves they're different than others. They don't see. You're just like us.
That's an example of a man who lives in his own head.
Yeah, we all do.
That's what conscience is.
That's exactly.
No, he lives there, though.
Where you live.
In the world.
You think you live in the minds of others. Holy shit, that's so true.
I live in the world.
You're right here with the chatters.
In the world. I'm not in my head.
People in the live chat who say that they're like, look, he's online all day. Like,
I don't make it about me. You make it about me.
You're talking about this the whole time.
I make it about you. Right. It's okay for me to make it about you.
We're trying to
when you make it about you. That's all.
See, now you're just like,
You know what I mean? Self-centered.
You're at 0 out of 10 right now.
He's deflecting.
I'm saying is I don't make it about me.
But you do.
In what way?
How you know? How you know all of the things?
By trying to dominate the conversation with your topic, your opinions. You're making it about
Truth
you.
is always going to dominate the lie. I don't have to try. All I do is speak.
You should listen before you judge. And you've misjudged, dude. You've been saying things.
Let me listen to
The truth.
Tell me.
For the truth. Listen for the
Hey,
truth.
what's the truth? What is the truth?
Dude, okay, I was saying earlier. This is the thing. Right now, what you're doing is you're just trying to make it a battle of the minds, right? But in this case, me and Deck have differences, right? We have many differences. We have me falling out. You know what I mean? But I'm going to sit here right now and say that I don't know you, Rank. You're saying that you have it all figured out. I did the same thing. I thought the same thing. I was wrong. Wrong. Almost every time I'm wrong. I don't be wrong again. That doesn't mean
you're wrong right now.
About what? About what? What's the okay? You can laugh at me, but what? If I'm not. But what? All what?
Entire beat.
That's you, dude.
Yeah, you're doing it all wrong.
That is you.
That's me.
What's the point of this conversation? You know what I mean? This is what
conversation. I don't know why are you even here.
Because I've been trying to engage with you always even avoid me, and I'm trying to say, hey, I came here talking to him. I couldn't do it alone. Couldn't do it privately. He's too whatever. Even though this is the only way to fun. Why?
It's a talk to you.
I was. You came here.
Go back.
I think we pretty much rounded it out. But if I leave, it's gonna be, oh my god, he ran. I'm not chat's here. I'm happy to chat.
So you're just staying here so people don't think you're pussy. You know you're pussy.
So, right.
So you're staying here, pussy? It pops up every once in a while.
Well, it's true though. I point out it's impossible, right? Sorry, I've been just kind of letting this play. I'm just so determined to finish this one I'm working on before this is over. It's almost done. But so I hate this shit to where you can't really even get a single person to acknowledge any sort of in these heated moments. They won't concede any ground, right? So that's why these things are they're pointless. They're obviously fun and entertaining. But when I said that it's the truth, it happens in this exact stream. Everyone's trying to figure out, did he run? Was he kicked or did he run? It's like, as far as I'm concerned, you get backstage, that's the same as being kicked, and you have every right to leave. It's not like you just sit there and hold on to your thoughts for 7 hours and say, never bring you back in. Like, what is up with that? I mean, yeah, I got backstage and then I fucking left. Because what else? So I was there for 2 hours. What's the point? Who cares? But if that's what I told him, was like, when I leave, it's gonna be, oh, he ran. And then, but if I stay, it's like, oh, you're staying because it's all just silly games.
So it's power games.
You heard so much about him.
Into your eyeball. And I can see two fucking vaginas. But that's fighting love.
Man, you see what it's into, dude. Listen to
that's
yourself.
you. So that's you, Jack. Jack, look, fucking I see you.
Landry, for real though, that's making a point. I mean,
oh, I know.
Why are you here? I got nowhere else to go.
Actually,
oh.
yeah.
You got me there. It's like asking like a restaurant. Why are you here? Why are you eating? We're all fucking here. We're all here.
I'm hanging out.
Me too. Just hang out.
So, welcome then. But at the end of the day, if you're going to come here with that bullshit, this is what's going to happen every time. Your entire style of existence is bullshit.
Only you believe you are worthy of judging. You're not judge of me. You're certainly not a good judge of character.
Judge me. Go ahead.
We don't want to talk about
I give you permission.
I'm not here to engage with you. But you are the one who's just because you can't speak for himself, right?
What we got here is failure to communicate.
It really is.
You're not here to communicate.
I'm willing to jump off if you want to do a call. But I mean, I'll say if you want to, I don't care. I'm not having fun to do it.
I see that. And you're trying to talk with OTW. I'm willing to support that.
Well, yeah, we all done already, you know.
Okay.
I support that.
All right. So, OTW.
Yeah.
The things you were saying about me, just like Grant was saying about me, are quite untrue. So Landry was here first. He said he's been trying to talk to you. Is there something we can do to help support that?
Well, so like I said, we pretty much took care of it. You kind of cut the tail end of it. This guy's been coming in and he's just been, telling me all the things that I'm doing. I've, known for 10 seconds. So I've been there. I made the mistake before myself,
Right.
Assuming that everyone's the same and everyone's all figured out. But, what's it doing for you? Is it getting you somewhere?
See, the difference is I'm not you, so I'm not wrong.
That's crazy. Are you ever wrong?
Yeah, but not right now.
About what? Which part are you not wrong about? Be specific.
Please.
I'm not wrong about your inauthentic bullshit that you're out here trying to peddle as value.
Inauthentic? Which part is inauthentic?
All of it. Your whole shit, bro. Your whole shit.
See, listen to the words there, right? All of it, your whole shit, bro. Your whole shit.
Your Honor, semantics.
That was. He didn't say anything. He said everything.
Right.
So, like, what do you mean? It's just there's no.
All right, the words that are coming out of your mouth. There's no point. It's just to defend your nothing that doesn't even have a place.
Holy shit, you are describing yourself. You seriously need to go back and listen to you, Rant. You're talking to you.
That's you.
I feel like we're gonna solve world peace any day now.
Right?
That's the thing that I was trying to say is that I don't feel like these people would show up when shit hits the fan like they say they do. But I'm still here for the same reason. So I found some gems in the rough. You know what I mean? So that's what matters.
Bingo.
So you guys are the gems in the
All right,
rough.
tell us about your gems. Give us some enlightening truth.
I'm talking about people as far as the gyms go.
Thanks,
People
man.
who actually show up to collaborate. Jack's one of them. I'll give him that. He does show up. He does not just sit around and say,
appreciate
maybe
that.
one day we'll go out and be on the ground. He'll go. He's just saying that's where we became aligned initially, was that he wanted to be supported in a way that was, I was the side guy and he was in the spotlight. I basically took the spotlight unintentionally, and then I wanted, because people were getting in my head, you need to be more self-sufficient. You need to.
What you talking about?
This is a radio, so we need sound effects. But flow state sound effects are better than yours at TW. I'll just say that. So that goes. I lost track. What was the question?
I don't do my show for Flow State and his audience. I do it for mine, who enjoy what I do. So
throw a jab at
your
that was
opinion is
to throw a jab because I'm getting a little bit worn out, to be honest.
It's passive aggressive. I think a lot of people don't.
Back to doing what you say you don't want people to do to you. That I wasn't. They will now take up for each other no matter what's being said or what's being done.
Attitude and that bullshit. Picking a side. It takes a.
Yes, I am here.
All right, take a quick break to do this. I just completed this one. Still got, I think, some touching up to do. I didn't hear what you said, Moose. You're muted, maybe.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I got to touch a few more things, but the draft one is done. Who do we got here? Anyone here that's worth talking to? It's looking more like cannibalism. Interesting. It's an interesting. Dr. D Head's always got some really good perspectives. You know what I mean? That's my thoughts. All right, this should be almost to the climax here.
rewind this broadcast and go watch everything I said. That's what it is.
Oh, I forgot about that, dude. This is the best part of the whole thing. Oh my god. Okay, this is great.
Viral video and all the rest of it. Or are we there to mock me and demean me and laugh at me and devalue my walk and all the rest of it? I'm taking your word for it. I'm sure someone else saw it here, so they'll reconfirm one way or the other.
I gotta slow it down because it's so good.
Here and say that, if anybody wants an example of actually standing up for somebody, you should just rewind this broadcast and go watch everything I said. That's what a good example of standing up for something and someone, right?
What kind of person says that?
Okay. That's probably true. The way I saw myself, Paul, is in yesterday's interaction, I stood with both the good and the bad. I didn't deny where I see you stumbling, but I did stand on that. What you're saying is important. I called Powder Dusty out on the fact that he hasn't seemed to learn what you and Wizard were trying to show people about, the systems and stuff. So I did and didn't support you, I guess.
Right.
Again, I mean, I don't really have much else to add. It's just, it's you when I go to my mutual corner and I don't talk or hate on you and I try to remember you in a positive way and I try to like own the quote unquote endearment that I've gathered from trauma bonding with you over the years. And then I just set boundaries that are healthy for all of us. It's like I come over and I give you something. It's not even give you something. I'm a part of something with you on your platform and your audience, which I don't really do much for anyone anymore. And immediately it's back to supporting Paulie Boy. I thought that we were doing that together. Like it wasn't even really about me or you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Here's something else, please, Paul. Consider this. Back to something else you said about your past and the way I treat you. I'm a test, but I promise you, brother, you practice forgiveness with me.
I don't deny that, Jack. I'll stop you right there. I don't deny that a lot of people on here, including this venue itself, is a test for me because it has been and is going to force me. I thought I was good at it and I was in life, but on here, it's a different dynamic. So it is forcing me to practice what I do in other areas here, which is address the truth and surrender the rest and not feel any way about it, right? It's just extreme detachment. Because I just watch consistently people who say great things to my face, ask me to co-create, say it's going to go great, and immediately turn around and play power games and all the rest of it.
Right?
Is that all there is to it, or is there other things that are happening in the space too? And it kind of
such as
the work that I've done in the background with people who I found, like El Perro, who's telling me about the legal lawful stuff, Mitch telling me about the legal lawful stuff, the stuff that I was trying to get from.
How does this relate to me and what I'm saying?
It doesn't always have to relate to you. That's the thing. You only come around when it does.
Who said that it did? We're talking about me and Jack and our interaction right now, and you just crowbarred some non sequitur about these other folks and what you're doing. How does that relate to what?
Because so much has happened here today, but until it was about you, it didn't matter to you.
So you're bitter and resentful that it usually becomes all about me, and it's not all about Landry. There's nothing to talk about with Landry other than his beta activity. Is that what it is?
Did you say my name? Or tripping?
What's the thing?
I believe that me and Jack were having a conversation with a few other people, and then you came up.
So wait a second. I'm now being double gaslit. So I just made an hour and a half that was all about me, not about me, but I made it about me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying.
What are you saying? Why can we never figure out what you guys are saying? Why do we talk in ways where we can't figure out what you're saying clearly and it doesn't make any sense? Is it because you're bullshitting?
No, please. It's
yesterday.
Jack, why are you
You did a whole broadcast yesterday about me in my viral video. You did a whole broadcast today here about me.
That's not true. I sat there.
It's not true. Is that everyone else's experience here, or am I narcissistically projecting?
All about you for the past fucking 7 hours and 12 minutes.
Right. That's what I thought. That's what's being shown. But they're telling.
Is that true? The whole thing's about him the whole time. Well, maybe he was telling the truth. Well, dude, whose fault is that?
Well, just like I mentioned the other day, he got up on Jack's panel and said, I'm thinking I might just go back to season 1 and try to work with Jack again. While he's on Jack's panel, trying to work with Jack again. It's always Paul. Where he's saying everybody else, it's always Paul. It isn't anybody else. Remember the trauma bonding? Who the fuck taught him that shit?
I don't even know what you mean.
Well, who's teaching him how to trauma bond? What the fuck is trauma bonding? I'm the guy that when I tripped and fell when I was a kid, Dad was go walk it off. And he really knew if I had to go to the hospital because I couldn't walk it off. And today I break my hand.
He sounds normal on 1.5 times speed. See that? Playback speed is 1.5. This creepy wizard El Perro sounds normal now. So does Landry. But Paul sounds super sped up. Interesting.
I don't go to the hospital. I go down to the parts store. I get a fiberglass kit. I set the break myself and make my own damn cast. What the fuck is this trauma bonding shit? That's what got me. Who the fuck is teaching everybody to get in their emotions with each other and trauma bond?
That's a good question. So I think that I guess the rest of this left we just end up leaving. You should do I have an idea because we've already talked about your scripts and we talked about doing some acting and all that, like just where we don't even have to be in person. We just do full screen on Zoom or whatever. You should see what you can write for like a 3-man or 2-man or maybe write 4 or 5 people. It doesn't have to be long. It should be short to start off with, just as practice. You could use what you've already made and see if we can incorporate it into something, because that would be fun for me to experiment with here, because I do find this is very much right now. So it's obviously this is what I will say that is helpful in these moments, right? Is it gives me inspiration because it's fiery energy, but I do want to be more. I still think you can use this kind of space to make more creative things happen. And y'all are already getting on these other projects. I would love to do some things with your writing if you'd be open to it.
Absolutely. And Dr. D had, just to make note here, Landry and I both were on this platform before Paul.
Yeah, so Paul is one of those people that can actually monologue continuously that makes him an outlier in circles. Yeah, that's the thing too, is I took everything down because like I wanted a fresh start, but I did have a ton of videos here, and it was just me. It wasn't I was nervous the whole time, and I used to drink to get over it. And yeah, Paul can continuously monologue, but what happens there is there becomes a lack of that's where it's hard to have a conversation with him, because he's so used to having the monologue, right? To where he will be talking for 90% of the airtime, and you will like say something, and then you'll try to push forward to get to the end of your sentence, and he will cry and say, "Stop interrupting me!" Like he really doesn't realize it. He doesn't have any sort of sense. It's like Bex. When Bex is going on a long rant, she can't land her plane. They just don't realize it. That they're. I can always tell when I'm going on a little long, and I can feel it in my soul, and I can just feel it in my mind, and I'm like, okay, I gotta kind of wrap this up. But I feel like some people just they don't have that sort of awareness.
Yeah, and that's what many people don't have, and that's why I say you can't take this metaverse for what you're taking it for. It's 0.1% of reality. And if you put that into a story and try to make the story true, you're going to be the fool.
Absolutely. And there's the other thing that's funny about Paul is like, again, it doesn't matter here, just sitting there, like continuing to show that he has nothing else interesting to say or add to the conversation. He's more than willing to, or more than capable of, figuring out how to use StreamYard or jumping on a call. He's been unable to do that or unwilling to do that because of whatever reasons. I showed a lot of sincere appreciation of him when he talked offline. And at this point, it seems like he has no other interest of communicating with me beyond just doing the ... in the chat, just saying, "This is horrible. I'm falling asleep. This is the worst thing ever." Again, you don't have to be here. Number one. Number two, I don't think that anyone here is contending that this is the best and most vital space that's ever existed. There's good moments and there's bad moments, but here's the thing: we are not signed to a contract, right? We don't have to prove something to a record label. This is just sort of a experiment to feel out what goes best. And at this point, Moose is tired because he's got a real big boy job and we have families, and it's not so much the broadcast that I am concerned with, and I just use it as a sort of it is a creative space. And like this whole time I've been working on something, you know what I mean? I don't know what Moose is doing, maybe he's doing the same, who knows? However, me explaining myself, that's even part of the problem, right? I shouldn't have to do that in this area because it doesn't mean anything to people like you. It doesn't matter to where you just have one intention. You're not as bad as Red 40, obviously. Red 40 is going to come in here and just be like a bitch all the time. There's things that I see. I always look at what's not happening, right? What's not being said by people like who are on this other side, where they won't go after certain things from certain people. So it's just a thing where, depending on what Paul feels about someone, that's where they'll go and that's where they'll spend their energy complaining. So that will end that sort of rant. And I know you only had a short period of time, Moose, so we can go ahead and close up. And I'm willing to stay offline with either one of y'all. So, or if you want to jump off, Moose, it's up to you. I don't really mind either way.
Yeah, I'm done for the night. I'm gonna go relax doing something else, smoke a bowl, and do some reading or something.
I'm good. All right. Well, thank you so much. Who are they? It doesn't matter.
But I will catch you tomorrow. Like I said, I'm kind of limited to doing 3 videos a day, and I thought that the platform that you invited me to had unlimited or something. So
it should if you did the.
Okay, we'll get together. Yeah, we'll get together tomorrow and try that again. I've got to get a note on it somewhere or something.
That's so funny. Moose said he's been working on a song too, so that's why we're a bad mix. We're both just like doing our own thing in the background.
We're not a bad mix. Like we were reviewing that, and like I don't know. I was about to go to bed, but I wanted to see if I can get a different version of the song. I guess. Yeah, we're All
right. Hold on. I'm gonna take this opportunity right now. Okay. Perez, you mind if I kick you?
Go ahead. Be best.
All right. See you. All right. So doesn't matter. Let's do a little thought experiment here, right? You want to see what? I'm not even saying you have to extend an offer for payment. I'm not even saying that yet. If it gets there, that's fine. But you have an idea. Refresh my memory. Believe me, this might be a surprise to you, but I actually have a lot of people who have been contacting me about this stuff, and it's a lot of time.
On it, and this is how I got to the point that I had to tell the panelverse that Hank didn't really fuck his torso. So basically, I let the cops come in because.
Okay.
Do I sound bitter, Jack? Wherever you are, Jack, does this sound bitter, or is it just when I'm dealing with you?
W can stand on his own 2 legs, it will stop being needed to say Paul's name. So, but Paul likes it. Don't let him think that he kicks. Some might say it's just a little bit like this. It's a little bit. I don't know. Back when I used to work at the YMCA, we used to call it the YMC. It's kind of the face we get here. It's like meh. It's probably how Jack felt at the end of that last conversation that we saw take place. I have had a somewhat interesting day so far. People might think that this is the thing that I went into that space to do, to make some sort of avalanche, I guess you could call it, of content. Like, oh, they're going to respond to us, responding to them, responding to us, which I might pull some up here. Depends. I mean, I more often like to kind of go over it on my own, but and then if it's noteworthy, I'll pull it up afterwards. But what I want to say is that I feel as though I went into that engagement with the intention of talking to OTW. If anybody knows me or has been paying attention here at all, which I'm not saying that you need to be or that's important, but if you have been, you can see what I've been saying the past few days, right? I've been trying to talk to OTW. He wouldn't engage one-on-one. He didn't feel it was worth it. And he claims now that the reason for that is because I said something about Paul, right? That's the whole point. That's the whole point, putting the simple words right there, right? We, have these tendencies in life to feel as though loyalty is more important than many other things, and I think it is important in a lot of ways, right? But in this internet game, I guess I'm still figuring out what exactly is worth being loyal to, if anything, other than, you know, some people might call it the truth, and how Paul is just like a synonym for the truth. But I mean, I don't even want to mention his name anymore here. I mean, like today, because I mean, that's going to be the whole thing. Oh, you made a 10-hour broadcast about me. What the hell, dude? It's like, what kind of person has to make somehow make, you know, every single, where I would give him credit to say there's truth in the fact that I went after OTW, and OTW is basically just doing whatever Paul wants him to do. He's admitted that, so it has to be about Paul. Whenever OTW cannot stand on his own two legs, as soon as OTW can stand on his own two legs, it will stop being needed to say Paul's name. So, but Paul likes it. Don't let him think that he doesn't like coming up here in the space. He can say, "Oh, it's going to make me sicker and all that." Maybe it will. I don't really have any sort of room to judge that. But what I do have is the ability to say, "Hey, OTW, I think you kind of made it clear that my point has been proven here. People see it. I mean, I've told you 1,000 times I like your show." And that's the crazy part, you know, where it's almost impossible for people to wrap their minds around these. Even Cynthia said it herself, you know, imagine if you were an editor and you were criticizing someone who you're editing for. I used to criticize Jaron all the time. And that's like why, you know, he liked me, because I would tell him what I thought, and he was open to my ideas, and I wouldn't say, you know, there's certain rules, you know, but he would call me out whenever I would make mistakes, and then we had an agreement, a business agreement, you know what I mean? A formal agreement that does not exist in these other places yet. But I'm enjoying the aspect of making this time I spend here as open as possible to finding what is meaningful, right? And I do feel as though I've had to learn the hard way a few times that I've been incorrect. I've been right sometimes too, and I'll be wrong tomorrow. I'll be wrong the next day, or maybe I won't. Let's give me a few weeks, right? I'll be right this month, wrong next month. You know what I mean? It's just the way it goes. So I find is the fact that I am at least willing to go out and do something this morning, like where I was, you know, I saw a black. I guess should I review that instead? Should I just review myself? I don't know. I think the footage was very, very poor. That's why I got to get this camera today. So yeah, I found this camera for things like today, to where I shouldn't even do the live stream. I should just do it in the moment, because my phone, de-googling it really took away the skills that it had as a camera before. It's just very much restricted now. I guess I can read some comments here. It's Landry's land. That's funny. You know what Landry means? Landry means ruler of the land. I believe it's the etymology of that word, or the French meaning. Landry for the win earlier. Isn't Jim from Florida always giving me a hard time? Interesting. You were going to cash at me $100 if I didn't bring Paul's name up in the stream? Okay, well, that's a great, you know, claim, obviously. The well, now you just made me say it again, you know what I mean? But yeah, sure you were, Jeeves. I'm sure I've seen you sending money left and right all the time. Good, you know, good way to compete with me is to actually make these claims and put these bets out to the open, to where there's a shot for both parties, right? Because I did the same thing to OTW. I put up $1,000 offer that he refused to work together. But you know, the thing is that when you can't be your own person, and you have to act like OTW, it's impossible for the other person not to treat you like a dog, and it's what I see happening. So it's okay. I almost said this sucks, but it's not a broadcast. Thank you, Tommy. Tommy, you know, much different person than I am, but I can at least recognize some of the truths that he has spoken, and especially lately, I've really started to see that he was more right than I initially realized. So I will go into the. Are you asserting that Paul wasn't forced to defend his honor from our opinions? I am asserting that, yes, because.
Let's check this out. Let's switch gears here. Black women got pissed when told the harsh truth.
A lot of black women wear white women's hair, but white women wouldn't even think ever to put on any type of black woman's hair.
Are you like anti-black?
I'm not anti-black at all.
So like, what's this interview?
I'm just trying to see like why do you guys think a lot of black women admire white women today? They just love the way they look, they want to be them and everything like this.
They don't.
What about the 613 Brazilian blonde bust-down wigs that be down here and straight?
That's Brazilian. That's not.
I was gonna say, I don't think it's an urge to look like a white woman. It's just the urge to be ourselves. And if that's to change our hair, that's to change our hair.
Yeah, like.
As someone who changes her hair frequently, it's just like you just want a new character.
Yeah.
So how are you being yourself by wearing another race's hair on your head?
Another racist hair on my head?
Hair's hair.
So if a white woman's hair were to fall on your food at a restaurant, would you still eat the food?
Nigga.
Right.
No.
So, because it's nasty. So how is wearing a whole wig that came from her scalp, like how is that sanitary?
These wigs are like Brazilian, Malaysian.
Mhm.
I'm confused
Oh.
on white women hair.
And Portuguese people. So those are white people, Europeans. So the ones that have the straight hair that you guys wear, those are the white ones. The black ones have more of hair that looks like mine and your natural hair and your natural hair.
Are you like anti-black?
I'm not anti-black at all.
So like, what's this interview?
I'm just trying to see like how we can get more black women to wear the natural hair, because the natural hair is just so beautiful. And I love to see it every time I just walk down the street. But then it's like the 613 bust downs. It's like, why can't we just see the natural hair more? You know?
Get you a natural woman then. I don't know.
So I do that, but I mean more black men want black women natural as well.
You want more natural, but you don't uplift women who are natural. I feel like
I do all the
if
time.
You're 1 out of like 30. You're 1 out of 50.
So
because it's not the majority. If more men or black men uplifted and idolized that natural look or that natural beauty, that natural black woman curly hair, that's natural, whether it's nappy, whether it's super curly, whether it's a 4A or a 3C.
Yeah. Like,
if we saw that more, we would do it more. But instead, the uplifted is the black bust down to the ass, 40 inches. We see that and we're like, okay, we need that. I need to look like this to actually feel like I'm pretty and to be admired by my community.
Most black men really want natural hair is better. But if you're wearing a wig at 613 bust down and he says, hey babe, you know, your natural hair looks better, the coochie gonna get dried up real quick because you're like, hold on, man. How come you don't like me with this wig on? How you gonna tell me my natural hair is better than this wig?
Okay, but most men, like when they say that, like they prefer natural hair, like we appreciate that, but it's like you also have to embrace us, like whatever hairstyle we choose. Us black women, like we're very versatile. We come in all shapes, sizes, colors, hair, long, straight, bob. You know what I'm saying? Like pixie cut, we can really do it all. So it's like you really just gotta love us for what we want to wear.
So what if white women just say, you know, we want to do it too. We want to wear that. We want to wear the Afro wigs. We want to wear dreaded wigs and everything like that. Just copy black people.
Like cultural appropriation, yes, but it's like if they want to do that, then they can look crazy. I really don't give a fuck.
Does cultural appropriation exist?
Yes.
What is cultural
Can I
appropriation?
go home? Like I'm hungry. Like I'm like damn.
You gotta try to eat
Nice
with
to
me.
meet you.
I'm so
You gonna shake my
It
hand?
was nice to meet you.
All right. See, I could tell the shorter one with the bonnet on, she wasn't as triggered as the taller one. The taller one, her facial expression started changing. She started getting upset. But look, my job as a content creator is to get the content. So I'm gonna keep asking you questions until you tell me, hey, I gotta go. So you can't fault me for that. Let's go. Why do you think a lot of black women wear white women's hair, but white women wouldn't even think ever to put on any type of black women's hair?
Just different way to express themselves, like different styles.
How do black women express themselves by wearing other races' hair on their head?
To show that it's like not closed off to just that specific race and that they can enhance the style in a different way.
So can put on Afro wigs, would that be a good thing?
I don't think so.
Why not? Why not?
I just don't know.
You think it would be like cultural appropriation or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think a lot of black women wear white women's hair? They want to be white women with all these 613 bust downs and stuff like that.
It's not that they want to be white women. Sometimes it's about, you know, your surroundings, how you brought up. And black people do it better than white people anyway.
Hold on. White women's hair grows the way it does naturally.
Yeah.
Black women take their hair, put it on, and now black women are doing it better. How does that even make sense?
It's not supposed to make sense. It's just you see a black woman do things that other people do. White, Arabian, Indian, don't matter, and they're always gonna do it better. because black queens on top every time.
We should give white women the chance to put on afros and see how good they do that, right?
They can.
What do you mean they do?
They did. In the 90s, afros was a big thing, so what's the problem?
I mean-
if white people could wear braids, so can black women wear weave.
After a while, they gave it up. Even black men, we used to straighten our hair and try to be white as well, but we gave that up because we were like, bruh, our natural hair looks better. But black women are the only ones who are still wearing this straight hair, wigs and weaves and all this other stuff. Like, why can't they just wear it natural?
Sometimes people say it looks unprofessional.
Oh, your natural hair.
Yeah.
So should we listen to idiots? Like, because they're clearly stupid.
I don't know. It's up to people to make the decision.
What do you prefer, bro? Do you prefer the natural hair or fake hair?
I prefer whatever looks good. If I have to be honest. So
What looks better to you? The like a 613 bust down wig or a natural afro?
I ain't gonna lie, I like a pixie cut. I like low cut hair women. So
A little pixie cut?
Yeah, it don't really matter to me.
Why do you think a lot of black women admire white women so much?
I don't think that's true.
What?
No.
Ma'am, okay. What about all these black women with the straight hair and 613 Brazilian blonde bust-down wigs? Aren't they trying to admire white women in other races?
I don't think that's true.
How is that not true? If they never saw a white woman or another race, do you think so many black women will be putting on these straight hair wigs?
I honestly don't have an answer to that question.
I think you know the truth, but you don't want to say it. Your hair is beautiful, though.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like I should put down other women just because I don't wear wigs. I personally don't wear wigs, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to put down another black woman.
So it would really be uplifting because if you shame the wig, then eventually it'll fly right off the head. All the shame would just make it come off and you'll just see the natural beauty just like this, just start glowing.
I think all black women are beautiful, regardless whether they wear wigs or not.
Even the one with the wigs? Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think so many black women admire white women?
What? I can't relate to that.
Not at
You can't?
all.
I can't, no.
But do you know why I said that? Because all the wigs and the 613 bust downs.
That's our culture.
That's your culture. What is the most beautiful thing about white women?
Lost me with that.
What do you mean?
No, you know. Wait, no, okay. Our beauty is like both the same.
Talk to
but
the
like,
camera.
I feel like
Talk to the camera.
I'm not talking to the camera.
Okay. You want to turn around?
Yeah.
But what? Your beauty's both the same, but what?
No, you said, but what? No, everyone's beautiful in their own way. Life's great. Life's
Okay.
good. Look, the sun is shining right now.
But you could name like a, just a physical trait about a white woman. Like her hair, because black women like to wear their hair.
Look at that black woman. Look at her hair.
Oh, yeah, of course. But I mean, a lot of the other ones wear these, 613 bust down wigs and stuff like that.
Yeah, what about it?
They're trying to be white.
No. What you mean by that?
Wait, come on
You went to
now. Thank you for watching the video. If you would like to watch the full video, you can go to the first link in the description and subscribe at patreon.com. Not only will you get access to the rest of this video, but you'll also get access to over
the bounds. Okay, so this could be if this is a holographic reality, maybe what we know of as Earth is the holographic part, and if you reach the end of the holographic part, which is this end of the world, you cross over into reality, the true reality, where there's no holographic nonsense. But also, we could just be in a pod, and this is all just, or however you want to say it, this is all just projection, and none of this is real. And even if you went to the end of the simulation, it's just a simulation, so nothing happens. You just see the end of the simulation.
Hello.
Hey, you know who is back. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. here, so.
It's the witching hour.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining.
No problem.
What's on your mind
I'm a
today?
little tired. Nothing particular.
You just want some company?
I guess.
Yeah. I feel you.
Usually prefer like silence, but barely talk to people, to be honest.
Yeah. So, are you mostly alone throughout your day?
Yeah, I don't leave the house just to go shopping for food and stuff. But
yeah,
it's pretty much.
So what do you do at your house? Is there anything that you like to do? That's
I don't want to go into details, but let's just say I'm an herbalist.
okay. So you mess around with magic herbs.
Yeah.
I like that. Have you ever experienced anything like supernatural with the herbs that you want to talk about?
Not particularly with the herbs, but
or just in general, I guess.
One thing really that stands out when I was really at my lowest, like really ready to go, I had this like, I don't know how to describe it, like in a dream. I had like this meeting with something. I don't even know what, but it basically turned me around. It was like, don't give up. It's like basically don't give up. And that actually meant something to me, that it actually made me turn around. And that's the only reason why I'm probably still here.
So what was it, like a audible voice or like a voice in your head?
Not even a voice. It's like more like a feeling.
Okay. Do you feel like it came from you or something outside of you?
I couldn't say. Potentially,
So how do you feel about that decision now?
it is what it is. I've learned to make the best of it. Was pretty shitty at the beginning, and I guess I got lucky. I was able to no longer go to work because that was my biggest. I cannot. It's not even the work. It's like the working with the people. It's like I can't fucking stand them. It's like they're always fucking lazy cunts, and like I always have to do like 10 times more than I should do. After a while, it's like, if this is my life, fuck it.
What kind of stuff were you doing?
I was like doing delivery jobs for like food and frozen food. That was like my last job, and I was like the best guy at it. But like it lasted maybe like max 2 years, and then I just couldn't do it anymore.
It just wears you down. Whatever you're doing, it just wears the repetitiveness of it all. Just, oh man.
Not even that. It's like I don't even want to be here. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Let alone work 10-hour, 12-hour days. You know. I'm gonna take a drink.
Anyone else is welcome to come on if you feel like it. No pressure. We're just hanging out.
I was thinking about, that Charlie Kirk guy.
Oh yeah, tell me what you think, because I have my own thoughts. But go ahead.
Where do I even begin? I barely knew that guy existed, to be honest. Like I probably saw like him talk a couple of times, and I was like, okay, this guy's a retard. Let's move on. That's my opinion, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just from the company that he keeps, let's put it that way. You could tell. And there's a lot of strange things. Like, for example, his name, like the name Kirk, it's something that has been used like in cinema, like especially like Star Trek. It's not just a regular name.
Yeah.
So I don't know, you can change the letter K for a C, and then it becomes Sirs, and Cersei or Sir Goal, these are like, how do I put it? This is like a Freemasonic symbol, the circle. And even his logo from that, what is it, Turning Point? All of it is linked, seems to be linked to some kind of circle or ring. And I've always believed that it's gonna be like this cataclysmic event in the Ring of Fire that basically like vindicated 68. He talked about like people panicking when the ground was like collapsing underneath them and stuff like that, and like all the sinkholes, and there is this guy used to be, no, he's still on YouTube. Well, he hasn't made videos in years, called Illuminati Matrix, and he used to talk about this what did he call it? It's like a mega ritual sacrifice that they're planning in that. If you look at like the coast of America, the West Coast? I guess it's like California. What else is there up there? Detroit and stuff. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That entire coastline is like, if you go there, if you look it up, there's like there has been no investment in that area. Let's put it that way. It's like they basically know that place is going to be destroyed. Like the entire coastline is going to be decimated. So they basically stopped investing there a long time ago. You can see that like the entire area is going downhill fast. They're bringing in all these foreign people. In the end time, supposedly God is going to bring all the nations together in one area, and the West Coast of America, but it's more like a worldwide event in the Ring of Fire. I always remember that Jesse Ventura back in the day, don't really trust the guy, but he used to talk about how they were planting like bombs in the ocean and stuff like that.
Yeah, that guy's that guy's part of the club. But yeah.
And the Russians, they have like these tsunami weapons and stuff like that. So it isn't too far-fetched to think that something, even if it isn't like anything natural occurring. But if you watch what's his name, the Mud Fossil University, like he's been talking a lot about like these are basically giant corpses that we live on. And eventually, like when everything is defrosting, it's all gonna collapse and stuff. And it all fits together with what Vindicated 68 was saying.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that channel. Not Vindicated, but the Mud Fossil guy. But yeah, but I think Charlie Kirk, he's still alive. He's not dead. He's part of the club. It's a stage play. If you look, okay, so I'm not saying that I trust this channel. All I'm saying is he makes good videos about exposing world stage events. They Live Truth makes great videos about exposing this kind of stuff. And you'll see that it's all like stage play. Like he didn't really die. The whole thing doesn't make sense. There was no crime scene. All his wife's an actor, basically. If you watch the video, she's acting. These guys, it's a long operation. It's like a long game they're playing to push their agendas.
For sure. We will never know if he's alive or not. That's the thing. That's the way it always goes.
Cat, you on? Yeah, Flex gets it. He knows his stage.
Man, I'm fucking cold for some reason.
Yeah, they never die. Same formula over and over. Yeah, man, these people play many different characters too. Another one is what's he called? Fittest Flat Earther. He makes good videos. I don't really like the guy himself, but he makes good videos like exposing people playing multiple people on the world stage. They're all Christians somehow, but I mean, other than that, it's good info.
Oh, that's why my my logo wasn't there. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like, oh, they're worshiping the wrong Jesus. They want you to worship Lucifer. Their Jesus is Lucifer, but our Jesus is the real Jesus. It's like, come on, seriously. Kat, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. What's up, Jared?
Okay, because it wasn't it was booting me out.
They don't want you talking.
I guess.
So what are your thoughts?
It wouldn't let what you were just talking about with Tyler.
Sure, yeah.
He just
anything.
Put up
You're cutting out.
video.
Oh, there you go.
But I think I have to move somewhere to get better service, I think. Because I only have like one bar, so I should move somewhere closer to wherever I can get better service.
Are you with three fingers right now?
All right, I'll just drive some.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, the real Jesus. Oh, now I'm on board. If it's the real Jesus, yeah. This is the real Jesus. Yeah. They're worshiping the wrong Jesus.
It's not that they're worshiping the wrong Jesus, they're worshiping Christ, which is a totally different Jewish concept, by the way.
The anointed one?
Yeah. Of the devil.
The Messiah.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I used to be a Christian. You know, I get it. There's truth in what Jesus says, but again, it's like half truth. So
People are putting their salvation outside themselves onto somebody else.
but we ain't doing that here.
Okay, somebody's gonna let me go here. Okay, I'm gonna be driving for a few minutes.
So where are you?
There ain't no color in the sky anymore, and I don't feel much like singing. Can't see what for. And there ain't no comfort.
True. Like man as a whole is evil. Like just as an entity, a general idea. The inherent fact that men are evil,
hold on.
that is true. Like,
oops. Ah, shit. One sec.
the inherent fact that men are evil, that is true. Like man as a whole is evil. Like just as an entity, a general idea. Men have inflicted violence and oppression on the world in ways that are irreparable. Like, it's okay if we say that out loud. It's okay if we say that men are inherently evil. It's like, it's not all men, but for some reason, always a man. Every time something terrible happens, always a man, like 99% of the time. So I feel like it's a lot simpler than people may think. I don't hate my man, I hate most men. And for me, I think given what men have done to me personally, to people I love, and the world as a whole, if they all start guilty and have to work their way to innocent, it's not really a big deal to me. I feel very like convicted in that. It's very like, if you're not awful, prove it. Quit talking about it and fucking do it. Because the men who complain that they really hate hearing like, oh, what about all men? Oh, all men, all men. A lot of this, not a lot of action. The inherent fact that men are evil, that is true. Like man as a whole is evil. Like just as
What man would date this man-hating demon? What man would date that thing? Fool! You'd have to be a fool. Fool. Fool.
an entity, a general idea. Men have inflicted violence and oppression on the world. I don't hate my man, I hate most men. And for me, I think given what men have done to me personally, to people I love, and the world as a whole, if they all start guilty and have to work their way to innocent, it's not really a big deal to me. I feel very convicted in that. It's very if you're not awful, prove it. Yeah. Quit talking about it and fucking do it. Because the men who complain that they really hate hearing oh, what about all men? Oh, all men, all men. A lot of this, not a lot of action. The inherent fact that men are evil, that is true. Man as a whole is evil. Just as an entity, a general idea. Men have inflicted violence and oppression on the world in ways that are irreparable. It's okay if we say that out loud. It's okay if we say that men are inherently evil. It's it's not all men, but for some reason, always a man. Every time something terrible happens, always a man, 99% of the time. So I feel like it's a lot simpler than people may think. I don't hate my man, I hate most men. And for me, I think given what men have done to me personally, to people I love, and the world as a whole, if they all start guilty and have to work their way to innocent, it's not really a big deal to me. I feel very convicted in that. It's very if you're not awful, prove it.
Okay. How's the sync, guys? Can you tell me if the sync is okay? Tell me if the sync is all right. Sorry, I had to step away for a bit, so it just replayed. It's off a smidge. So what we were looking for, if there was her lips, if the audio looked like it was coming either a bit after or a bit before. Barely, a little bit off. It's ahead 0.2 seconds. Okay. What about here? I'm going to try something else. You tell me if this looks better. You guys are at the optometrist's office, okay? All right. Does it look better now?
The inherent fact that men are evil, that is true. Man as a whole is evil. Just as an entity, a general idea. Men have inflicted violence and oppression on the world in ways that are irreparable. It's okay if we say that out loud. It's okay if we say that men are inherently evil. It's not all men, but for...
Is it better? Oh, wait. I don't have the chat here. Fuck. Looks good. Is that better? Okay, I'll have to figure out why that's doing that. How about my sync? Is my sync okay? When I'm talking? Right now, how's my sync? So far away. I relationship. I think the split screen is good. Where it'll be split down the middle. I don't know. Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Oh, shit. Patient trust. If a nurse or who
Do 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 do. Be not afraid.
So, another day, another video, straight from the well-functioning and cohesive, diverse Western society. Let's see just how well multiculturalism is working out for us, shall we?
At the amusement park, and this happened. This place used to have a. This happened. This place used.
Shall we?
I was struggling to pray at the amusement park, and this happened. This place used to have a multi-faith room here, but it's gone now. So now we had to look for a secluded place to pray, and we found this. We had to now look for the direction of prayer, of course. But then we realized this place had music playing.
This would have been a really nice place to pray if there was no music.
So our search continued until we found this place. They actually moved the prayer room to here now. This was perfect. They even had a separate entrance for men and women. Inside they had multiple prayer mats and even a wudu station. Washing feet got a lot easier. The women's area is the same. Gotta make sure the shoes are off. It was very clean and had multiple prayer mats and our own wudu station.
Please don't come in here. It's the women's section only.
I love that it's private.
I'm so happy to have this wudu station in the women's section now, because now I can take my veil off to make wudu and I don't have to fear the fact that somebody can come in and watch me do it.
What happens if a man goes in the women's section like I did that one time?
The same thing that happened to you. We'll leave it at that.
So basically, this religious woman in Canada was very angry because
Yeah, it's in Canada. She should keep that veil on. Keep that over your face. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you.
there was loud music at an amusement park.
Keep your veil on. I don't want to look at you.
And no scheduled place to pray. Why? If your faith necessitates they spend extra money to create a special prayer
God damn.
place for you where there's no music, then why should they be expected to respect that? This shows just how incompatible her values are with ours. Absolutely disgraceful.
The storm is coming. What do I mean? Do I mean just a storm in the sky? No, I mean the biggest spiritual storm ever. That's what I mean. A storm is coming. A storm. And I came here with a sword.
My experience with meth and prostitutes. I'm just going to say how it is. This is literally one of my worst experiences I ever had. My experience with meth and prostitutes. I'm just going to say how it is. This is literally one of my worst experiences I ever had with crystal meth. Crystal meth was not my drug of choice. I was a cocaine alcoholic addict. I got sober 7/25/17. And one of the things when it comes to meth is sex. And let's face it, hookers and prostitutes do play a role sometimes into that, especially because we are addicts. Let's face it, man, we're dirtbags. We're doing the worst stuff in the world, and we're not living a very good life. And so this is literally the worst experience I ever had on crystal meth. And it was with friends of mine. I watched a friend of mine eventually relapse and just watch his life go down the tube because of this. And yes, again, your sex drive goes up when you take meth because it is a stimulant, releases a massive amount of dopamine, passes through the blood-brain barrier, so it hits your system harder, faster, stronger. And yeah, let's face it, a lot of times when we're addicts, we are doing some of the edgiest, just wrong stuff that you possibly can, and that usually involves prostitutes, hookers, just all sorts of just BS that we do to ruin our life. So this is my story. If you're new to the channel, hit the like and subscribe button. What's up, guys? My name is Eric, and I'm not a doctor, I'm not a counselor, I'm not a therapist, I'm none of that. I just share from my experiences what I've been through in life, and just to help anybody who's going through this not feel alone. And one of the big experiences, this is my worst experience on crystal meth. Hookers and meth, you know, prostitutes and meth, sex and meth. I mean, that's, unfortunately, when it comes to stimulants, is something that happens. And so this is literally what happened to me. This is my worst experience. I was with friends, and I had a friend of mine that worked for me. He was one of my salesmen. He hit me up, and his girl had left out of town, and I knew that he had done meth and had an issue with meth before in the past. At this time, I was using cocaine, I was drinking alcohol. I was an addict at that point, but I was a very good functioning addict. And he hit me and one of my other salesmen up and was like, "Hey, you guys, you know, free house tonight, let's party." Great, let's party, dude. I was always up for a party, so we'll go over there, and when we're talking, we're like, okay, what kind of party favors are we gonna get? And I liked Coke. That was my drug of choice, and I was like, let's get Coke. Unfortunately, my friend salesman lied to me and was like, okay, I got a plug for it. Let's go, let's do this. So one of my friends went to go get alcohol and all that stuff, and we went over to a trap house. And if you don't know what a trap house is, you go into a nice, decent subdivision, whatever. The house looks all right. House doesn't look anything out of the norm. Lawn's mowed and stuff, but you'll notice there are video cameras usually outside. Looks kind of abandoned, but not abandoned. Blinds are always drawn. We go in there, and right away I knew that this was a trap house. And the lady in there, I'm just like, it's just dirty. It's not clean. You can always check the stoves in a trap house, and you can see how dirty and crusted it is. Because you usually will have to walk past the kitchen, because why? Where's most of the stuff? It's usually in the garage. Because why? I don't know why meth addicts and coke addicts and all this feel that if you do the drugs in the garage, it's not in the house. Like, you won't get in trouble, and you're not going to like saturate the walls of the house with the meth residue. I have no idea what it is. But yeah, we go out into the garage. Guess what? Garage, there's all these like just nasty seats and stuff all over. There's monitors, all the video cameras and stuff outside. And you're just like, I remember just thinking to myself, like, what am I doing here? This wasn't one of my normal connections, so I wasn't really feeling all that comfortable. Whatever though, because I wanted Coke. So next thing I know, we get ourselves a nice little bag, and he lays me out a line. He's like, "Here, man, do this line real quick." And not even thinking, I never really paid much attention. I trusted him because he was one of my salesmen. He worked for me. Laid out a line, just vacuumed it right up. And as soon as I did that, I could feel it start to burn and tear up in my eye. I could feel this side of my face start to hurt. And it feels like you're snorting up glass shards. And I could feel it just burning through my sinuses and down my throat. And the drip and that aftertaste is not the same. And I realized that I ended up just doing meth. And I was not happy. I was like, fuck. But also, you're in a trap house, you're around not very good individuals, so you're not gonna say anything and throw a fit. So I'm just like, cool, you know, let's get out of here, dude. And so he got his bag, and we ended up leaving, and I was like, dude, what did you get? He's like, sorry, man, they didn't have any Coke, they only had meth, it's supposed to be good stuff. Like, all right, whatever. So we end up driving back to his place. His girl was gone again, 3-bedroom house, nice little house. And that's the thing, unfortunately, with a lot of recovering addicts, we can build stuff back up, but if we're not truly recovered, we're gonna tear it all back down. And so we're there, friend shows up, you know, alcohol, so what happens, the beer and the drinks start pouring. Both of them had done meth before, and they're like breaking open a fucking light bulb and throwing some in there, and they are just spinning it and lighting it, and they're chasing puddles, man, and they're smoking. They've asked me if I wanted to smoke it, and the one thing I never did is I never smoked meth. It freaked me out. And just even again watching them like just puking up like purpleness and cleaning out this fucking light bulb, and just the smell of the chemicals, I'm like, no, I'm good, dude. Like, this is not for me. But again, I'm drunk. I've already had some in my system, and I'm like, fuck it, let me do another line. So I do another line of it. And again, I've been on Adderall most of my life. I know how stimulants work, and it's not affecting me the way that cocaine did. Cocaine gave me just big mood energy. It gave me a ton of energy, made me feel really confident, strong, empowered, just raw. I felt like the Hulk. Where with meth, it felt like I was on dirty Adderall. And it just made me feel dirty. And my nose hurt, and my head hurt, and my back of my eye hurt. And as you can tell, my right nose was always the beginning nose, because the back of my eye hurt. What eye do I always go back to? And guess what? Now, all of a sudden, you got 3 dudes, and everybody's kind of horny. And so this is back in the day. This is like '08. And so Craigslist was still around, Backpage is still around. So what do? We start looking for hookers. End up getting 2 prostitutes, I think it was like $250 each or something like that for like an hour at least. And again, we're salesmen, so you could always convince them to stay longer. Hit them up, talking to them on the phone, of course, have the cash on us. And here come 2 girls showing up at the door about 30 minutes later. And we let them in. Hey, you guys want to get high with us? And I hit them up and I was like, do you guys have any coke on you? And they're like, yeah, we got some coke. So they lay it out, and I even hit them up and I pay them some money because I wanted to do a couple lines because I wanted coke. This was my drug. So I'm doing a couple lines of coke, and they're like, well, what do you guys have? And so they bust out and they're like, dude, that's meth. We ain't touching that shit. And I was like, yeah, I don't blame you. And so finally it was like, all right, well, how are we going to do this? Well, meth didn't ever make me really horny. Meth did make me a little bit in the mood, but again, I was really frustrated and mad at myself for doing this drug. I'm drunk, I'm on meth, I'm in a house that's not mine, I'm gonna be sleeping in his kids' rooms, and even in my brain is like, this is messed up, this is not right. So he had a pool table, so me and my other friend are out there shooting pool. He's like, dude, I'm gonna take him back up. I'm gonna, fucking get it on. And we're like, all right, whatever, dude. So he takes him in the back, and the girls like literally end up dipping out. And this is one of the things that usually would always happen. Especially if you got so messed up, is that girls would dip out because guess what? This stuff doesn't work. And that's a lot of times what people don't realize. Like, yeah, meth and cocaine and these drugs make you extremely horny, hypersexual. But as a guy, it does not get hard. And so he got all pissed off, comes out all butthurt. He's like, those bitches fucking left. They skipped me on my money. They wouldn't give me my money back. And I'm just like, whatever, dude. So he's obsessed trying to get more prostitutes and hookers to come over. I'm over it at this point, and I'm just looking at these guys smoking out of a cracked light bulb, and there's Q-tips all over the sink area. And I'm just like, what am I doing? Like, this isn't me. Like, I like to get high. I like to get drunk. I like to ruin my life. I'm an addict, but this is not my type of addiction. And I could see how these guys were so obsessed with it. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. I'm done. I'm out. I couldn't drive. I couldn't find anybody to give me a ride. So we're at his house. They're still smoking meth. And finally, I'm like, dude, I'm passing out. It was probably about 1 a.m. We've had now by this time about 5 different prostitutes come over. They all had coke on them. And so I was able to, bum a line off of them. None of them wanted to touch the meth. And it's amazing because even when it came to prostitutes, they're looking at people laying out meth and they're like, yeah, we don't want anything to do with that. I'm like, this is in San Diego too. So some of these girls, are going like, I was always the friendly type. I'm talking to them. Some of them went to Boise State and stuff. And they were making more money doing this than they were another job. So this was how they were affording school books and all this shit. Don't blame them. Whatever your hustle is. But none of them wanted to touch meth. So I'm like, dude, nobody else come over anymore. Cause eventually I had to put down like kind of the boss's foot. And I'm like, nobody else comes over anymore. I'm going to bed. Don't fuck with my stuff. So I get into his kid's room. I'm on this like double bed. I'm 6'4", and I'm trying to get on this bed, throw off all these things. And I remember just laying in bed, just beating myself up. Like, what the fuck did you do, man? Like, why did you do this? How do you get yourself in this position? It wasn't my addiction that put me in the position. It was because these guys were addicts and they put me in this position. So now I'm sitting there beating myself up. And the one thing that anybody who's on Adderall, stimulants, ADHD can tell you is you have this ungodly ability to be able to sleep. So it took me probably about 20, 30 minutes and I was able to fall asleep. And next thing I know, I end up waking up. I always would set my alarms. I ended up waking up, I want to say it was probably about 7:30, because any nights that I partied hard, especially in the very beginning of my addiction, I was very, very good at always alarm set, always showing up to work, being very functioning. And I would not party hard like this unless I was off the next day. But even then, I didn't want to be there the next day. So alarm went off, get up, I walk outside, and these two are still up, pouring on one TV, playing Guitar Hero on the other TV, and they've been up all night. and I'm just looking at just beer cans all over the place, fucking another pipe they made all over the place because they obviously broke the other one. I was like, dude, did you guys even sleep? And they're like, no, we didn't sleep. And I'm like, I can tell that you didn't sleep. I mean, there's pipes all over. You guys have been up all night. You guys have been drinking all night. You guys have been doing meth all night. I'm out. I don't need to do this anymore. And so I ended up packing up my stuff and I ended up leaving. I remember looking back at that situation going, dude, I'm not going to put myself back in this situation. I don't want, this isn't me. I don't go to trap houses. I don't hang out with these type of people. And unfortunately, out of the three of us, I mean, both of those two ended up relapsing really bad. The friend that I ended up going over to his house, him and his girlfriend ended up breaking up just a couple of months later. And he just went downhill. I don't even know where he is nowadays. We actually ended up being roommates for a little bit because I thought he was kind of sobered up. At that time, I wasn't really even doing coke. I was just doing a lot of driving. I worked in Colton. I lived in San Diego. And so that was a long drive. So I would just drink a lot. I would stay away from a lot more of the harder core drugs. And it was one of those that I was like, I can't do this anymore. And we moved in together. Thought he was clean, and well, our place almost turned into a trap house. I ended up moving out, and I have no idea where he lives nowadays. And then my other friend, he ended up relapsing. He struggled with drugs all of his life, and that's the reality. Is some of us get sober and some of us don't. I mean, out of the three of us, I've gotten sober. I love my life. I have a beautiful life. I rebuilt my life, and I've had to rebuild it multiple times. I didn't get sober overnight, and I'm not holier than thou. I just never gave up, thankfully. One of my friends, no idea where he's at anymore. I think he's still alive. I don't know. I have no idea. He had two beautiful daughters though that adored him. I don't even know where he is anymore. I haven't been in touch with him for well over probably 15 years. And then the other friend, I actually still talk to him every now and then. He had moved away, done a lot of odds and ends, has struggled with drugs all of his life, but he's still at least alive. And that's the reality of it. I mean, that's the sad part. Out of three of us, one of us is sober, one of us is, I know, still alive at least, and the other one, who knows? And I share my stories just out of testimony for those who can relate, who understand that, go, man, I'm not alone going through this. Because believe me, life is better. Life is better sober. And I wouldn't trade a day of my sobriety for the best day I ever thought I had, drunk and high. If you're reaching for it, man, just don't give up. I started at about 23, 24 trying to get sober. And it took me all the way until I was 36 to get sober. It took me 13 years of nonstop trying to get sober. And don't get me wrong, there was long benders in between there. But eventually it finally took, and it finally stuck, and I finally was able to get sober. And it is worth it. I mean, hit the like and subscribe button, comment down below. I love to hear people's stories because our stories, our shares are what help those in recovery, those who are wanting to get sober, those who are looking for just some sign, some message, some word that hits you and you go, dude, I don't want to do this anymore. And at that point, you decide to start turning your life around. You start working on yourself and doing what you need. I mean, for the one out there struggling, I have a link down below to NA and AA. They are great resources out there for anybody who is in active addiction that you want help, and it comes from you. I mean, nobody's going to get you sober. You're going to get you sober, and you're going to get sober while you're standing up, or you're going to get sober dead. One of two ways. I'd rather do it standing up and be able to enjoy and live life than to think I'm living a life and just killing myself. So for the one out there struggling, I believe in you. You can do this. Hit that like and follow button and just don't stop. You got this. It will get better. What is sex and cocaine like? Sex and cocaine. I wanted to do a video on sex and cocaine because I was a massive cocaine addict. And I did a lot of bad stuff even when I was high on coke. And one of the things that coke does do is it gives you a massive sex drive, puts you constantly in the mood, massive amount of big mood energy. It makes you feel empowered. It makes you feel strong, gives you a ton of confidence. And guess what? It makes you hornier than fuck. And so I wanted to be able to share about this because this is something that a lot of people actually struggle with. This is one of the ways that we destroy our lives, but we don't share about it. And I want to share about it because I know I'm not the only one out there who's went through this. So for the one struggling, this is for you. Maybe this is your wake-up call going, maybe I won't do this drug anymore. Maybe I need to get sober. Maybe I need to ask for help. If you're new to the channel, hit the like and subscribe button. What's up, guys? My name is Eric, and I'm a recovering cocaine and alcoholic addict. I recovered and got into recovery 7/25/17. That is my sobriety date. Cocaine and alcohol was my drug of choice. I'm diagnosed with ADHD, PTSD, GAD, MDD. I lost a wife and a father to suicide. I've attempted suicide. I went through a lot in life, and I like to share my stories and share what I've been through for the one out there struggling to know that they're not alone, to knowing that they can get through it, that they can make it through when it comes to what they're going through if they want it bad enough. And so for the one out there struggling, I got links down below to NA and AA, great resources. So cocaine and sex. I mean, cocaine and sex play hand in hand. As a cocaine addict, I loved coke. Coke was my obsession. The second obsession I had after coke, though, was sex, because coke played hand in hand with sex. It made me confident, it made me energized, it made me just big mood energy. I felt like I was on top of the world. And one of the things is that you have so much dopamine going through your system that, guess what? I want this high even more. Well, what escalates a high even more? The rush of sex, the thoughts of sex, having sex, that increases dopamine production. All these happy chemicals in your head, so you feel amazing. One of the things, though, reality of cocaine and sex is, yeah, you can do a couple lines and you can probably still get hard and you can probably end up having sex. But when you are a true addict, like I was, the problem is, yep, in the mood to have sex. What would I do? Here's what I would actually do. This is how obsessed with sex and coke I was. This is how sick I was. And I share these stories because I look back and I cringe. This is not bragging. This is like, dude, what the hell was wrong with you? I would rent decent hotel rooms. I had a receptionist that worked for me at one of the dealerships. And I would find hotels and I would just be like, hey, meet me at this hotel. And she would meet me at the hotel. She was like 20 at the time. I'm like 35. I'm married, dude, at the time. And who do addicts have sex with? Anyone but their wives, believe me, or their girlfriends. They're gonna have sex with everybody else though. So anybody out there who is dating somebody who's an addict, get yourself STD tested, get yourself fucking away from that person because they're having sex with everybody but you. And so I would get these hotel rooms and we would do a couple lines of coke and end up starting having sex. We would have sex all day. But then the problem is again, you do so much of this into your system and how this drug affects you that the blood flow isn't quite there. So guess what? You are not staying erect. You are not staying hard. And so what do you do as an addict? You as an addict are a master chemist. And this is the amazing thing is we as addicts, if you ever watch any of my other videos and read the comments, so many people are professional chemists. We are street pharmacists. So we know how to start self-medicating, balancing stuff, even though it's literally turning into more toxic chemicals into our system. It's even worse for us, but in our own head, it's working. So what do you do now? You're super high. How do you bring yourself down? You start drinking. You have dry mouth. So instead of drinking water and, I don't know, not doing cocaine, you start drinking a massive amount of alcohol to kind of offset that. And now you want to keep that high going. Well, what does alcohol do? Alcohol produces even more dopamine into your system. You have a lot of sugar into your system. So now you're even trying to fuck more. Well, trying to have sex when you have both of these into your system has created a very dangerous neurotoxin, a chemical that affects your central nervous system. That's what happens when alcohol and cocaine actually mix. And now you're not getting hard anymore. And so what do? You're going to add in other supplements because you're going to literally sit there and wet noodle somebody for hours. They're going to probably be frustrated unless they're doing drugs with you. And you literally become what you see in these movies. And there is no glamour. There's nothing cool about it because you are stuck in a hotel room, drinking, doing massive amount of drugs, trying to have sex. And it is a horrible experience. And yet you don't even comprehend what's going on. And so next thing you know, you're putting yourself in the riskiest of situations. You are destroying everything around you. You're spending tons of money. So you're bankrupting you and your family. And this is the obsession that you go through with addiction. And I look back at so many things that I had done in my active addiction that I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with you? Like, what was wrong with you? Like, if I could go back and at least even just run away from the marriages and stuff that I had gotten into, but just save that money, holy shit, I could be retired right now. But instead, we as an addict don't think that way. We are not logical whatsoever, and you're truly sick. So yes, coke and sex drive, they play hand in hand, and it increases your mood, your desire, your want to have sex, but your ability to is not there. So a lot of times what people will do as last resort is you are trying to find new ways to make it where you can have sex. So guess what? Now you're introducing in other chemicals into your system. You're taking Viagra, you're taking Cialis, you're drinking, you're doing all these things to your system that is wrecking your system just for what you think is amazing sex. And I can tell you this, if I could ever watch like a video replay of all this, it would probably be the worst fucking porn in the world because nobody knows what they're doing. You're high as hell. Your head's about to float off and you're trying to do stuff that your body is just rejecting and resisting. Again, I share about this stuff because there is no glamour in this drug and people don't share this side of cocaine. Everyone thinks that cocaine is this party drug, woo-ha. I've even seen people comment on some of the videos that I do talk about like ED meds or sex drive. And people are like, oh, do coke. Man, coke is one of the worst things that you could ever do. Any of these illegal drugs like meth, coke, any of these when it comes to sex. Yes, is your pleasure sensories up? Yes. Is your desire for pleasure up? Yes. But you're putting yourself in risky situations. You are putting yourself at risk for so many other things along with your addiction, feeding your addiction, that it is a dangerous combination. So for the one out there struggling, I mean, hit the like and follow button, comment down below. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts. I know that I'm
Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. What's going on, everyone? Everyone's falling asleep. You're all falling asleep.
We just met up with this fine young lady over here. Do you want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Lucy White.
Tell us a little bit of what you do, what you work for. Just explain that a little bit.
So what I do is a lot of political commentating. So I go on Talk TV, GB News, and a few other podcasts. And I mainly speak about the impacts of migration, so legal and illegal migration, and how it's impacting my country.
How did you kind of start off? What were some events leading up to this to lead you to this way of thinking?
I would say there are a couple of key points, or turning points, you could call it. One was that our local MP, Sir David Amess, he was brutally murdered by someone called Ali Harbi Ali, an Islamist terrorist. That was like the final straw for me. This was back in 2021. He was in a church hosting what they call a surgery, where the constituents can come and speak to the MP. And then this Islamist terrorist walks in and gets a knife and just stabs him to death. And it's just so horrific. You just think, how is this possibly acceptable?
Would you say the average British person is kind of waking up to this problem? Are they knowledgeable about it? Because I know free speech is obviously a bit of an issue here. Do you think the average Brit is waking up to this?
Yeah, definitely. I don't see how you can't not wake up to it. It's just problematic everywhere. Like right now as we're sitting here, I can't see really any English people, and this is our homeland. It's just awful. I think people are waking up to it because, like I say, it's everywhere. But the issue is some people are okay with it. Like there are some people are just okay with this immigration.
Do you think if some person steps up, like for example, whatever people's views on Tommy Robinson is, I feel like he's convinced a lot of people, and like even like a few years ago he was so demonized, he was this extremist person, and now he gets hundreds of thousands of people to his marches. Do you think if a few people start stepping up, the rest will just follow?
Yeah, I do think so. And I think the thing with Tommy Robinson is that people know that Tommy for years was calling out the Pakistani rape gangs, and the government, the police, they were all working together to cover it up. And so people now the public will trust people like Tommy Robinson over the establishment. And I think that's what it is. The public, we just have no trust in our government. 30 people a day are being arrested on average for tweets. We now have a Home Secretary who is a Muslim Pakistani. We have a London Mayor who is Sadiq Khan, who is again a Pakistani. And we've just had enough. So we do need a leader. I think one of the other hopes I have is someone called Ant Middleton. We're hoping that he will be the new Mayor of London one day.
Is there a lot of white guilt in British people? Like, is it pushed in the school system? Like, how does this white guilt come about in the average British person? Yeah,
it's definitely pushed about in schools. And the history is very distorted. So even the Windrush generation, for example, the stories that we're told about the Windrush generation aren't actually true. And if you look back to the original telegrams of communication as to how the Windrush generation from the Caribbean came to the UK, you'll find out it wasn't actually planned, and yet we're told we're told a lot of lies, basically, and we're told that our country, enslaved people and about colonization, etc., but they won't actually talk about any of the positive that the UK has done for the world, and we are taught to hate our country, and a lot of people are essentially made to feel guilty to be white and English.
What would you say to people that say, being British is just a piece of paper? If you were born here, if you got citizenship here, you're British. What do you want to say to them?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I now just say I'm English because I think the issue of the term British, it's just been so diluted that anyone from across the world, they think they can get here, get a passport, and then they suddenly become British. But you cannot just become British. So I think the term British is, as I say, very diluted. You cannot just become British. And that's why I will start to use the term English. English is, of course, an ethnicity. And I just think of them as all wannabes. They just want to be us, but they're never going to be us.
Do you have hope for the younger generation? Because I met a lot of people, especially at the United Kingdom protest. People are out speaking their mind. They're not scared of the consequences. And it's a lot of the younger people, because it's definitely going to be harder to convince an older person who's had these views for decades on end. So do you have hope for the young generation?
Oh, 100%, yeah. I think the younger generation, I think nowadays with TikTok and Instagram and X, Twitter, a lot of the younger people are actually understanding, they're reaching a point of truth where the schools aren't teaching them the truth, or the government is lying to them, and so they seek the truth through other platforms such as could be TikTok or etc. And I think the younger generations realise that their country is being taken away from them. They're seeing how there is literally replacement of white people in this country. So it's particularly the Boris wave. In 2023 alone, there was net migration of 903,000 people, but most of those, 85% of those, were from non-EU countries, i.e. third world countries, and the top 5 were from India, Nigeria, Pakistan, China and Zimbabwe, in that order. And you just look around and these people, a lot of them are just incompatible or will not be able to integrate. And I think the young English kids are waking up and saying, what on earth is this country? And I think if you look back to World War II, we fought for our country, and our country is now being invaded without a single shot being fired.
Do you think European people are better to assimilate to the English culture than someone from the Middle East or India, Africa?
Of course. Like, they're our neighbours. We've even though we're not in the European Union anymore, these are our neighbours. We share religions, ethnicity. Although we might have different languages, they're of course our European neighbours, and they will assimilate to our way of life because essentially they are still the West. They have a very similar way of life, as opposed to someone from a different part of the world that might think that women are second-class citizens, or they might hate dogs, or they might believe in, things such as halal meat, that it's okay to have low animal welfare standards. I mean, none of these ideas are compatible with our way of life.
What are the next steps for the UK?
What you're suggesting here is something, I think if I can read into what you're saying, it has implications for science and for the scientific community.
We're locked in this apparently solid, substantive reality. The universe has many, many levels of reality. We just haven't accessed the level that shows us how profound and magical that.
What you're suggesting here is something, I think if I can read into what you're saying, it has implications for science and for the scientific community.
We're locked in this apparently solid, substantive reality. The universe has many, many levels of reality. We just haven't accessed the level that shows us how profound and magical that reality is. What I'd like to do next is I'm working on a book that is the practical application of this holographic idea in all of its various phases. We've got to understand that we have this enormous capability, but our conscious mind feeds it all kinds of things unwittingly and gives it all kinds of mistaken directions. And I want to write a book that really deals with all these things on all kinds of levels, saying, here are the practical applications, how it weighs it. You don't have to deal with the very sort of heady space-time aspects of these things.
Right after making that statement on TV, he died in a very strange way. His name is Michael Talbot, an independent researcher who had decoded reality, or multiple realities, something most people were never supposed to know. He passed away suddenly, and his ideas forced many scientists to question what they thought they knew. Talbot's central claim was bold. This world isn't the only one. There are parallel realities happening at the same time, but we can't normally see them. By the late 20th century, quantum mechanics had already exposed cracks in the traditional view of an objective universe. The double-slit experiment revealed that particles behave differently when observed, suggesting that the observer is not outside the system, but part of it. Rather than dismissing this as an anomaly, Talbot treated it as the foundation of understanding existence.
Reality in a hologram can manifest in two ways, as a concrete image or as this sort of indecipherable blur of energy. An analogy to this is kind of when you're watching Johnny Carson on your television set, that's really, his image is encoded in two ways. One is as the concrete image on the TV set, one is as the blur of radio waves permeating the living room. And if the universe is a hologram of some sense, in some way, it suggests that there may be two very drastically different levels to reality, that the concrete reality we see, you know, when we look at these chairs and at you know, the trees and the clouds and everything like that, our bodies are just one way that reality manifests, and that at some deep level there's a level of reality where everything dissolves into an ocean of energy that is holographically interconnected, where every portion of the universe is contained in every tiny area of the universe.
From this perspective, reality is layered. Each level of perception connects to deeper levels, and all of them converge into a unified field where the division between mind and matter disappears. Within such a framework, death is not an ending, but a transition, a movement into another layer, similar to shifting frequencies. This wasn't presented as vague speculation. It was a coherent framework. Matter depends on consciousness, not the other way around. For ordinary readers, this was a shocking reversal of common sense. For certain institutions, it overlapped with secret research into altered states and perception.
If you take two subatomic particles like electrons, and in certain instances, when you do something to one, it will always affect the other, no matter how far apart they are. It's kind of like stories that you've heard of identical twins where when one is hurt, the other feels the pain. And the problem is that we can find no process known to physics that explains how these could be sending a signal back and forth. In fact,
because it would have to be faster than the speed of light.
Instantaneous. It would have to be an instantaneous signal, and Einstein's theory of relativity said you can't have instantaneous signals because it would mean that you could violate the time barrier and conceivably call your grandfather and tell him not to marry your grandmother. And most physicists say, well, this would be just too troubling to incorporate into a rational picture of reality.
Think about identical twins. There are countless stories where one feels something the moment the other is hurt or in danger, even if they're miles apart. It's hard to explain that in normal physical terms. Talbot connected this with what physics was already finding at the quantum level. Particles that act the same way, linked instantly no matter the distance. And if matter itself can stay connected like that, then maybe our minds work through the same hidden network, connected in ways science still doesn't fully understand. If the universe is holographic, then everything we experience is interconnected, and every part reflects the whole. Time, space, and matter may not be absolute, but flexible, shaped by deeper laws we don't yet fully grasp. Talbot suggested that life and death are part of one continuous spectrum, where consciousness moves across realities rather than vanishing. Just as this message began to spread more widely, he died, and what he left behind continues to raise questions about the very structure of existence.
At a deeper level, a very holographic level of reality, every particle in the universe collapses to a sort of cosmic unity. They're not signaling each other. They're like that fish where there's the level of the aquarium, And so what that means, talking about words, is that there is no separation between electrons. Furthermore, there's no separation between people. And this has all kinds of very boggling implications, one of which is that we've always tried to understand, for example, psychic phenomena, like how could I get information out of your head in my head, as some sort of signal going back and forth. But if we're organized, if we live in a universe that's organized holographically, you no longer have to tackle it that way. It could be that I have the entire universe and every neuron, every cell, every atom, every electron in my head, and you do also. So when we can access that, we can access information that seems to be beyond our normal sensory reach.
This was one of his most provocative claims, that separation itself is an illusion. If every part of the universe already contains the whole, then the idea of being isolated, whether as particles or as people, simply collapses. What appears as distance is just part of the projection. In that sense, telepathy or intuition would not be about sending signals back and forth, but about accessing a field that already holds everything, everywhere, at once. The real shock was how far this could go. If every person carries the entire universe within them, then boundaries between minds are only temporary filters. Under certain conditions, those filters could loosen, and experiences usually dismissed as paranormal might be glimpses of how reality truly works.
Well, it also turns out that our brain uses Fourier transforms to translate visual information. This is a very unusual state of affairs. It's kind of like discovering Eskimos speaking Spanish. You know, it's not proof that the brain is a hologram, but it's suggestive that the brain is a hologram. And it turns out, in fact, all of our senses appear to rely on sort of Fourier transforms, that they all seem to use the same mathematics. So again, here's evidence that the brain uses the same mathematics to decipher the sensory world as are involved in the making of a hologram, which is, as I say, not proof, but compelling evidence that something is going on there.
This was another piece of evidence pointing in the same direction. The mathematics of holograms seem to show up in the way the brain processes sight, sound, and other senses. If true, then our entire nervous system might be working on holographic principles, breaking reality into frequencies and reconstructing it into the world we see and feel. That would mean perception itself is not a window onto an external reality, but a process of decoding a far more complex pattern hidden beneath appearances. For Talbot, this was more than theory. His perspective was shaped by direct experience.
At a young age, I had an out-of-body experience where I left my body, and it became quite apparent to me while I was having this experience that I was thinking, but my brain was back in my body, which I could see in my bed. I knew it wasn't just a dream because I floated out over the ground outside my family's house, and I saw a book lying on the ground, and it was a book by the French short story writer Guy de Maupassant. And the next day, a neighbor said, "By the way, Michael, I lost a library book by Guy de Maupassant. Have you seen it?" And I thought, well, I floated over it last night. I didn't tell the neighbor that, but there was the book. And I was always I'm still very scientifically oriented. I want to understand the world in scientific terms. But it was really the first time that I sort of had to confront, you know, the difference between my spiritual beliefs that we can survive, you know, our bodily death, and this deeply held belief, scientific belief of mine that it's the brain that's doing the thinking. And I realized I had a kind of epiphany where I thought it isn't the brain that's doing the thinking. So I am not entirely certain that it's just the electromagnetic interference patterns that is the brain hologram, because those obviously would perish when the brain perishes. I think there might be some subtler level, some subtler energy that we haven't discovered with our technology that's involved in this also.
If thought could continue outside the body, then the brain could not be the ultimate source of consciousness. Something else had to be at work, some layer of energy or order that science had not yet detected. For him, this was the beginning of an unavoidable conclusion. Death might only affect the body, not the mind that animates it.
There's a device called a squid, which is a sort of electrical coil in which it looks like we may be able to demonstrate that the current, if you say which direction is the current going in the coil, it's going both directions at once, which is kind of an impossibility, but to simultaneously do that too is a quantum phenomena, that these two realities are overlapping. So I think we will cross that barrier.
Experiments like this push the idea further. If a current can flow in two directions at the same time, then reality is not locked into one outcome. It means that different possibilities can exist side by side, overlapping until something forces a choice. That's not science fiction. It's a lab result pointing to the same conclusion. Our universe may hold multiple realities at once. And if quantum systems can do this, the question is whether consciousness itself is capable of moving between those overlapping states. The implications here go beyond physics. They touch everyday life, even medicine.
In medicine, people have used this application of the holographic idea that we respond to the model of reality. Say this may be why we respond more to the placebos, to fake drugs. There's a very famous example of a fellow who had lymphatic cancer, tumors the size of oranges all throughout his body. His doctor basically thought he had about 3 days left to live. The fellow heard about a new drug called Crebiozin and said, "You've got to give this to me." And the doctor said, "Well, frankly, I don't think you have long to live, and this drug takes several weeks to take effect." He gave the man Crebiozin, and 3 days later, the man's tumors melted, as the doctor put it, like snowballs in a hot stove, completely gone out of his body, faster than the strongest radiation treatment could have melted them away. The man is up or around, walking around his hospital room, resumes his normal life, seems to be completely cancer-free. Several months down the line, he reads an article saying Crebiozin isn't that effective. Boom, 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 all his tumors come back. He's back in the hospital. The doctor starts to realize that maybe it wasn't the drug that cured the man, but the man's belief. So he lies to the man and he says, "Those articles are wrong. Crebiozin is effective, and in fact, I've got an even more potent version of it." He injects just salt water into the man's veins. Again, the man's tumors melt away. He resumes his normal life. Unfortunately, many months down the line, he reads final studies on Crebiozin saying it's completely ineffective. Boom, 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 his tumors come back and he dies.
Stories like this reveal something we usually overlook. The body doesn't just respond to chemicals, it responds to belief. If the mind expects healing, the body can sometimes follow, even when the treatment itself is fake. That's the placebo effect, and Talbot saw it as another clue that consciousness is not separate from physical reality, but directly shapes it. Think about what that means. If expectation alone can shrink tumors, then our model of reality isn't just in our heads. It reaches into the body, into matter itself. The placebo effect stops looking like a medical trick and starts to look like evidence that belief can bend the physical world.
One of the areas you had mentioned earlier, that one of the exciting things about the holographic idea is that people have taken this and explored all different realms. That some have used it to say this is how acupuncture works, because it turns out that there are little micro acupuncture systems where you can find the entire body in the acupuncture points of the ear.
Recapitulated
right
in the ear, yes.
Right. So that we've talked about the placebo effect. Some have said that the holographic idea applies in near-death experiences. One of these individuals is Kenneth Ring, who is at the University of Connecticut, studies near-death experiences. And it's interesting because in report after report of people who have been declared clinically dead, go to some apparent other level of reality and then come back, they refer to this other level of reality with terms like frequency and energy, and even hologram, that it's a more plastic level of reality where thought seems to create things instantly. There are instances of people having near-death experiences where they think they're hungry and instantly food appears. Or perhaps an even better example, when people find themselves out of their body, there are cases where people look down and see that they're in a naked body and they go, "Oh my gosh, I'm naked." Instantly they have clothing on. Now we don't assume that clothing has a soul, that it has a spirit that survives.
Near-death stories take things to another level. People who go through them often say their mind kept going even when their body had stopped. What they describe sounds very different from normal life, more flexible, more alive, almost like the world around them was responding straight to their thoughts. Talbot looked at this and said, maybe this is a small glimpse of how reality really works when the brain is no longer in the way.
I very much believe that our soul lives many, many lives and goes through these things. And I think at this point in our development that we have manifested in the physical because we don't have a consciousness that's developed enough to deal with reality with its full grandeur and plasticity. That for us it would be very frightening if there weren't solid rules, if everything started to slip and slide. But I think as your soul goes along, it starts to learn to deal with more than this reality, with other levels on the holographic television set. And when you start to open those doorways, that's when reality, the plasticity of reality, starts to seep in. But then you go through a sort of shamanistic rite of passage, because you've got to go through, most people go, put an interpretation on it. They go, oh, this is an angel, or this is, a demon, or a UFO abduction. And if you do that, you're missing the basic lesson of shamanism, which is that everything that you experience in the non-ordinary reality of the shaman has psychological meaning for you. That you are entering a level of reality that responds so directly to your thoughts that your every thought helps what manifests. And in that instance, you can't ask what is there, but why have I created what is there? And I think that's the lesson that our souls are learning as we evolve.
As consciousness evolves, those rules loosen, and we start to see how plastic reality really is. That's why strange experiences, visions, encounters, even UFO abductions might not be what they seem. They could just be the mind trying to make sense of another layer of reality that answers directly to thought.
When you encounter something that is truly of another reality, your perceptions and trying to pull it out of this blur of energy and make it into a hologram don't quite know how to put it into form. And so I think that the reason there are many psychological motifs in UFO experiences is because there's something going on, but the surface appearance is a product of the person's own psyche.
In other words, a lot of what's going on in these various holographic realities are like ink blots.
Right. They can be interpreted like dreams as well, that they have psychological symbols in them. Mm-hmm. But there's also something real there, because UFOs can be tracked on radar. They leave circles, on the ground. They leave traces of physical evidence.
The universe, in his eyes, wasn't a fixed machine. It was alive, layered, holographic, and deeply connected to consciousness. Death wasn't the end. Paranormal experiences weren't random. Even the strangest encounters could be part of a deeper structure we're only just starting to notice. Talbot didn't live long enough to see how much his ideas would spread, but the questions he raised remain just as sharp today. What if reality is not as solid as we think? What if our minds are part of a field far larger than we've been taught to believe?
You obey rules you never questioned, work at something you didn't choose, and live in fear of being who you really are. But the most disturbing part isn't that. You defend this system. When someone tries to live differently, you're the first to warn about the dangers. When your kid questions authority, you teach them to obey. When a friend abandons security for authenticity, you call them irresponsible. You've become the guard of your own prison. Every detail was designed to create this result. Because if you knew what Helena Blavatsky documented about your true nature, what Hermeticism always taught about your real power, what happens when you stop policing yourself and policing others, this whole theater collapses. Control only works because you forgot something fundamental. You were always free. The prison only exists in your head, and you've had the key since you were born.
You are an infinite consciousness pretending to be an obedient slave. This isn't poetry or cheap provocation. It's the most precise description possible of your current condition. You were born with powers that defy any known limit, but you spend your days worried about bills, other people's opinions, and rules you never questioned. The most disturbing part is that you yourself maintain the bars of your prison. Look around right now. Every person you know lives the same fundamental contradiction. We're beings of infinite possibilities executing limited routines. We repeat thought patterns like programmed machines. We obey power structures that only exist because we believe in them. And we police each other to make sure nobody escapes this invisible matrix. David Icke calls this the greatest conspiracy. It's not a secret group controlling humanity. It's humanity controlling itself. You don't need guards when prisoners watch each other. You don't need chains when fear paralyzes more than any shackle. This system is genius in its simplicity. It convinces you that your limitations are real. But here's the secret that destroys this whole theater. You're already enlightened. You won't be, you can't become, you don't need to achieve it. You already are. Full and infinite consciousness isn't a prize at the end of a spiritual quest. It's your fundamental nature now, at this exact moment, while you read these words. The problem was never the absence of enlightenment. It was excess programming. From the moment you were born, every institution worked to make you forget who you are. School didn't teach you to think, it taught you to repeat. Television didn't inform, it programmed. Family didn't liberate, it conditioned. Every social structure has a single undeclared function, to keep you unconscious of your true nature. Why? Because a being conscious of their infinite power can't be controlled. Helena Blavatsky already exposed this in 1875 when she founded the Theosophical Society. She knew that humans carry an indestructible divine spark, but layers and layers of social conditioning keep it hidden. Not by accident, by design. The system needs you to believe you're small, limited, and dependent. If you knew what you really are, every control structure would collapse in a matter of days. Hermeticism goes even deeper with the principle of mentalism. The all is mind. This means the reality you experience is a mental projection, not just your individual mind, but the one mind of which you're an expression. When you accept imposed limitations, you're literally creating a limited reality. The system knows this. That's why it invests so much in shaping your perception. Think about the last 5 years of your life. How many decisions did you make based on fear? Fear of losing your job, of being judged, of being alone, of not having enough money. Now realize, none of these fears are natural. They were all implanted. A child isn't born with fear of being authentic. She learns. You learned. And that learning became your prison. Conformity is sold as virtue. Be a good citizen, they say. Don't cause trouble, they repeat. Think of others, they insist. But observe, thinking of others always means not disturbing the system. Being a good citizen always means obeying without questioning. Not causing trouble always means accepting injustices quietly. You were trained to be your own jailer. And here we reach the crucial point. If you're already an enlightened consciousness living under collective hypnosis, liberation isn't about seeking something new. It's about stopping the old from sustaining itself. Every time you obey out of fear, you strengthen the bars. Every time you police someone else's behavior, you tighten the chains. Every time you choose conformity over authenticity, you deepen the sleep. Change won't come from outside. No government will decree your freedom. No institution will return your power. Transformation only happens when you, individually, decide to stop pretending you're less than you are. When you recognize you were always free, you just chose to forget. When you understand that the system only has the power you give it. The forgetting of your divine nature didn't happen by chance. It was architected over millennia. Ancient civilizations knew the truth. The Vedas, written over 5,000 years ago, already stated, Tat Tvam Asi, thou art that. You are the absolute itself experiencing itself as an individual. Egyptians initiated in the mysteries of Osiris knew that every human carries the seed of divinity. The Gnostics taught that the kingdom of heaven is within you, not in some distant place after death. But how was such a fundamental truth forgotten? The answer lies in the evolution of control systems. In the beginning, dominance was exercised through brute force. Armies conquered territories, enslaved peoples, and imposed obedience by the sword. But this method has obvious limitations. It requires enormous resources, generates constant revolts, and the dominator needs to be always vigilant. The controllers realized there was a more efficient way. Instead of controlling bodies, control minds. Instead of imposing by force, make people desire their own submission. Instead of enslaving externally, create slaves who don't even know they're slaves. This transition took centuries, but it was devastatingly effective. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD is a perfect example. Constantine didn't just legalize Christianity, he reformulated it. Texts that taught inner divinity were declared heretical. The Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus says the kingdom is within you, was banned. In its place, They created a narrative where you're a sinner by nature, need intermediaries to reach God, and your salvation depends on obedience to an institution. You went from divine to sinner with a stroke of the pen, but esoteric traditions preserved the knowledge. Jewish Kabbalah kept alive the concept that humans are direct reflections of the divine through the tree of life. Islamic Sufism continued teaching that you can experience direct union with Allah through internal practices. Hermeticism, resurging in the Renaissance, brought back the principles that reveal your true nature. Blavatsky, in the 19th century, did something revolutionary. She compiled this scattered knowledge into an accessible synthesis. The secret doctrine wasn't secret because it was forbidden, but because it had been deliberately hidden. She exposed that all religions originally taught the same truth. You're an individualized expression of universal consciousness. The differences arose when institutions transformed wisdom into dogma, experience into belief, and direct knowledge into blind obedience. The Hermetic principle of correspondence, as above, so below, reveals the architecture of this manipulation. If you're a reflection of the macrocosm, then by altering your perception of the microcosm, yourself, you alter your experience of the whole. The system understood this. That's why modern education doesn't develop your consciousness, it develops your obedience. That's why medicine treats symptoms, not causes. That's why psychology adapts you to the system rather than liberating you from it. Traditional school fragments knowledge into separate disciplines, preventing you from seeing the whole. History is presented as a sequence of wars and dates, not as an evolution of consciousness. Science is taught as absolute truth, not as an interpretive model. Religion is sold as external salvation, not as internal experience. Each fragment keeps you busy without ever revealing the complete picture. The 20th century accelerated this process. Edward Bernays, Freud's nephew, created the engineering of consent. He understood that by manipulating unconscious desires, you can control conscious behavior. Advertising doesn't sell products, it sells identities. Politics doesn't debate ideas, it manipulates emotions. The media doesn't inform, it programs. You believe your opinions are yours, but how many of them did you really originate? Social self-policing completes the system perfectly. You don't just obey, you ensure others obey too. When someone acts differently, you feel discomfort. When someone questions too much, you call them a conspiracist. When someone lives outside the patterns, you judge them irresponsible. You've become an agent of the system without getting paid for it. The Hermetic law of vibration explains why this works. Everything vibrates at specific frequencies. Fear vibrates low. Conformity vibrates low. When you maintain these frequencies, you tune into the control matrix. But self-love, authenticity, courage, these vibrate high. When you cultivate them, you literally leave the frequency of control. Awakening isn't adding something new, it's removing layers of conditioning. Every limiting belief you question, every fear you face, every pattern you break, you're not becoming enlightened, you're just stopping pretending you're not. The most effective control is the one you execute yourself without realizing it. Right now, while watching this video, your unconscious has already made dozens of decisions. It decides if you believe or resist what's written. It decides if you keep reading or look for something else. It even decides the level of openness you'll have to these ideas. And you believe you consciously decided. Researchers like Benjamin Libet demonstrated something disturbing. Brain activity indicating a decision happens up to 10 seconds before you consciously decide. What you call free will is just the narrative your brain creates after the decision's already been made. David Icke goes further. 100% of your choices originate in the unconscious. The conscious is just the unconscious's PR department, creating stories to justify what's already been decided. Now understand the system's genius in its most sinister form. It doesn't need to control your conscious. It programs your unconscious. And you defend that programming thinking they're your own ideas. How does this happen? Through fear installed in layers so deep you don't even recognize it as fear. You call it prudence, responsibility, common sense. But observe, every time you avoid authenticity, it's fear. Every time you choose security over truth, it's fear. Every time you silence your inner voice, it's fear. Fear doesn't need to be paralyzing terror. In fact, the most effective fears are subtle. Fear of disappointing your parents. You call it respect. Fear of losing status. You call it ambition. Fear of being alone. You call it love. Fear of being judged. You call it politeness. Each of these disguised fears shapes your decisions before they even reach consciousness. But you don't just obey this programming, you impose it on others. When your kid questions an absurd rule, you scold them. When your friend tries something different, you warn them about the dangers. When someone lives outside the standards, you feel the need to correct them. You've become a prison guard without realizing you're also a prisoner. The Hermetic principle of rhythm reveals how this perpetuates. Every action generates reaction. Every movement generates counter-movement. When you try to control another, you create resistance that generates more control. It's a vicious cycle where victim and executioner constantly trade roles, but the prison remains intact. Blavatsky described this through the concept of Maya, the great illusion. But Maya isn't just an external illusion. It's mainly the illusion that you need the system, that without it, there'd be chaos. Those rules exist for your own good. That external authority is necessary. These are the biggest lies, and they're maintained not by governments or corporations, but by you, yourself. Self-policing works in multiple layers. First layer, you monitor your own thoughts, censoring the inappropriate ones. Second, you monitor your behavior, adjusting to what's expected. Third, you monitor others, ensuring collective conformity. Fourth, you monitor the monitors, watching if others are watching properly. It's fractal surveillance. Each level replicates the control pattern. And why do you do this? Because deep down, way deep down, you know you're powerful, and power without direction seems dangerous, so you prefer known chains to unknown freedom, prefer the cage's security to flight's uncertainty, prefer being the system's victim to being responsible for your own life. The dynamic is this: a tiny minority, maybe 1% of the population, understands these mechanisms. They don't need to control billions directly. They just need to maintain the programming that makes the billions control each other. It's like a mental virus that uses the infected themselves to spread. The educational system is the first line of this virus installation. Naturally, questioning children are molded into obedient adults. Don't interrupt. Wait your turn. Do like everyone else. Don't be different. Each of these apparently harmless orders is installing the self-policing software. When the child reaches adulthood, the program is so integrated, it seems like their personality. The media keeps the program updated, not through explicit propaganda, but something more subtle, defining the limits of acceptable thought. You can disagree within certain parameters. You can question, as long as you don't question too much. You can be different, as long as your difference fits in pre-approved categories. It's freedom of choice between options that others have defined. To break this cycle, you first need to recognize it. Every time you feel the impulse to correct someone, ask, does this come from love or fear? Every time you censor your own thoughts, question, who installed this censor? Every time you obey automatically, stop, who does this obedience serve?
Okay, question for everybody. Does body count matter? Starting with you.
I wouldn't say body count, but hygiene matters, like, more than body count. Like
hygiene. Hygiene's important.
Because honestly, like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, if you've had sex with like 7 girls versus 15 girls, is that 7 people really that many people in terms of my insecurities and anxiety? And the answer is no. But what I am concerned about is my health and safety. And so if I'm okay with those things, then it's okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to reframe the question. Because I think women also can care, some women do care about male promiscuity or male's body count, but I do think this typically stems more so from men's preferences, and I do think men tend to be a bit more vocal about wanting
Body
this.
count, yeah.
So do you object to men caring about body count? Do you think it's, why should you care, it's insecure, or what's your...
I think that if you're like in a situation like you are, I think you should absolutely care because you are prioritizing that factor in your life as well. But I think that if you're not a virgin, then you absolutely like do not have the right to care, and
you don't have the rights.
You don't have the right to care. Like, I'm sorry, like, unless if you're putting it up there as your biggest priority to maintain that in your life, then people lie, right? Like, okay, if it makes you feel better, if I've only had sex with 3 guys in my life, yes, I've only had sex with 3 guys in my whole life. I'm not, it's one of those things where I think people just lie. Yeah.
Well, does anybody here agree with what she just said, that sure, if you're Mason over here, who's also a virgin, then you're totally entitled to want that in a partner. But if you aren't a virgin, or you maybe have had a handful or perhaps plenty of sexual partners, that is somehow, that's a hypocritical or a double standard, or you should not have that preference for wanting a woman with a low body count or who's a virgin. Does anybody agree with that?
I feel like I agree to some extent, more of like, if they're, for instance, if their body count's 50 or 60, but the girl's 30, the guy's 50, the girl's 60, and he's like, I don't know about that one. It's like, dude, you can't really, you can't talk on that. It should be equal. That's where I agree on that. The whole miles on a car. We're not cars. We're not diners. Let's not do that, please. We're humans. It's not like our vaginas get looser over the time. No, we can actually make it tighter.
In terms of the car thing, I think people use analogies frequently. I'm sure you're familiar with what analogies are, right?
No, I'm a complete idiot.
No, I'm not trying to be condescending, but
I'm just being a smart ass.
No, but an analogy is, it's a comparison between two things, typically for the purpose of explanation or clarification. So if a guy uses some car reference or something, he's not doing that to be like, women suck, I'm comparing you to a car. It's a common rhetorical tool used to better clarify or explain your position.
But doesn't it kind of make you think that if a car has been run down to 250 miles, you should either trade it in and get a new one or get rid of it? Isn't that what isn't that as a person you think of that when you have a car? That's a logical thought. That's what we're taught to do.
I personally don't use a car comparison typically in this
Exactly, but a lot of people do. So my point of that is when a car hits a certain peak, get rid of it. That's not fair. We wouldn't do that to a man. We are always supportive. Not me. I wouldn't do that to a man. How about that? For me.
Butler donated $100.
Here we go.
Okay, more herpes.
To 12 partners who have.
Oh my God, Jay Butler, get this guy. He's obsessed. Yeah.
This is why being a sex worker is filthy. For fat-faced Sally, what side effects has the Valtrex given you?
Sweetheart, if you want me this bad, email me, KendraLeeRyan@protonmail.com. I promise I'll fulfill all your sadistic needs.
She'll dom you,
yes,
Butler.
You clearly need it. You keep fucking talking to me.
He's a urologist.
Oh, I have a spectrum I can put in your ass.
I don't want to be rude or anything.
They're the freakiest people I've ever met.
Him as a doctor,
Don't worry, he only sees penises. Because he's a urologist.
It doesn't matter. You as a doctor shouldn't be talking like that.
Yeah, that's really unprofessional.
He's very
yeah.
Listen, he sees a lot of dicks. Let's give him a pass.
I don't think I've heard
sees a
real
lot. I've seen more
doctors
dicks than
describe
him,
the
and I
human
wouldn't even
body
act
that
like
way
that.
because I don't think they think
I'm
about
just
the
saying,
human body the same
Some,
way.
listen, we all need to blow off steam in our own ways.
I don't think doctors get this
It's
triggered
okay,
by the human body.
Yeah, but he's in his mom's
I
basement.
think-
He's,
I think-
he's not a real doctor.
I think we're over.
He plays operation. He's a doctor.
I think we're
I hate
overthinking.
to say this, girls, but like the thing is, like you do risk a lot more to have, you know, stuff like that when you have a large body count. It's just what it is.
I mean, I have never, so let me put this on the table. I have never, and I know you guys won't believe this either, but I have the test to prove it. I've never had an STD in this industry since turning 18. I had STDs in high school with boyfriends that lied to me and cheated on me. So I have never been exposed.
Because you've
nor
been more
had one.
responsible, but I'm saying like
Yep.
a lot of the times, like
Absolutely.
you're at more of a risk
And
to
more
get
people,
something.
like civilian people that are not in sex work, do not get tested after each partner. And from what I found out, they get tested twice a year with God knows how many partners.
So I'll address your point. So you were saying that.
What I want to know is like, does this go? Sorry.
Well, no, you were saying that. Well, it's okay if Mason over here wants a woman who's a virgin, but a guy who's not a virgin, or even a guy who maybe is promiscuous himself or has a promiscuous past, he doesn't have. I think you said shouldn't have the right to have that preference.
I mean, he has the right,
well, he
but
has the
I don't
right, but
really care what he
You
says.
object. You object
I don't.
to it.
You have the right to believe whatever you want. I really only value your opinion on that versus,
Well-
you know what I mean? So all from me
Well,
personally.
okay, so
yeah.
so I mean, my response to that is, in order for you to desire something in a partner, must you also possess said characteristic or trait?
So here's the thing. I think that there's a yin and yang, and there's like a same type energy that you have with people. Like there's a certain connection where you have where something's the same. You know what I mean? You bond over that thing being the same, and you feel camaraderie over it being the same. Then there's a different kind of a connection that you experience with somebody when they show you something that you're just incapable of doing for yourself. You know what I mean? And you're just like, wow, that is totally outside of the wheelhouse of what I know how to do. And that's a very different kind of respect when you witness someone doing something that you know inside you can't do. And then it's like, wow, like that's partnership energy if you like it.
Right,
You know what
but-
I mean?
okay,
But maybe
but-
you don't, like, it's like.
But to address your statement that you made about how, okay, well, if you're a guy and maybe you've had some fun in your youth, maybe your body count's up there, that immediately precludes you from wanting a woman who's not promiscuous or who has a low body count or who's a virgin. I would argue that there are plenty of things that both men and women want in partners that they themselves do not possess. For example, a woman who is broke, she's not wrong for finding a billionaire attractive. Even though she's not a billionaire herself, it doesn't make her wrong for finding
I don't
billionaires
think it's
attractive.
wrong. It's more that just like if someone said that, I'd be like, yeah, have fun with that opinion. You know what I mean? Like I don't respect it,
Well, it's
but
not
you're
clear-
allowed to have it.
it's
You know
not
what I
clear-
mean?
well,
Like I'm
sure.
just stating my perception.
Well, okay,
which
here's
isn't someone else's opinion.
Here's another example. Short women liking tall men. You need not be a tall woman to find tall men attractive. So in that way, a man who perhaps has a promiscuous past, he has a high body count, I think he's perfectly fine if he wants to date a woman with a low body count or who's a virgin. I
There's
think that's
also
fine.
the side note or the opposite where you have virgins who are, I'm sure there's virgins that are interested in super promiscuous women, right? And it's like wild card. It's like, really? Are you sure you
Could be.
Like
sure.
I think that there's
Sure.
something for everybody, right? But I think that we're kind of beyond the phase of like measuring which thing is the most popular life choice for people because clearly people
I
are
don't
like,
know. I think
have
men-
such divvying.
Men are not very. I think men will never be accepting of a high body count for the most part because they're just so like that's my.
What's
woman.
your body count, babe?
Hold on.
My body count?
Yeah.
Hold on. So
I've always been in a relationship, so I'm
you have
not,
a low body count, right?
Yeah, like I'm not. I don't do one night stands. Like I've
That's
always
good.
been in a relationship.
That's good.
Meow. Okay. Cat 5. Sorry, I'm trying to. Let me give you. No. I wasn't searching for your name. I was thinking of what the prompt was for the question. Okay, so we're going around the table. Do you object to men caring about women's body count?
Do I object to men's caring about?
Yeah. Do you think it's like a lame preference, or it's like they're insecure? Or like, why? Who cares? You know.
I think everybody has a right to care about their own opinion with things, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Sure.
I mean.
Sure. We can all agree that everybody's entitled to their preferences, but do you object to the preference?
No.
Okay. What about you?
Wait.
I can speak.
I didn't get to say something.
Oh, you didn't answer? I thought.
We didn't answer either.
Oh, you didn't answer
Yeah.
either? I thought. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to skip over.
Yeah.
Okay, you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're fine.
It does matter. I think it does matter, not so much for the male. This is specific. Wait. Am I answering the prompt right? What are we answering?
Oh, do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Oh, okay. Well, the answer the question that I was answering to was like, does it matter? But I understand why it would matter, just because from hearing a lot of women and working with women who have a high body count, they come with me like in tears and sobbing because they have a lot of like past trauma with other men. So, and they've told me before that the men that they're with don't want to work through that with them and unravel that. So I absolutely understand why men would want to be with a woman with a low body count, because it's, in my opinion, I think that each body is like,
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
Each body is like it's
No,
baggage.
go to sleep alarm.
So
actually.
I do think that, I mean, it would be fair, but they also can't shame or judge women for it. They can have that preference, but they shouldn't shame and judge. And I think that that's what we're seeing, a lot of shame and judging.
Okay.
I personally object to it. Obviously, I would, because I don't care about yours. So if you care, and again, I object for my own reasons, and these are people I would be pursuing. So I'm gonna object to your judgment of me, because why the fuck would I date you anyways? If you're just talking about average man, that's your prerogative, enjoy it. But also, I like a man who's experienced. I don't like men who haven't been around. I like promiscuous people. That's what I like, that's what works for me. And for the record, I have never had an actual bad relationship. Every man has been willing to work through all of my trauma, all of my issues, all of my body numbers. It hasn't been an issue, but you have to put the work in on both sides. That's what it really is. Yeah, so it's gonna be a lot harder, but I'm also very fucking picky too. So I'm not gonna let my standards go down just because of my job and my body count.
Okay, what about you?
Well, I can tell you from my husband's view. My husband has a high body count, and he told me that straight off the bat.
What's his body count?
Over 200.
Okay.
But he asked me my body count, and it matters to him. And I don't have a high body count, and I told him, and he was like, okay, cool. And I asked him, like, why does it matter to you? And he was just like, I just want a no, because it's a kind of trust thing, you know? And he also wants to know if I'm promiscuous or not, or if I have any diseases, or if I'm actually going to be in a long-term relationship. I think that's more important, because he was like, you know, if you're somebody that jumps around, that means you're kind of not ready to settle down or have a long-term relationship. And he wants to be in a relationship. He's not interested in this and that. He has had a very few long-term relationships, only 2 actually.
So the question is, do you object to men?
I don't object it, because I understand where they're coming from.
Sure.
Because I'm a person, when I ask somebody, hey, have you done this or have you done that? It comes from a place of trust, and I kind of want to know, can I trust you? Will you hurt me? Will you jump around, and will you find somebody else that you want to be with?
When you said the body count, I thought we will be talking about medical term and like fat and thin people, because like English not my first language. But then I understood like what you're talking about.
Yeah.
From my personal perspective, I cannot objectify, but I do think for girls it matters, because for me personally, every single connection you make is like a spiritual connection and emotional connection, and for my husband it matters. But I also like respect other opinions and other people, and I cannot like put a line like, hey, like it's matter for everyone or it doesn't matter for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why men don't want a woman with a high body count, and I'm not judging it. I'm not saying it because of that, but I do know that like 95% of men care, and I think it's more of like, just men don't want to imagine. I think like, and this happens a lot, like women can forgive cheating, men can't, right? Like it's just something it's just what it is.
I can't. I can never.
Well, let's not get onto
Yeah.
cheating, but so okay, you guys gave your answers on that. So I'm curious. It sounds like you kind of said body count doesn't matter. We'll go around the table on this. What's your body count?
Lady never reveals her secrets.
I thought it doesn't matter though.
I'm still a lady and I don't reveal my secrets.
Holly treats.
I put a lot out there, so there's plenty of find other than body count.
You should put a little more out there.
I'm not going to.
Because you said, well, I mean, okay, we know on
We
your,
can count
we know
four.
Swingers
you can
Island.
count 4 on my OnlyFans,
We know
and we can count
the Swingers
4 at
Island.
Swingers Island.
Swingers
so
Island.
That's 8 total. So far.
And then you said in high school there was.
Donated $100. If it matters, then my body count is 3. Your ability to hide the fact you've been run through by 10 plus guys is as obvious as your ability to hide the fact you can't move your forehead after Botox.
Babe, I go to the doctor and say, please freeze my face. Thank you for noticing. I pay a lot of money
your
for
doctor
it.
did a really good job.
He did exactly what I told him to do. So,
hey, he noticed.
I'm just
Wow,
gonna say,
amazing.
I mean, I feel like it's if a man doesn't want that in their life, like if they don't want to accept a woman like that, like I don't think that you should bash a woman for that either. Like you know,
And also, by the way, I don't want. So here's the flip side. I don't want a man with a low body count because I don't even care about this conversation, right? Like this is a conversation for people with low body counts.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And
I don't care what your opinion is.
Not
I
even
don't
a
want
high
to have
body.
sex with you. Like it's like literally
Or
like
people
not
who
in my
care
mind,
about-
right?
No.
So I'm like, so it's one of those things where when people bring up body count, it's just kind of like, okay, have fun in kindergarten. I'll talk to you later.
No.
It's just like it's just such a rudimentary conversation.
No, I think it's an important. No, it's an important conversation.
I think it's an important
When did he come in
conversation,
here?
but I don't I don't engage with that mentality. You know what I mean? Like I don't hang around people who are like so in that rabbit hole. You know what I mean? So I
Welcome
guess
to
I'm
the
just-
Whatever podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the Whatever podcast,
the
but
Whatever.
it's so I'm having a little bit of a culture shock right now, where
this is a
yeah,
culture
for me it's a
shock.
culture shock where I'm just kind of like,
What the fuck
wow.
is going on in OC?
No, but I think it's a really important because
What the
again, a lot of women who want to wait until marriage, they go into like social media and they see a whole bunch of promiscuity. So they're kind of left with this thought of like, and this notion of like, okay, I should be doing the same thing because it's going to get me that's a specific lifestyle. And it's not until they experience all of these things with different men that they're like, oh snap, I'm empty, I'm sad, I have like this baggage. So it's a very, I know that you might not like to engage in this conversation, but I think that it's a very important one for at least, I know that the women that follow me, a lot of them are kind of like hoping and they're like, I'm waiting until marriage, but I want to know that it's worth it. It might be for some women.
I
and not
don't
for
think it's
other.
worth it to wait until marriage.
Again, might be for
Oh
some.
my God, the biggest disappointment of your life is like it's not that great. Like it's like the worst. Oh my gosh. Anyway, back to your story.
The mileage is gone.
I would like to, I disagree.
I think, yeah,
but
I think statistically shown, the people who have the best sex lives are people who have been happily married for
Yeah.
their whole lives.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's the
also,
only
like,
partner they've
when you don't have.
Hold on.
Well,
no,
okay,
it's-
think about
But
it.
that's the point.
Wait,
The
wait.
point is
Guys,
for you not
one
to
mic-
compare.
one at a time.
One mic at a time.
So
One at a time.
so I think it's true. That because it's the only person you've been with, and then you don't have to matter
Yeah.
about size. You don't have to. It doesn't matter
okay.
about.
Not
Well, think
comparing.
about
That's
it.
why it doesn't permeate
Well,
me, 'cause
no,
I'm
no.
like,
think about it this way, like, so you know so intimately this other person, you know them exactly what they like, how they like it, and you're able to provide that for them. And it is constantly learning and getting better and better as you age. So I think it's just
Listen,
true.
That's
I mean,
not true either.
I'm gonna say
It doesn't
like,
get better
But
and
that's
better
just-
as you age.
But your looks
I mean,
do.
but if you're not comparing, not comparing them to 20 other people, like then you might like it more. I am gonna say like, what I know now at 31, like I wish that I waited till marriage. Like I wish somebody like guided me into that direction because something like one of my friends told me her son just got engaged and both of them are virgins, and she was like, yeah, you know, I was like, it's beautiful that they're getting married so young. And she's like, yeah, you know, it's actually beautiful that they don't have anyone to compare themselves to. And that hit me because I was like, wow, like sometimes we don't love a person and we're like, we could be having sex with them and be like, this is whack, because now you're looking at them through your other experiences, you know? And so I think there's beauty in being with the same person for the rest of your life.
Here, let's go
and
around the
sharing
table
that.
on the question, what's your body count?
My husband.
Okay, one.
I
Into the mic.
I will give a sorry. I will give a bracket. I
Sure.
will not give a number.
That's fine.
I've done about 50 scenes.
Okay.
And I've had about 50 to 100 private partners.
Okay.
I became sexually active at 13.
Okay.
So that's,
Do you want to do that? Maybe a range type of thing?
Hell no.
Question.
Not with these people.
Who's these people?
This entire situation, hell no. I'm not going to put myself on a cross like that in front of you guys.
I've done porn.
Continue down the line. Yes.
There's no cross.
Let's respect. No,
I have
let's,
standards.
let's
I
respect that. Yeah, I respect her boundary.
Yeah.
Let's respect her boundary.
Stop.
Yeah.
Yes.
The only and also I'm comfortable.
I don't like that question either.
That
I don't
question's
like that
super
question.
offensive, and I won't let you
Yeah,
double down
I don't
on
like
it
that
with me. Keep
question.
going.
What question?
Yeah.
Like
It's a
asking
woman's
people for their
private
body
business. You
count.
don't ever ask
And I
someone.
gave you
It's
an
like you don't
answer.
ask
The
a
answer
woman
is I
her
don't want to
weight.
tell you.
Hold on. First off.
You asked
first off.
earlier, is it okay if I ask about your weight? Why didn't you ask her about that? It's the
what?
same thing. You asked
Ask
me
about-
earlier how much do you weigh now, if that's okay. That's
Well,
my
because your
personal
guys'
body.
first off, we're on a podcast having a debate and discussion about
I know.
this.
I'm just bringing up a same
You guys
point.
don't need to like try to do some shaming and guilt like type of thing. Like if she doesn't want to answer, that's totally fine. I moved on, but then when you decided to give a range, I then brought it back to her. If she felt more comfortable to give a range, if she doesn't want to answer, that's totally fine. Of course, I'm always curious if somebody states that body count doesn't matter, then shouldn't you ought to
Context, I don't feel safe in this situation.
You don't feel
I don't feel emotionally
safe?
safe in this
That's
situation.
why I jumped in, because I know how she is. If she doesn't feel safe, I'm going to protect her. That's why I'm jumping in.
I'm just not going to open myself to trauma, right?
And if she said no once, she said no.
I'm trying to
She
avoid
shouldn't have to say it more than
unnecessary
once.
trauma in my life. So that question, thank you, please move on. We discussed not picking up trauma for no reason as you go. That's part of it.
You're not obliged to answer the question. That's totally fine. But I don't need the corresponding attitude that comes with your refusal to answer the question.
it's only
if you don't
because
want to answer the question,
I feel put on the spot right now, and I feel like, why don't we just move on with this conversation? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to continue the conversation. If you don't want to answer the actual question that's directed at you,
I don't.
That's fine. However, I'm going to continue talking about.
Super hard for us women to talk about this because we are shamed for it.
Mm-hmm.
We are shamed for our sexuality. I'm sorry, but
Not
I'm
by
gonna
you,
put it out
everyone
there.
else.
Not by you. I'm not saying this is.
Yes, but men are discerning,
society.
just as women are discerning when it comes to who they choose to partner with. So just women have preferences, standards, and stop
saying
interrupting.
it's-
Just as women have plenty of standards, preferences, and boundaries, so too do men. Men are allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to who they sleep with, have long-term relationships with, and marry. And one of those factors that's very important for men is past promiscuity, current promiscuity, and body count.
But there is a difference. If you ask a man who's on here, if she was a guy and you asked him and he said, I had 100, dudes on here in the comments, they'll be fucking, you're the king.
Yeah, there's differences.
No.
There's differences.
Yes, they are. But if a woman says she has a 200, she's a whore.
Yep.
So,
That's
and
well,
I'm not.
I can tell you why.
Yes,
But why is it
you don't
okay
have
for a
to.
man?
So,
Because
this is what I'm saying. Whatever. It's she doesn't want to talk about it because she doesn't want to, and
that's fine.
Final.
That's totally cool. I don't need the corresponding attitude. In any case, to answer your question, why is there this supposed double standard? And so I don't think that it's actually desirable for men to be particularly promiscuous and sleep with a bunch of women. My own personal standard is if I sleep with a girl, I want there to be continuity. I want to continue seeing her, so I'm not interested in just going from chick to chick to chick, just like
But not
one night stand,
everybody
one night
is
stand, one
as
night stand. Sure,
respectful
but
as
I
you are,
okay,
unfortunately.
but sure, but I don't think it's necessarily like it's not fucking high value or alpha. Like if you just sleep with a bunch of women and get herpes, and you're now bringing herpes to all your future partners.
Yeah, no, I'm not
That's
saying
not,
you are.
No. Okay, so but
Not at
I
all.
can explain why this double standard exists, and it's primarily because getting sex for women is incredibly easy, whereas it's
I agree.
Comparatively speaking, it's much harder for men. Any woman, if she was so inclined, could be a slut. Not every guy can be a slut.
Agreed.
There are men who significantly struggle with dating, getting laid. Any woman, she can be overweight, she can be ugly. If she wants to, she can be a slut. Not every guy, her male looks equivalent, could not easily be a slut.
I don't disagree with you. The issue here is not all men are respectful in the way you are, where you actually want to meet somebody and have a connection.
Okay.
And that's the men that come at us with the attitude.
Yeah, but men get shamed for all kinds of things also.
I'm not saying they're not. I'm absolutely not saying, but
it's not affecting their insecurities and their confidence the way it affects us.
Let me ask
That's
the table a question. Is hookup culture a bad thing?
Yes.
Terrible.
Okay, so you cannot have the corresponding belief that hookup culture is a bad thing, but we can, but shaming the behavior that facilitates hookup culture is undesirable. Shame is a very powerful tool, and frankly, I think we ought to shame. Let's say I'm trying to figure out how I best want to frame this. We should bring back shaming.
Yeah,
I'm in favor of shaming.
I do agree with you. The thing is, all women are different, right? All women have gone through different trauma when it comes to relationships and when it comes to sexuality. And I think, well, they have.
Sure, sure.
As well as men have. I'm not saying men are not without sexual trauma. Women and men don't talk about it, which is a shame because I think they should, because there is sexual trauma for men as well, and it should be discussed. But I'm not going any bad way. I'm just trying to say that we want to discuss different things.
Derpington 701 donated $100. Kendra, this is Brian's podcast. We understand you are triggered by the question. You are the guest. Be respectful and don't give him that sass while telling him what to do on his show.
It's called.
Wait, am I? Does he think I'm Kendra?
No, it's me. Because I just popped off.
Okay.
Actually, well, it was you three and then you being like the sisterhood when it came to this question.
It's all, we're here for a reason to have heated discussions and get there. If you found it disrespectful, I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
I was just getting.
I just didn't answer.
And I'm apologizing to you, not them, because they're the ones paying to talk. So go ahead, keep paying to talk to us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But Carla,
Kendra.
No. Well, you're Carla. You objected to me asking this question. Perhaps you think it's rude to ask a woman's body count, but I mean, in one of your videos, which we're going to get to here in a sec, you say that within my understanding, you advise women within the first 3 dates to your husband, if I recall, you found out his credit score, his bank statements.
Hell yeah.
You found out how much money he had saved.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so if women are able to ask that question, I think men are just as. Huh?
I didn't ask that question.
Oh, well, he just shared it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
He was proud. He was confident.
Okay, sure, that's fine.
Do you advocate for women asking for that information?
So usually, that's actually a great question. I usually say no. I say that a man who's like happy where he's at, where like we want to meet men who are at their peak. I say they will naturally just show you, and you'll if you are like.
I'm not showing that shit.
Well, no. I know it depends, right? It depends. It depends, and and it depends what type of woman you have in front of you, because you'd be surprised when you find that woman that truly inspires you to be the best man you want to be. Like, you do things that you never thought you would, and that's a man in love. So I actually tell my ladies to not ask, to let him kind of show you, because I think it's a little rude. And most of the time, provider mindset men or men who are at their peak and extremely confident where they are, and they want that woman, they want to show them their resources. This is what I got. Is this enough for you? Because that's what he's saying. Whenever a man shows you everything, he's like, is this enough for you? Can you live within my means? Can you live within this?
Okay, we can come to that later. So going around the table, you said that there were you did 50 scenes and 50 to 100 in your private
And that's
life.
people, not men.
Sure. What about you?
Okay, I'm just gonna say
Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Okay, there
I
you
don't
go.
really care because I respect myself now. I used to not really respect
saved by the
Infantry for
TTS.
Life donated $101. Concerning the two 403s, if body count is deemed insignificant, discussions should be less sensitive.
True.
It's evident that the matter holds importance despite attempts to downplay it. Filthy.
That's true. That's true. If it didn't matter, it wouldn't be such a touchy subject. Go ahead.
Anyway, it's 28. I used to not have very good respect for myself when I was younger, and I wish I would have gone back and been able to told my younger self, respect yourself, and it's going to be okay, and you'll find someone good. So
28. Okay, well, first off, I just want to say I appreciate your honesty because, and for being willing to answer the question, because certainly, you know, there's some people have hesitation when it comes to answering that, and I certainly appreciate your candor and forthcomingness with answering that question. So,
Yeah,
respect.
just
Like
shows,
honesty. Always respect on honesty. So
it seems like you've done a lot of like emotional work to work through that.
Absolutely, I
So,
have. I've been through a lot.
I think it's
like,
important.
And I'm reading the chat here. All the chat, they're saying like respect.
Yeah, exactly.
They're respect for the honesty. So,
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Probably between 25 and 30.
Okay.
I'm 40,
Respect
but
the honesty. Thank you.
but also I was in a bad place when most of that happened. My mom was super abusive, so I just tried to find love wherever I could, and I thought that was the right way to do it, because if guys want to have sex with me, that means I'm worth something, you know, because of my mom. But yeah, I wish I didn't? Yeah, of course. But you know, you live and learn, and that's the way it is.
8. I'm not so interesting.
Okay.
You're still interesting? Of course. I bet those are the best 8 of your life, baby.
So I know you're gonna like hate me for this, but I don't feel comfortable with talking about stuff like that because I know my husband's watching and I want to respect him.
That's fine. Mason?
Oh, yeah. 0.
0.
The hand.
Pamela Henderson.
Okay.
Good for you.
Okay.
We're going to have a little fun with this video. We're going to be talking about people that we need to be playing it safe with on a social level. People you don't want to disrespect on a social level. Stick around. We don't want to be disrespectful in general, really, towards anyone. But this video is not so much about the masses. This video is about people that we encounter on a day-to-day basis. People we're having to deal with on a regular basis. I've shared many times over that my channel is about defensive tactics and staying safe and survival and situational awareness. And understanding things like this is absolutely part of that. We don't want to just study how to stay safe from the criminal underworld. We want to know how to survive and function in everyday life. I went this route in my content so that I would have many things to cover. Stuff like this should be common knowledge, but you know, us humans, we mess everything up. So let's get started. None of these are in any particular order, but the first one on the list is people who handle your food. Are you disrespectful to waiters and waitresses? If so, what kind of Russian roulette are you playing here? You're really going to disrespect somebody who has the power to go behind the scenes with your food and do things to it we don't even want to talk about. Years ago, there was a movie that came out called Waiting. It was a caricaturization of the restaurant industry. And I saw the film and I thought to myself, man, this is not too far-fetched. There's a scene in the movie where a woman is extremely disrespectful to the waiter, and he takes the food back into the kitchen, man, and they do all kinds of gross stuff fixing what was wrong with her meal. I've said this before, no matter how right you think you are, or no matter what your principles are, in this particular case, you need to do what is most practical, and that is be as respectful as possible toward the people who handle your food in secret. I worked in the restaurant industry as a teenager, and I saw some things, and I learned very quickly, always be respectful to people who handle your food. The second group of people I'm going to talk about is a monster that we create, and that is people that know too much about us. If you've got things in your life that are incriminating or could get you in a lot of trouble or could stir up a bee's nest, you better be careful who you share this stuff with, because once you share this stuff with them, they have a measure of control over you. A lot of times when people have deep, dark secrets that they know about other people, they will use those things to control those individuals. And the moment those individuals rise up against them, they'll start telling people. And then those people will start telling people. Next thing you know, it comes back to bite you. So yes, you better play it safe with these people if you're giving them too much information. The answer to all of this, be careful who you share things with. I've known people that held secrets for others, but the moment things went bad between them, they started telling people. To all the people out here cheating on their spouses, you're not getting away with anything. You're just giving somebody else control over you. Because now if they get upset with you, they'll just let the cat out the bag. Does a coworker know something that could get you fired? Make sure you don't upset them. Number 3, you don't want to be disrespectful toward the people that you know you need. There's the old phrase that says, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. If you bite that hand, you better have another hand lined up. Most of us have people that we need. I think the goal in life should be to become more and more independent and self-sufficient. But a lot of people aren't there yet. But a lot of people also don't realize that they need the people that they need, and they are disrespectful toward those people. And then that supply gets cut off. This is one of the biggest motivators that causes a lot of people to become more independent, because they know that there's a certain level of respect and due diligence they have to give toward those they need. Because when you need someone, they hold a measure of power over you. A lot of people in this world are struggling right now because they disrespected a supply line into their life. You can't disrespect somebody who's taking care of you and then cry when they cut you loose because of your disrespect. This seems like common knowledge, but boy, we got millions upon millions that don't get it. The next group of people I'm going to talk about is going to ruffle a whole lot of feathers, but I really don't care. Disrespect police officers all the time and see how that works for you. I watch so many videos, they all end up turning out the same way. You got an obstinate, disrespectful person who just keeps going on and on until they get dragged out of their vehicle and cuffed. But my rights, but my rights, but my rights. A lot of people have their own interpretation of what those things are. And even if you know your rights, you still need to be respectful when you're dealing with an officer of the law. If you don't believe me, just go out there and start being disrespectful toward them and see how it works out for you. Even though there's more, I'll throw out one more category just to be mindful of the time. We need to be extra respectful towards people who have been there for us in the past. People who have stuck their neck out for us in the past. Because you know what? You never know when you're going to need these people again. But if we forget that and we become disrespectful and forget that they were there for us in the past, there's no guarantee they'll be there for us next time. Most of us, for the most part, need other people. There are some that want to be completely and totally independent, but very few people can be totally independent. That's just not realistic. Independence is the thread that runs through this entire video. If you don't want to have somebody messing with your food, then cook your food at home. Because if you're going to be disrespectful to waiters and waitresses, you might as well just be cooking all your meals at home. Number two, if you don't want people having power over you because of the things that they know, then start limiting or cutting out altogether having people knowing things about you. If you don't want to rely on other people, then I suggest you pile up on the skill sets, pile up on the money, pile up on everything else, because it's very, very hard to not need other people. But at some point, you're going to need somebody, and you need to continually show them a special amount of respect. If you don't want cops pulling you out of your car and making you do things that they simply asked you to do previously, then be respectful. Know your rights, but be respectful. Some might say, I'm not going to give respect to a cop. Well, keep being disrespectful. They'll find a loophole and find a way to you. And most of us have had people who have been there for us in the past, and we need to keep respecting them. These are my 5 I've chosen for this video. If you have any more you'd like to add, drop those in the comments. Thanks for watching. Take care.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's hear from Angelina Jolie, who seems to be suffering from a severe case of TDS. Apparently, she doesn't even recognise her own country. Maybe get out of that bubble, love.
I love my country, and but I don't at this time recognize my country. And I think that's, but I've always lived internationally. I've always, my family's international, my friends, my life, my worldview is equal, united, international. So anything, anywhere that divides or, of course, limits personal expressions and freedoms and from anyone, I think is very dangerous.
Oh, you know what that nonsense is about? It's the whole Jimmy Kimmel saga. But I don't recall Angelina Jolie or any other Hollywood blowhard saying anything when Roseanne was cancelled from her own show, or Gina Carano, a fellow actress, who made a very mainstream comment and saw her career destroyed, or when conservatives from all walks of life have been silenced. But suddenly, Angelina and the rest of Hollywood are concerned about free speech. You know, the very same folks irate about Jimmy Kimmel's little suspension, all those Democrats and commentators. And let's not forget, he was suspended for lying on air and refusing to apologise. The same people irate about that and who suddenly care about the First Amendment were not too concerned when it was their ideological opponents being silenced and deplatformed from the president down. You think we've forgotten this?
Shouldn't be banned from one platform and not others for providing misinformation out there.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, especially around our democracy.
There are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda, whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged, is something that would be a better deterrent.
If people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block. It's really hard to govern today.
This is a matter of corporate responsibility. Twitter should be held accountable and shut down that site. It is a matter of safety and corporate accountability.
The First Amendment is not absolute. It does not protect any single thing anyone says. There are limits, and that's important. And what this committee has been trying to do for the last year and a half is to chill the federal government from monitoring what is going on social media.
When you look at what Tucker Carlson and some of these other folks on Fox do, it is very clearly incitement of violence. Very clearly incitement of violence. I believe that when it comes to broadcast television, like Fox News, these are subject to federal law, federal regulation in terms of what's allowed on air, what isn't.
So my biggest concern is that your view has the First Amendment hamstringing the government in significant ways.
And thanks to Tom Elliott for that compilation. And here is another hypocrite to add to the list, The View's Sunny Hostin. She was all for Roseanne being axed, but Jimmy Kimmel is apparently beyond reproach.
Our founders drafted the First Amendment specifically to protect the rights of citizens to criticize the government. When you cross that kind of societal norm, you must pay the consequence. And firing her was the right thing to do. I'm thrilled that ABC did it.
Let's check in with Rachel Maddow, MSNBC anchor Rachel Maddow, and here she is doing a free ad for Antifa and any other leftist group wanting to protest the Trump administration.
You may have already heard this, but the organizers of the No Kings rallies, remember the No Kings rallies that happened back in June? Those huge protests in June that attracted more than 5 million people across the country. Organizers from the No Kings events that happened back then have just now announced the date for the next No Kings demonstrations. They're going to be October 18th. So that's going to be no thrones, no crowns, no kings. Saturday, October 18th. That's about 6 weeks from now.
Did you get that? Is it in your diary yet? Don't miss out. Rachel needs you out there. And the ad went on and on. Listen.
Indivisible organizer Ezra Levin did an interview about it with Rolling Stone today, in which he told Rolling Stone that there isn't a single large, flagship event they want everybody to travel to on October 18th. Instead, they just want protests everywhere.
That's what passes for news reporting on MSNBC. And talking about protests, have a look at these lefties losing it, trying to behead a Trump effigy. Granny has lost her marbles. These are the people we need to unify with. No, thank you. Now, here is one way to stop protesters from being pests. Here are some trans activists trying to disrupt a Turning Point event being drowned out by chants of USA. Fun. USA! USA! Now, let's go back to The View for another meltdown, this time courtesy of Anna Navarro, who is having paranoid fantasies about Trump coming to get her.
This is what dictators and authoritarians do. It does not matter the ideology. At first, they come for the people with big platforms. At first, they silence the press, but then they come for all of us. Because their intent is to scare us into silence and self-censorship. And look at the things that this government has done. They kicked the AP out of the Oval Office for not saying Gulf of America. They cut the funding of NPR and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Yes, they did that, Anna, because those organisations were not news sites but leftist propaganda outfits, and they're free to exist, but they do not deserve taxpayer funds. They're not entitled to funding from the US government, but Anna wasn't done yet. The meltdown continues.
And I will say to you all, to all of us, look, we have seen tech titans go into the Oval Office. We are seeing media moguls, publishers of newspapers. We are seeing all of them try to make the peace with Donald Trump. A bully always comes back for more. So they need to stand up, and we need to demand the same from ourselves.
Now, in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, we have seen a real awakening, a call to action with millions proclaiming "We are Charlie" and wanting to continue his incredible work. Well, let's have a look at a man doing just that, visiting university campuses, setting up a table and inviting students, faculty, anyone with a differing view to talk, to debate ideas. But the far left, the unhinged, hateful left, aren't that interested in articulating their positions. They prefer to do this.
Right here! Every single one of you are all I need is face. I hope you realize that. He's right. Their entire right. Can you condemn? At the expense of us. Can you condemn Charlie Kirk? The assassination of Charlie? I don't care. Why don't you care? Why don't you care? Hate every single person around here. Get away from this table. It doesn't matter. Why don't you care? He's right. What matters is us, not them. That is crazy. Hey, get off our table. Get off our table.
What can you say about that? And then there are the ones pulling crap like this and thinking they're awfully clever.
You escape to the north or wherever, white people, whomever, have an obligation to return you to your master. That's something inscribed in law.
That's not critical race theory. We can just diet it down. Well, I'll tell you what Kimberly Crenshaw calls critical race theory. She believes that a society that is colorblind is actually a racist society.
There's our evidence.
Yep, the suspect looks exactly like you expect them to look. Let's bring in the man you saw in that video, David Kay. David, you and your mate Cam Higby are putting yourselves in peril trying to talk to these folks. Why do you do it?
Rita, thank you so much for having me on. Honestly, a week ago, 4 fellas got on the call and they decided, hey, listen, we're not going to let terrorists terrorize us on a daily basis on our college campuses, especially after assassinating somebody like Charlie Kirk. We understand that freedom of speech, especially on campuses for conservatives, is non-existent. It's under threat. So regardless of what kind of lunatics we encounter, and as you can see, this is Atlanta, Georgia. It's one of the craziest places that I've been to on a college campus. Regardless of how crazy they are, regardless of how they act, how they treat us, we keep going back and having these conversations with us. And we're not going to treat them the way they treat us. We believe that having civil, tolerant discussions with them may get through some people, not all of them, and definitely not the majority of them. But I think the main thing here is that if we can sway just one person out of 100 people that we talk to, their mind, who they will vote for next time, how do they perceive Charlie Kirk, for example, I think that our mission is successful, and we are starting to see that.
Tell me about the impact Charlie's death had on you personally, to see such a gentle soul assassinated in that manner, and then the ugliness that followed with people celebrating that death, justifying it. How did that impact you personally?
It's absolutely terrible, Rita. I've been in this space for about 1.5 years, and my father always told me, if you want to be successful in this space, find somebody that you want to role model after. And I just so happened to land on Charlie for the simple fact that I really do believe that if you want to engage in public discourse, it shouldn't be about gotchas or making people look silly. You should try and change people's perception and the way they think about things. And the only way that I think you can change my mind, for example, is not by being mean to me or making me look silly, is by actually engaging in civil discussions. And more importantly, being tolerant of an individual's position. That is Charlie Kirk. That is what Charlie taught me. I've never met him in my life, but man, millions of us feel like they've met him, especially after yesterday. What I've learned and why I truly do love what Charlie's style is, and I call it Charlie's style, is because being civil and tolerant of individuals that you disagree with is what is America is all about. And I really hope that that is what we continue to go on here, because it's under true threat in America now. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, today you were at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. Let's just have a look at a little of how that went.
There are some people who are justified in using violence and other people who don't have that right.
Would it be morally acceptable
violence.
is what we're asking? Like, if you came up with a gun and shot us in the face, like, for our sign, would that be
Some people would argue that it'd be morally right to shoot you all in the face.
I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy.
If people made the argument that giving a platform to...
What do you think about Charlie?
There's so many Charlies.
Charlie Kirk.
There's so many Charlies.
Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated behind a table just like this one.
I know that's the person that's trending, but Charlie Kirk was a byproduct of people like this.
David, I applaud your patience and your civility in not losing your temper, but is there any chance of getting through to people who seem to be so utterly broken?
Unfortunately, Rita, with folks like this, I don't think so. But the impact is the people around, right? Kim and I had this discussion on our drive back from the university. This person made himself look terrible and made us look incredible, regardless of what we said. Why? At the end, we wanted to shake their hand. We did. We wanted to shake the individual's hand, and they refused to do so. That's when they told us this entire thing, that they would shoot someone like us in the face and all the other crap that you heard there in the end. It doesn't help them win at all. And the people that may think like they do, or that opposed Cam and I's position, or what we have there, they see that, and nobody can agree with that. As soon as this individual said this, and probably 50% of the people in the crowd didn't agree with us, everyone gasped, said, "Oh my God, I can't believe he just said that." I don't want to misgender the person, so he, she, but we're still not sure. But unfortunately, we're not really doing this for them, as much as I want to say that we are. It is more likely for a person that is in the crowd that may share a position like they do, but definitely don't agree with the overall rhetoric that they engage in. So perhaps that's what we're aiming for here.
David, you make a good point there. It's not always about convincing someone who seems to be utterly broken, but it's all those who are watching on, who perhaps are just deciding where they stand and seeing the extremeness, the ugliness of the modern left, I think, is providing a valuable service. But I want to ask you about how you feel personally when you've just conversed with someone and then they say they'd be happy to see you shot in the face. I mean, that must be pretty chilling.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate for someone like myself, for majority of people, because this is America. This isn't 2,000 years ago where you disagree with a person and their words hurt you to the point of where you want to go commit a gruesome act of violence. We pointed out at the end, he said that our opinions, our positions, our words truly hurt him or her. And that's the problem that I have, is that if these people truly believe that my words, my positions, my opinion, I don't have executive authority, I'm not a congressman, I can't enact any policy, that hurts them to the point of where they tell me that because of my words, they want to shoot me in the face. I can't believe that we got to this point in America. And unfortunately, I don't want to place blame on people. I think it's a little too early to do this, but you can't stop thinking about how these people got here in the first place. Have they been radicalized? Are they mentally ill? Is somebody propagating to them something on mainstream media? Are elected officials inciting this? Why are people suddenly wanting to take things to a violent level or violent measures just because they disagree with my political position? It's absurd and it's sickening, Rita.
It is sickening, and they never wait and consider that perhaps their words are violence and their words are hurtful and hateful. Telling a man who's standing in front of you that you'd be happy to see them shot in the face, they don't see that as hurtful, but you don't respect their pronouns and suddenly it is the crime of the century. Now let's look at a little interaction you had at Georgia State University.
Yet at some point, if you...
Let me say this to y'all real quick.
We're going to keep talking. We're engaged in civil debate here.
Do not need to be debated about. If y'all believe in something, stand for it, walk away from this.
Hey, give him a mic.
Right?
Can you come up to the mic and discuss it? Okay. So that's a good example of not liking public discourse.
David, that seems to happen a lot. If a student does want to converse, they're pressured not to by others. Tell me about that intimidation that students face, because there's a lot of self-censoring happening on university campuses.
Absolutely, and they do this while calling us fascists, which is the best thing about this. But in this instance, for example, it didn't work out. It simply didn't work out because he said it. If you believe in something, stand for it. He just messed up at the end and said, just walk away. Why would you walk away? We live in America where we have, at least to a degree, the freedom of speech that is given to us in the Constitution, although the government tries to infringe on it a bit. But we live in one of the only places that has this. Europe doesn't even have this. So why would you walk away, especially at a college campus where you're meant to have your ideas challenged by somebody like myself, for example, that is considered radical in majority of these people's eyes, although I'm very center. It fails. And every
arm or a leg. I am a mad Viking. I make no apologies for that. I am who I am. I am what I am. This video is about war. War. You like the sounds of that? Battle. War. Divisions. Loyalty and betrayal. That's what this is about. It isn't just this video. It's what this whole thing is about. What do I mean? What do I mean by this whole thing? I mean where you are. A lot in this realm have no idea how important loyalty is, how rare it is. There will be divisions. People say they fear divisions, or don't let this divide us, or this divide us. Swords do divide. You take a sword, you can cut right through an arm or a leg or a side of beef. The sharp sword. They divide. A sword divides. I came to bring a sword, and I carry a sword. And I do have swords. I do. You should see them. They're gorgeous. They're beautiful. They're remarkable. I do. I do have swords. And I do carry spiritual weapons. Spiritual armor. I am prepared to go to war spiritually. To go to war. That's what I'm speaking about. I have knives and daggers and swords. A lot of people still aren't ready for what's coming. And they say, oh, Stephen, I hope you never have to use those. I will, though. I will have to use them. I will. It's not a matter of if I ever will. I will. I already know. I'm kind of giggling because I know I will. I'm speaking about knowing, not guessing, not just guessing at things and this is coming. I show you things and you can see it in reality. You can verify it. You'll see for yourself. You'll see your countries. You'll see them being anti-white and anti-white men and anti-white women and anti-white children. We are already hated. Some of you still can't see ones that this message will reach. And it's beyond that. I'm speaking also about spiritual matters here. I want to prepare you. I want you to be Viking strong spiritually. I want you to understand my spiritual messages. That's what this is. I'm trying to prepare you for something. That's what this is about. Who will be standing with me in the end? And who will be against me? Who will have my back? And who will try to put axes and daggers into my back and try to stab me in the back? Who will turn on me? Who will turncoat? Who will try to betray me? Some already have. Many have in this lifetime. I'm not returning here to your hell realm. Some of you are from here that will be hearing this video. I'm not from here. I won't be returning here. This is not my home. I will be standing against you, though. You demons that belong here, you creatures that call this your home, that feel at home here in this hell realm earth, I will be standing against you as darkness falls. If you don't understand now, it's okay. You'll understand one day when it's happening, and all of your doubts will vanish, all of them. You will realize that the truth was spoken and shown to you. I did reveal it to you. I did warn you. I showed you. I told you. I warned you. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times in various ways, in words, in videos, in images, in artwork, short videos, long videos, esoteric series, live streams, community posts on YouTube, and even before YouTube. You have no excuses. You can't say, I didn't know, you didn't tell me, you didn't show me. You didn't warn me, Stephen. Oh, I did. I did. You laughed, you mocked, you denied, you attacked, you slandered. That's all you could do. That's all you demons can do. You have nothing else. You have no truth. You have no evidence. You have no counter evidence. You have nothing to show. Nothing. You're empty. You're empty vessels waiting for more demons to fill you up. That's what you are. And they will. And they will devour you. You will devour each other in this realm. I'm trying to build warriors here, spiritual warriors, men and women. Women are not excluded. I have women on my team that I trust. I trust them as much or more than most men. And this is by design as well. They've been chosen. They've been vetted. They've been tested. In a way, they've almost been battle tested in this realm, in a sense, spiritually speaking, by what we've gone through with my channels and with demons and demonic attacks and lies and betrayals and smear campaigns. They've gone through a lot with me, and they've been by my side. And they haven't tried to steal me away from my girlfriend or, do certain things like that, which, let's say, certain women in this realm are famous for doing. The ones on my team haven't done that. They've been loyal and loving, but not in the way of trying to seduce me or, destroy my relationship or interfere. They've shown me that as well. I pay attention to behavior and loyalty and goodness and good spirits. I observe, and I see who's good, who's real, who's trustworthy, who's loyal, who has that spiritual beauty. I don't have to name names here. You know who you are. I'm sure you do. You're on my team. And I see you as you are, not just physically. I see you as you are. The ones that have stuck around and seen others leave, seen others betray, seen others slander all of us, and all the various things that have gone on over the months and years. It's been very revealing. And it just serves to strengthen our spirits. It makes us spiritually stronger, Viking strong. Viking strong. Viking strong. That's what it does. And we stand together. Now, I don't know how many of us exactly will be standing together in the end. If it will be 12, 25, 50, 100, maybe 1,000, maybe 10,000. I suspect it won't be that many. But I'm fine with whatever the number is. I'm fine with it. It might be 144, not 144,000, but 144. It might be 33. It might be 13. It might be 88. It might be 88. Imagine if it was that, 88. Wouldn't that be glorious? 88. It would be. It would be fitting. Not just ironic. I wouldn't even see it as irony. I'd see it as fate. I would see it as fate if it was 88 standing together, including myself. 87 others with me. Hello. 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 There's a storm coming. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, demons. You have nowhere to go. All of your threats and sick lies, it's all catching up with you. You'll have nowhere to go. You know it's true. You believe it. You know what's coming. There's a storm coming. It's a storm unlike any other ever here. You know it's true. You know that I speak the truth. You know it's true. There's a storm coming for you. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide.